Chapter 1 Two Crowns Plantation, Jamaica, September 30, 1729, by the Old Reckoning. Never step over a lighted candle. If you do, the flame she rise, and the shush come and take you. Gumbo. I used to laugh when my favourite person on this earth, Old Poe, furrowed her brow and whispered that, like a sing-song rhyme, then put her finger against her lips, saying, "Hush now, child, don't tease the devil now, child." When I heard Ma say it just now across the supper table, all fine and glowing with porcelain and crystal, and me nowhere near a candle, other than those high above in the chandelier, it made me run cold, deep in my bones. There were few things in the life of a young girl wearing her first long skirts more treacherous than a candle on the floor. I held a picture I had drawn in India ink on heavy paper. A drip had formed at the bottom edge, pulling the shoe on one of the figures to unnatural length. My eyes went from my drawing to Ma, to Uncle Rafe. He had just invited me to sit upon his knee and show it to him. My sister Patience had called me to dinner many minutes earlier, and I had ignored her summons to put some finishing touches on it that were now ruining the picture. It depicted two little girls, one white, one black, holding hands and running across the white sand beach. Their faces smiled quite cunningly, I thought. The figure of my dear Olsey in the picture held up an apple. Precious fruit shipped here from far away, the last apple we shared. The danger of it all, so like one of my favourite stories, in which a princess sleeps for 1,000 years after a single bite. I had drawn crowns over Olsey's and my heads, as if she and I were princesses. Uncle Rafe slammed his tankard of rum on the table boards and said, "Aye, a girl's petticoats catch fire soon enough, tender as tinder." He laughed and winked at Ma, his face all bright and sweating, in a way that made me push his cup and plate over into his lap. I stuck out my chin, thinking old Rafe did not know aught about a fiery petticoat. Uncle Rafe roared and hollered, "God's balls!" I may have been 10 years old, but I knew Rafe was not my real uncle, and that Pa's voice got thin and Ma's hands trembled when he was in the house. I stood and stuck out my tongue just as Pa came into the dining room, buttoning his vest, with Patience and our brother August following him. He looked from Uncle Rafe to Ma, and to the mess on Rafe's pants, and me standing there with hellfire in my eyes. I am old now, wizened, some might say. I will tell you how I came to this place from that potent evening so long ago, and so far across the oceans. The day after I was born, my parents named me Resolute. Pa said it gave me an aspect of solemnity and perseverance, which are pretty things for a child with a sanguine humour. It was a good name for a girl, Ma always added, and there was nothing wrong with a girl being confident and ruddy. A boy could grow to make a name for himself, but a girl needed a special one from birth. I knew all about fire. I had been playing with Olsey when we were both but 6 years old, and my family had been on the West Indies island of Jamaica for the same 6 years. Olsey and I had been hiding in the priest's hole, up the steps behind the fireplace. I brought 2 cakes and an apple for us to share, and she carried a burning candle, placing it on the floor. I jumped over it. As I did, my petticoats made the flame bob and nearly go out. The edge of my skirt got a brown place, and we held it between us, curious, as the spot grew and grew. A yellow tongue of flame suddenly burst from it, licked at us and burned my fingers. Olsey slapped her hands upon it and crushed out the flame. She winced, but made no sound. Putting her hands over her mouth, she made the sign of the cross as long black shadows of us spun around in the stair tower like ghosts dancing. We held our breaths. We laughed. Hand in hand, we climbed up to the widow's walk on the highest part of the house, where we could see far and wide across the ocean. In the distance, storms sometimes carried on all day, lightning dancing upon the water against a backdrop of grey roiling clouds, like a silent mummer's play, never a stray wind ruffling our hair. We watched, hoping for the rise of a mast that might mean cloth or shoes or more of Ma's precious goblets made of real glass. After we got tired of mocking seagulls squealing at each other, we shared a cake and took turns eating the apple. I had stepped over a candle and nothing had happened. I thought we were safe. But 5 days later I took fever. The 6th day, Olsey did too. The shush-shush, old Poe's name for the devil or death or something that you must not say out loud, something bad and haunted, he came whilst I lay a-fevered. I retched and I itched, covered with smallpox. I cried and Ma brought cold rags for my head, and after 2 weeks I got up. Olsey must have been too close to me in that stairway. As I jumped over that lit candle, the old devil reached for me and caught Olsey. While I was too sick to know, Pa and old Poe wrapped her in white gauze and laid my heart's friend in a grave. Old Poe caught it and died too, after 2 days of sickness. Cost Pa £15 to replace her. That meant nothing to me. Talk of pounds and crowns and sixpence went on all the time in Pa's office at the side of the good parlour. What mattered to me was that old Poe knew how to make a lap for me to sit upon, knew more stories than I could ever remember. Some of them including 2 fine wee girls, just like Olsey and me, and knew how to wrap a sore finger with potash and brown paper and kisses. I never told Ma or Pa that it was my fault Olsey died. I had escaped old Scratch's claws. Ma said it is because I have something special to do. What is a girl going to do? Embroidery and arithmetic? That's what I get. I wondered some day if the devil might wake up and see he got the wrong girl. What will happen then? All my days I had heard things about England where Pa was born. Even more about Scotland, Ma's homeland, the 2 of them united into one country by that time. I knew about how my brother, August, used to wait with Pa until a dark night and watch the farmers light gorse when the village had a festival. How Patience, my only sister and 10 years older than I, had loved the son of a lord who faithfully waited on Anne, the Queen's favour. Anne was a Stuart and a Tory through and through, and our father, being of both Tudor and Plantagenet lines with Radcliffe blood thrown in, made Patience a politically unsuitable bride for his son. So, on the recommendation of Sarah, Duchess of Marlborough, Her Highness and his lordship found that the crown was in great need of Pa to mind a plantation in the Indies. This is where I was born, and all around us is all I have ever known. Fields of sugar-cane and coffee, slaves to tend the cane fields, and then wearing starched white linen to bring in the roast chicken at dinner. The smell of the sea and the soil and the perfume of flowers. Throughout the night, breezes off the mountains brought the rhythm of drums from the slave quarters. Sometimes, if I kept quite still, I heard singing. I imagined their happy world filled with music. I wished I could join them. By day I did my lessons in the schoolroom on the top floor, where the window blinds were all that kept a girl from dreaming of a home she had never known beyond the sea. For the wind off the ocean seemed to pine for England, to mourn her like a lost promise, the way Patience weeps at night for her lost love and lost future marriage. I pressed her to tell me how she could have threatened the son of a lord with marriage if she herself had been but 10 years old. She told me that the path between our house and his was a common one, but a hedge had grown at a certain shady, secluded point where they had used to meet together and play. He was 2 years older, a vision of manliness, she said. Though I pictured a boy of 12 being spindle-legged and having great flopping feet. Such keen friends they had become that they spoke to each other of promises and everlasting love. And when he told his father, that was that. She kept a lock of his hair, near black as pitch, in a box along with a little paper he had written upon, with their names entwined by something rather like a crow carrying a twig, although Patience says it is a dove holding a ribbon. For me, a land called England was but a magical tale of far away and long ago. My own ma and pa would tell me fancy tales they must have fashioned in their own minds about some kingdom of gold and crowns and cold such as I could never imagine. A land without mountains, without snakes or cane fields. I did not believe in those things. To me, it was make-believe, just like the fairy folk, brownies and selkies. For myself, I believe in God and a few saints and, of course, duppies, the sprites that live here. Pa would laugh and say treacle ran in my veins. Uncle Rafe stood, his back to the hearth and hellfire as big as mine in his eyes. Pa looked to Patience and said, "Daughter, fetch Uncle a new plate. Son," he said to August, "bring the tobacco box." "But, sir," August said, and Pa raised his hand. He sat and opened his hands towards Rafe. Rough, broad hands that knew work, as if that were his only apology for a wayward bairn like me. After that, Pa offered Rafe his new pipe and filled it himself with his best tobacco. Pa sent me to bed. As I left the room, I made note that Uncle's wig was askew and smelled bad. Pa wore no periwig, just tied his hair in a lock at the back of his neck. Boiling sugar-cane odours clung to Pa like a coat. I had thought I loathed the smell of cane, but any horse in the barn smelled better than Uncle Rafe, and I knew I loved the smell of Pa. "Pa," I whispered. Pa made a squint sidelong at me. A string of thought came unspoken from his face, saying, "Try to obey this time," and "I will explain later," mixed with, "You are 2 shakes away from getting a well-deserved walloping, girl." So I climbed the stairs to my room and listened from the doorway. Rafe's voice grew loud, as if he meant me to hear, saying, "Cocky little oyster, that needs to feel a boot. I'd give her a taste of Rafe McAllister's hobnails." "She is not grown. We will discipline her, sir," Ma said. The air grew tight with silence and their voices lowered, so I could not hear as well. I tiptoed down 5 steps. The 6th one always had a squeak, so I stayed 5 from the top. I heard Rafe laughing, and he said, "So, maybe you won't have to. I've waited all I'm about to wait. You've sworn a bargain. Be she ready?" I stretched one leg as far as I could, stepping over the noisy stair to the one below. "By no means," Pa's voice said. "Patience is still a child, and she's recently had smallpox and quinsy. You should have sent word you were coming." "A delicate child," Ma added. "I sent word before, and you'd sent her on an errand to the parish convent. Our deal was your safekeeping on this island in return for a wife. You've no dowry for her, no legacy except for the boy there. 2 wenches who'll be nothing but a drain on Her Majesty's profits for the length of their lives. You've put me off long enough. I'll see her home." "Mistress Talbot," said Pa, in a voice he used during their most formal balls, when something more needed saying. "Will you speak to Miss Patience? Explain the situation?" I knew then that more danger was afoot. When slaves had come from Benderidge Plantation carrying forks and fence posts and wanting food, Pa had said we had a situation. When 2 boys waylaid August in Kingston, that was a situation too, and it took him 2 weeks to get up from his bed. Ma nearly bumped me over in the stairway, rushing with her hand on Patience's arm, their faces dreadful, their eyes gleaming even in the darkness of the staircase. I heard Rafe saying, "I'll take the 2 of them off your hands. There's room enough for the second one, and you'll be freed of both." "Where is August?" I began, but I said no more. Ma grabbed my shoulder so tightly it hurt, and bustled me along with them. In Patience's room, Ma let go of me and took Patty by both shoulders, frowning. "Move the armoire," she said. "Help me, lasses." Ma pushed the heavy furniture from its nook. Patience took hold too. I started to ask why we were moving it, but the moving cabinet came toward me as if Ma had grown the strength of 5 men. Instead, I asked, "Ma, why do you let that awful uncle into our parlour if all he wants is to steal Patty?" "Sometimes you have to befriend those you do not like, my bairnie, to keep away others you like even less. Rafe is a powerful man." "He hates Pa," I said. "I can see it in his eyes. I think he loves you." "It's not love you see in him, lass, but something else not so grand. Now, help us push. You'll be safe in here." Patience's room overlooked the bay. From my windows I could see only cane fields. There had been work done in Patience's room, part of fixing the house for a new water wheel system besides the one that crushed cane all day. We had kept out of the way for 9 long weeks as men tore through the wall to add the wheel and its gears, pounding, banging from morning until night. I remember because Patience slept in my bed with me, and the nights had passed intolerably crowded. She tossed around, she smelled like a grown-up, and she constantly put my counterpane off the end of the bed, though I asked for it. She said girls should not sleep so warm at night, but did not tell me why. After they restored her room and Ma put back the bedding, there seemed not a speck of difference except that the stones in the niche were a newly cut colour and the armoire stood taller. The armoire rolled on cannonball legs away from the wall, where they had bolted the side of it with a door hinge of worked iron. A passageway, as narrow as 1 stone, opened behind it. Patience and I looked at each other, astonished that it was there, and I was doubly puzzled that she had not inspected her own room. From the dark opening we heard a soft whistling like a garden bird. "Go," Ma said, and pushed Patience to the opening. "Down the stairs inside, and when you get to the bottom, hide." To my horror, I was next, pressed through the slot in the wall by hands from which I had never felt pain, shoved in like a sack. The armoire swung into place, crushing my protest in the thump of the tight-fitting frame. My hand lay at the corner. If 1 finger had lain in the spot where the hinge slammed, that finger could have been crushed and Ma would not have known. I whimpered. Not from pain, but from the possibility of it. "Oh la, Patience, what are we to do? It's so dark." "Shush," whispered Patience. "You had ne'er cry out now. Reach for my hand. I am below you on the steps." The bird called again. "That is August," Patience said. "My hand is before you. Take it and feel the side for the rope." A palpable, clinging blackness enveloped me, and for a moment it cut out all sounds too. I found my sister's hand as I touched the walls, wet as if rain had fallen upon them, and felt with my feet for the steep stairs. "If Rafe McAllister is pretending to be our uncle, why would he want to marry you?" "He doesn't. Not really. His family fought against our pa, though they were but yeomen in our estate back in England. They were devious to the last, stealing, poaching. He thinks Ma and Pa owe him a woman, for his wife died. It was none of our doing, but she died. He pretends to court me, but I'd not have him if I had to hang myself first." "Petey! But if they were only farmers, why have we aught to do with him now?" "He sallies with every picaroon in the Caribbean Sea and keeps them from our door. Stop talking and come this way." The stairway of short, narrow stone took us down into night that grew even darker with air so damp it pushed against our every movement. A ship's mooring rope, latched to the wall on one side, hung loose in its channel bolts. Slipping off a stair, I fell upon Patience. The rope gave with my weight like a loose stitch in a fabric of stone. I hung from it by one hand, flailing for her lost grip until I found her hands. She whispered, "Be caresome, Ressie." Each step took us closer to the noise of the new water wheel. At one point, the wall opened and there was nothing to hold to but the rope. Patience dropped my hand as we passed the open hub. Though we could not see it, the vibration and the splatter of the water wheel made a wall of sound where stone had been. Where the stone wall shielded us from the danger of the open gears, I felt the pattern of the steps, the breadth of them, being more equal than not. We were lost in a clock ticking. Each step, every drop of water added up to hours. "Patience," I called softly. I felt I must hold on to her, just as a baby creature holds its mother's hair. I called again, this time with a whine. "Patey!" Her voice came muffled, as if her shadow spoke to me. "The bird you hear is August." August opened the window on a tin candle holder he carried. The light that came from the little lighthouse seemed not to go beyond his sleeve, but I knew his sleeve, and the sight of it calmed my heart. "Come with me, lassies," he whispered. We came to the bottom landing, and there was no door, just the open side of the house, hidden by drooping vines and a fat, scratchy tree trunk. "Where shall we hide?" I asked. I also wanted to ask why I had not known this place. I loved a good hidey-hole, a place to haunt, for there was little to do and no one to play with in this great stone house since Olsey died. I used to spend hours in the attic amongst the old chests and dusty trunks, pretending I had found treasures from a kingdom far away. Now that we stood at the foot of the steps, they did not seem near so black and menacing. When the sun was up, I wagered it would be a sight to see. "To the kitchen," August said, and took one of my hands, and Patience took the other, to run down the sandy path toward the kitchen, which was separate from the house. The path actually wound past the kitchen and went to the sugar mill. A puckish wind caught my clothes and hair. Only then did I realize how the mist in the passageway had soaked me to the skin. As we reached the coral outcropping where the path widened, he stopped short. He dropped my hand and closed the door on the candlelight. We had little need of it now, for the moon overhead had just risen over the hump of land on the far side of Meager Bay and glimmered across the quiet water. A galleon under full sheets left a clear wake coming this way. From where I stood, the still golden moon glinted off something on the port bow as the ship swung its side toward us. "Black sails," I said. "She looks like a phantom a-crossing under the moonlight." No sooner had the words escaped my lips than the top and mainsails collapsed, rolled by men we could not see. The shine that I had seen before now became clear. Someone watched our shore with a long glass. 6 ports on the side opened, and the unmistakable rounds of a cannon's mouth filled each of them. We saw longboats. 3 of them already lay aground on the sand, and men moved upland toward the house with one left beside each boat. "St. Agnes, save us," said Patience. "We have to warn Ma and Pa." 5, 9, now 16, maybe 20 or 22 men, August said, "and 6 cannon on the port bow. I shall go back to the house. You girls stay in the kitchen." I pictured myself running up the loft steps to the cribs over the kitchen to hide, and August charging home when Patience said, "I am coming with you too. Resi, you run to the well house. Tell Joseph to warn the slaves to hide in the fields. You stay there." "I cannot," I said. I wanted to hide in the kitchen. "They always turn the pigs out when there is a situation." I had seen pigs kill a man little more than a year before. My worst dreams held no suspense, no surprise, just the horror of being eaten alive by pigs. August was but 15 and taller than Patience, though his voice had not yet a man's depth. It slipped fully back to boyhood as he stomped and waved his fists in the air. "No arguing! I am the man here. Both of you go to the fields and I shall tell Pa," he shouted. He pushed the tin light into my hands and took off at a run down the path straight toward the front door. For a moment I marvelled at the moonlight, and how I could see his satin coat gleaming as it had not in the passageway. Patience and I made our way to the well house, the white rock pathway lit by the moon. It was Macpherson's lantern tonight, a full moon so bright and close and gleaming that the notorious highwayman Jamie Macpherson could have had his way with travellers as well as in broad daylight. The crashing of an ocean wave and soft voices that I knew made the whole scene seem tranquil, and for just a moment I felt safe there. Our man Joseph was supposed to sleep in the well house. Lucy, a kitchen helper, must have come for water after dark. They murmured to each other, low, laughing, not aware of our coming until we stepped through the open door. "Pirates!" I said, bursting the cushion of night air with the word. Their 2 faces, one round, one narrow, looked toward me and smiled with puzzlement. Joseph said, "Missy Talbot? What are you doing tonight? What you say?" Patience said, "Tell everyone they best hide in the fields. We saw a ship in the bay that looks to be—" But her words dropped off the end of the world as a cannon boomed from close by. The bum-bum sounds repeated thrice more. Something splashed in the bay, a larger noise than a dolphin. Joseph's and Lucy's eyes looked the same, bright white and shining in their dark skin. I hoped they would take hold of our hands and help us get to a safe place in the fields and keep us from the pigs, but they ran away, leaving us in the well house. As they ran, their voices rang across the clearing, echoing against the circled wooden shacks, and people poured from every door. Dogs, naked children, partly clothed and even naked full-grown men and women slaves emerged and ran to the cane. The pigs squealed somewhere distant. All of life in the huts vanished into the black and rustling cane fields, except 2 dogs. The dogs danced and barked as if they had been waiting for this night, a full moon and a frolic. "Let us hide," Patience said. "Come, now." "I am going home. I'm not scared o' Rafe McAllister," I said. Resolute! I said no! I started toward home. Over my shoulder I shouted, "You had best hide here with Lucy. You are not marrying Rafe, and pirates do not want a little girl." Out of the shadows, Patience screamed with a shriek of terror, and it caught my feet sure as any trap. She stood at the edge of the wagon road, cut between two fields. One crop break stood almost 4 feet tall, the other over 5 feet. Slave men stood at the edge of the field, a quivering naked army of plant men, waving their great sugarcane knives, threatening to hack anyone who came nearer. A woman's voice with a strong Dutch African accent said, "You gone back to the big house and tarry, Miss Talbot. Gone now. You be safest there. Don't be layin' out here with us. Some of these folks don't speak English. Don't knows what could happen." Patience ran from them and followed me. She cried as we ran, and I wondered if they had hurt her feelings, or did she cry from fear of having Rafe for a husband, or from pirates coming, or from the rocks under our thin parlour shoes? I heard a new cannon report, and this time close enough to hear the concussion of the ball against the stone walls of our house. Another cannonball crashed through part of the roof near one of the fireplaces, and a great splintering of glowing cinders shot into the air. Through a shout of men's voices, I heard Ma calling our names, and I saw her silhouetted against fire, standing alone in the front carriageway. "Daughters!" Ma said. "Go! Go! Run!" For a moment Ma ran toward us, then back to the house, then turned around and came at us again, as if she could not make out which way portended better. "I thought you were safely away. Come, I will give you something. Come quickly." She pulled us inside, where furniture lay tossed about. The curtains at the far wall waved in flames. Wind blew through the gap where the fireplace had stood. Pa came through the room, his arms loaded with 2 boxes where he kept the pistols. August followed, holding 3 swords. Rafe had drawn a sword and carried it aloft, and I saw 2 pistols pushed through the sash at his waist. We followed Ma through a hallway to her sleeping room. There she flung open a chest and pulled out 2 blankets with ties fast at each top. I had seen her a-working at them and asked after them, but she had not said what the purpose was, for never would we have needed such heavy covers. She took one and set it in a ring on the floor. The sound of pistols and a crash of metal on metal seemed far away. Were Pa and August holding off 22 men? Might Uncle Rafe be fighting, too? If he were to save my Pa, I should have to think on him much more kindly in the future. Ma pushed Patience's skirts up and said, "Step in this petticoat," pointing. In less than a moment, Ma had pulled it up and fixed it by the ties around Patie's waist. "Take everything from this," she said, pulling her fine worked silver jewellery casket from its shelf. "Put them all in the folds here." She plied the quilted petticoat and, as if by magic, opened pockets and ducats, pushing in rings and brooches, and in one a string of fine pearls long as an L, which she lifted from her own neck. In the shortest order I had ever seen, she pushed at the seams and squeezed forth threaded needles at the weighting, whipping the openings closed. She tied on Patie's pocket, a small bag that hung at her waist, and in it put the silver and jewelled casket itself. It was no bigger than an egg, and disappeared into the folds. "There, if they be found, produce that, and there remains a gold ring in it. Say your mother gave it to you as a wedding ring that had been her grandmother's, and it will buy you freedom. Let no one find any other of these." We heard shouts. "Bar the door, Patience. Resolute, come here." Ma did the same to me as she had done to my sister, dressing me with a second quilted skirt, procuring yet another casket, smaller still than Patie's, upon which I had never laid eyes ere now. "Quickly, wait still," she said when I squirmed a bit. Another cannonball landed so closely that dust and rubble fell from the ceiling. "Wear this petticoat and never, never take it off. Understand?" "It's so warm," I said. "Makes me drain sweat." She did not answer, but opened the second casket. Though it was merely wood laid about in gold, it held 8 gold rings, 11 silver coins, and a ruby necklace. These she pressed into slits in this new heavy skirt. Then, on her knees, she stitched up the folds and tucked the needle back into the seam. "You take care, and you will have a needle. Thread can be found, but a needle is a treasure. Keep it close by and oft oiled. If you get a chance to move it to a safer spot, do that, but until then, keep it there." "I am sorry we did not stay in the kitchen, as you told us," I whispered. "Uncle Rafe." Ma's face flushed dark. "There's no fault in you, Bernie," she said, as she laid coins into the casket. She put 2 new pieces of 8 and 6 shillings in it and closed the lid, fastening the hasp. She tied a brand new pocket to my waist with the wooden casket in it. That was to buy my safety too, I expect. That last, the name she had called me as a wee child, brought tears to my eyes. "Rafe McAllister is no the threat that's coming up the beach. Your pa'd have talked him doon like he done before. Now, girls, go, up the priest's hole by the fireplace." Hiding holes and tunnels threaded through our house. Escape was always in our sights. The sounds of battle grew closer, and shouts followed the pistol fire. I heard glass breaking as Patience and I reached the fireplace. We nestled into the shadows. Fallen stones blocked the way up. I turned to see what had happened behind us. The leaded window lay in shards on the floor, and from Ma's raised hands a thundering bang deafened me. A man dressed in short breeches and a torn vest fell to the floor without uttering a sound. Ma turned to stone, her eyes locked on the blunderbuss in her hands. At that moment, 2 men who had been kicking at the door with hard boots accomplished their task, and the wooden door hung loose on its hinges. 2 more men clambered through the window opening and reached Ma. She had drawn a dagger, one I had seen lying on the shelf of books she kept in this room. One of the men smiled, his mouth a toothless cavern, his long cutlass waving in front of her. I would have screamed had not Patience's hand covered my mouth and nose so that I could hardly breathe. Ma stepped backward, rotating the dagger from pointing at the intruder to pointing it at her own chest. I bellowed into Patie's hand. I fainted, I suppose, for I knew nothing more but Patie crushing me to her bosom. "Back to the new stairway," she hissed, "behind the water wheel." The bedroom seemed empty, and we stood in the open fireplace in perfect silence for the span of several heartbeats. "Where's Ma?" I asked. "Do not talk. Run!" We hid at the doorway until we were certain no one saw, and then pounded up the stairs. At the landing, I looked down to see Uncle Rafe, Pa, and August all fighting beside each other, holding 4 men back with their swords. Pa had blood on his shirt, but he moved so boldly that I was sure it was not his. Patience pulled my arm nearly out of its roots as she forced me away from that spectacle and toward the armoire. Heavy steps came up the stairs behind us. She tugged the great chest forward and put me into the opening first, climbed through and pulled at it with the handle. Again, blackness enveloped us. I stood by my sister, motionless. I leaned toward her and whispered, "Where did Ma go?" "Out the door." "Did she get away from them then?" She let out a tiny sob and said, "Be quiet. Shush." At first, I thought a mouse had whimpered. Then I heard the voices, speaking some foreign tongue, I knew not what, and the armoire rattled as its door opened and the drawers were pulled from their frames. Light came through the place where the slats in the back did not meet, and Patience leaned back so far she nearly fell on me. She tapped my shoulder and, when I did not move, tapped again harder. I took 3 steps down. This was more clumsy and frightful because I was leading. There was no one there to catch me. August was not waiting at the bottom. When I had gone down a dozen steps or more, the wall opened up to the place where the water splashed in, and there I stopped. "Stop," I said aloud, lest she tumble us both to our deaths. I spoke over the water. "If we go all the way down, we shall be in the midst of 'em. Let me think. We'll tarry here a while." Patience put her hands on my shoulders, but since I stood 2 steps below her, when I tried to return the embrace, I could only hug her knees. I felt the heavy quilted petticoat she now wore, and the funny lump of the pocket with the casket in it against my face. She held my back, and we each held the rope on the wall. We both began to weep. We had seen pirates before, and thieves or renegade slaves, and all manner of situations, but never with such force, never with cannon. Another cannonball shook the house. Yet, though it sounded far from us on the steps, people might be in danger in other homes too, and that was a powerfully troubling thought. I would not mind a great deal if Uncle Rafe were blown to bits, but I wondered where Pa and August were. With a mighty crashing, splintering sound, the wall where the water wheel gears threatened and sprayed us fell away. We screamed with all our might, and water gushed across the opening from the pipes which had fed the wheel and now swayed overhead. I would have fallen through had not Patience clutched my clothes, for I felt as if the gears pulled at me. From somewhere in the dark below us, a 3-pronged metal claw on the end of a rope came up like the hand of the devil. It reached for me again, closer and closer yet the 3rd time. It slashed at my skirt, taking a bit of the hem down, and it flew up a 4th time, arching far above our heads, hanging itself on the wall above us. A man scrambled up that rope, as if he were a ship's rat, clutched me around the waist, and tore me from Patey's arms, swinging him and me down into the spray. We landed with a hard bang, and hands pushed me about, wrapped me up with rope, and in a few minutes Patience stood by me, tied the same as I. I stopped crying, too afeared to make noise. The men about us wore brushy beards and turbans, some no more than a torn rag about their heads. They smelt of filth and fusty old rum and something far nastier than Uncle Rafe's wig. Betwixt these ugly fellows, meant to guard us, we stood long enough that my feet began to burn, though I chilled from being soaking wet. The men spoke to each other in their strange tongue. Soon along came a train of our slaves, tied with their hands bound to the neck of the person in front of them, and still naked. They brought children and adults, all tied. At least Patience and I were not tied in a chain, I thought. At least that. "Where's Ma?" I asked Patience. I got a cuff across the back of my head for it. I saw Pa and August and Rafe coming, tied hands to neck, just as were the African slaves. Surely Ma would appear similarly bound. No one dared speak. So if Ma had been there, mixed in and tied and afraid, she could not speak. I told myself she was there, doing just that, staying shushed. She would find me in a while. It seemed as if we waited hours on the beach. I shivered, sometimes almost faint, my teeth chattering. I looked for Ma as much as I dared. At last they allowed us to sit, though the sand wet our skirts through to the skin. Fingers of pale, washed silk green sky moved through the smoke that rose from our plantation. Slivers of light gold reflected in the misty air. They had lit the cane fields, and they had burned the house and kitchen and all the slave houses. If I had hid in the cribs in the kitchen loft, I might have had no other fate than to roast there like a goose. Men came from the smoke, blackened with soot and carrying crates and sacks filled with our household goods. I felt the small casket in my pocket and the jewellery sewn into my clothing. Ma always sat with sewing. I never looked at nor cared what she made in recent days, as I was always labouring over my own embroidery stand, wishing for my carefree days before I was expected to learn it. When had Ma done these things? Why had she created such a cloth for me, like nothing I had laid eyes upon? I had never before had such a garment. It was heavy and thick, as if I had been clad in mud. I whispered to Patience, "My embroidery, what is to become of it?" Patience's face reddened and puckered with sorrow, and she began to cry. "I will make another," I said to comfort her. "Are you blind?" she asked. I studied her eyes for a moment, then turned my face from her to our burning house. No, I was not blind. I only meant that we had lost all, down to the smallest things, my things, and here I sat tied like a pig, held for slaughter. I had been stolen. We had all been stolen, as if we were gilt furniture or a chest full of linen and purple-dyed cloth. I pulled myself into my clothes, shrinking from her chastisement. I received a shove from a foot behind me, pushing Patience and me as if we were indeed a pile of goods that must be kept right. I turned to see who had kicked me. I said, "We are being held by hideous, pitiless gargoyles that are not decent enough to speak the Queen's English." The man felt nothing of my reproof, though, and kept on watching over our heads toward the ship in the bay. Chapter 2. October 1, 1729. Tidewater receded and the galleon listed, her foredeck thrust upward in the morning light. Masts angled against the sky. Indeed, someone on board may have been surprised by the great uplifting, for even I could have told the pilot not to moor her so close. I had seen ships careened before, but this one looked in danger of tumbling over. The coral at that place is so near the top that at low tide August goes there with Pa, and standing waist deep they fish with gigs for my favourite lovely white-meated fishes. From the deck, men tossed ropes thick as stumps and climbed down the treacherous rigging, some getting into smaller boats, some just hanging there at the side of the ship. A few stood in the water on the shoal. Soon the sounds of scraping and banging filled the air as barnacles flew off the hull. One man made excited motions with his arms and pointed to the water nearby. Several of them shouted something like, "Oh-ho!" just as one of the working men fell into the water. I saw his knife rise in the air. He struggled and fought near the fin of a shark. He had met his fate. As the tide went out, they worked on, and the day grew warm. I slept, leaning against Patey, and I dreamed of lying in a hammock full with comfits and warm bread, eating sausages and cream. As I began to taste the sweets, I awoke. Patience had tears running down her face. She stared into the distance, so I followed her gaze to the ruins of our house. I marvelled that there were girls seated nearby, no taller than I, whom I had never seen before, but there were always whole groups of people we did not house, living in the brush shacks and cane brakes, besides those we did. I supposed I should feel sad, or afraid. All I felt was hunger gnawing at my insides. Ma might have brought something if she had had a chance, but then we were not here for a picnic. The African slaves next to us seemed almost nonchalant about being held as we were. These brutes saw all of us as nothing more than booty. The image of sausages came back to mind a few minutes later and made my mouth water. I could have eaten sausages, even without a proper dish. In the bright sun, Patience's skin was sure to freckle. Oh la, I thought. She had hair of deep auburn, given to waves. She was always brushing and fixing it with combs. Mine was a mix of red hues with yellow and quite curly, so that when it was clean and brushed into finger curls, it seemed at times like faded pink roses. Sometimes Pa called me his old rose and said to me to never forget who I was. I did not know at the time what he meant by it. Then I only thought my face was already feeling the sun. My lashes and brows were almost invisible compared to Patty's nice brown ones. Her skin was whiter than milk, and when she blushed, it seemed wine had infused the milky satin. My skin freckled, despite the various bonnets and hats I wore. I rubbed my face with milk and honey each day. My eyes were pale, the colour of a shallow pool, so that all my features seemed quite plain and faded in appearance. The tide turned and the scraping of the hull finished. A man came to us and hoisted Patience to her feet, compelling me to follow, prodding others behind me. He pointed to the shallop, and when I paused at its edge, he lifted me up without so much as a bye your bye and dropped me into it. They made me sit in the reeking, damp hull. Some other girl wearing rags far inferior to my gown, soiled though it was, sat upon me as if I were a cushion, perched upon my drawn-up knees. She looked down upon me and made a noise, wrinkling her nose. "Ach, you bean't so fine now, mistress." I recognised the accent more than the face. One of the red-haired Irish slaves bought out of the gallows, as Pa would say. Uncle Rafe always added that it proved more merciful to work them to death than to pile their corpses in the lochs. If I could have moved, I would have found that needle under my skirt and poked her right in her so high and mighty rump. I jerked my knees and hoped the bones gave her a poor chair. The tide began to rise. 4 men rowed us nearer the ship. As we reached the reef's edge, that hulk righted itself in the bay with a loud creak and a rush of wake that raised our smaller craft by 2 feet, so that the rowers had to fight to keep from circling. I knew that once Pa came by, he would help us find Ma. Patience sat upon a seat at my back, and I said to her, "Can you see Ma from there?" A man holding a curved blade longer than his own arm shouted something at me. I shrank back from his cutlass and deeper into the muck and wept. My gown had been blue. It would never be blue again. It had a nice silken flounce with a wee farthingale made just for me. My slippers were almost gone, wet through, and my stockings had fallen down. I wondered if Ma would be upset. Surely she would not find me at fault for the ruination of this gown. Surely she would come soon. When we reached the side of the galleon, my mouth opened. I had never been so close to a ship this size. She looked to be 1,000 tons, maybe more. Rows of openings marked decks loaded with cannon. From far overhead, rope nets slid down her sides. Looking for all the world like a gigantic version of Ma's plaited silk hair coif. They untied our bindings and held us at knife point. As if we were rats in a harbour, all the maids in my boat climbed the rigging laid on the sides. I could have gone faster, but a woman above me could barely get up, and she seemed not to have her balance for the swaying of it. Her bare feet were calloused. But they were not used to climbing. I felt the little casket banging against my legs, and for a moment entertained the thought that a 4-shilling piece in the hands of one of these pox-eaten devils might be all that it took to get us back on land. Of course, I did not have enough shillings for every man, so I kept climbing. On reaching the deck, I chided myself for my haste. I have always felt a hurry to get things done. If I must take a medicine, I would gulp it, rather than sip it and prolong the misery. If I must climb a rope scaffold, I would as soon get it climbed. We had scaled the ship all that way to be led across the deck and down 3 sets of stairs into the pitch and dark of a hold, where they herded us into compartments made of iron. One by one the doors clanged shut. The air smelled of sewage and cattle and rot. The gloom felt so cloying that the dim light of our jailer's lantern did little to break it, and the thought that it shone full morning outside made it seem all the more mysterious. Patty stood beside me, as we could not have sat without stacking ourselves like so many chairs. When the last iron had been shut and locked, the men filed up the stairs and dropped the hatch over our heads. At that sound, many of the women and girls around me began to cry. First whimpering, it turned to an angry wailing. Patience joined them, crying aloud, holding my shoulders. "Patience," I whispered. "Do not cry. Call Ma. She's full well got to be in one of the other cells." I felt Patty's hands cross my face, fumbling, feeling, as if she had become blind and was using her fingertips to see me. She slapped my cheek soundly and said, "It's only by grace that we are not all dead. Do not be daft, Resi." She hugged me to her bosom and I clutched at her. I began to cry, my heart joining the bedlam about us. How long we huddled together and moaned, I could not say. Our cries began to wane when a great banging and shouting came from overhead, followed by scuffling, then men's screams. I heard the distant clanging of iron bars. Over our cries, over our heads, many men, maybe Pa and August, maybe even Rafe, were put into cells gated with iron. A man grunted, loud and hard, and others cried out. I heard swords clanging and more grunts followed by groaning. A woman on our deck screamed and cried out, "It's blood! I be covered in blood from above! The devil Saracens are killing 'em all!" A wail rose from our deck like a great wave. "Saracens!" The words sprang from all around, followed by curses and prayers. There was no one my Pa feared more than Saracen pirates. Were we now in the hands of minions of Satan, our fates were sure to be monstrous. I cried out in earnest, calling for Ma, reaching for Patty, but not sure I had her. I slipped from one form to the next until the voice in front of me confirmed her presence. "Pa!" I screamed with all my strength. All the girls and women on this deck began to call for their men and boys above. The noise grew to deafening. Out of the shouts came a steady banging, a drumming that vibrated through the ribs of the ship. I heard Lucy's voice. She called from a far corner. "Don't you be calling all at a time. Everyone, you be still now. You be calling out the names one after the other starts here. Call out the name if you mens be up above." I felt the ship begin to move, as one by one, some meekly, some heartily, women's voices called names of men and boys. Others repeated the names up and down the length of the deck, so the pattern of it became a ribbon of hope, strung from one cell to the next. After a while, the men above began to hear us and rapped on the floor in answer. I wondered how were we to know that a knock meant the man was dead or alive, but I heard a woman call, "Bertram? Bertram Willow?" Silence followed. She cried out his name again, and "Bertram Willow" echoed from cell to cell, but when no knock answered her, she wept softly. As I listened to the rhythmic calling, the names became for me a chanty, a sea-song, and the ship began to rock with the movement of names round the despicable place. And I realised that at least some of these women knew how to do this. They were no strangers to captivities and bars. The deck rolled, and I knew we had left the bay and made for open sea. They might take us to Kingston. Houses all along the beach had been beset by thieves far back as I could remember. Indeed, Pa had fought off others, but these he could not prevail against. A striking pain went through me, as if I had been stabbed from my shoulders to my knees in one thrust, with the thought that we might not be headed to Kingston, but to some faraway island. I heard Patience call out, "Alan Talbot? August Talbot?" The names echoed from lips down the way. Now it seemed I could make out the length of the place, having grown used to the dark, and the ship turned east so that sun came in through small openings and a single porthole. Patience shouted again, more loudly, "Alan Talbot! August Talbot!" I held my breath. At last, 2 raps. "They're alive," I said, pushing my hands against my face. "Pa!" I shouted. I turned to Patience. "Call for Ma. Your voice is louder than mine." "She is not here, Resolute." "She escaped, then." Patience sighed, but answered not. "Do not make me say it, sister." Crushing our petticoats to the side, we nestled together and managed to make seats for ourselves as the whole lot of weary women sank to the floor. The ship rocked with the comfort of a hammock. Weariness took me. Sounds around me, the heat, the stench, nothing could keep me awake. Patience later told me that the day and the night had passed before I awoke. A man in a dirty turban came with a great tub of cold gruel that he slopped into a trough in each cell. It seemed we were supposed to lap it up like dogs. "Sir! Oh, sir!" I called. "A spoon, sir, if you please." No one seemed to hear me. Some women fought over it, scooping the stuff with their hands into their mouths. I did not get any. Within a few minutes, those who had eaten the most began to be sick. I did my best to resist, but with people packed so tightly, I became ill with the rest of them. The next 2 days or more were lost to me as I grovelled there in the bowels of that ship. The wretchedness cannot be described, so dire became our misery. After 2 days, 3 women had died, and later, upon reflection, I think perhaps our heathen captors either had mercy or began to worry that their cash bounty on our heads might disappear if they did not feed us. They brought in crockery jars of rum and tow sacks full of hardtack. That day they also brought 2 of the men from above, both prisoners but neither whom we knew, and showed them how to work the pumps. While the captives pumped, our deck flooded with several inches of freezing seawater, complete with small fish and octopuses and other creatures I could not name. They opened drains and let the spilth run off, then flooded us twice more. We were sopping and sick, and I nearly out of my mind with torment. Why would Ma not answer me when I called? Had she escaped and stayed on the plantation? Had she run to the kitchen to hide and there escaped the fire? In anguish, I knelt beside Patty and cried against the iron bars, a deep, terrible sort of sobbing that made me feel helpless as a babe. I could not stop. I cried myself to sleep. I roused when a dark brown hand came through the bars and shook me. The man offered more rum and hardtack. I took the tack from his dirty hands and clutched it close to my chest, drank the fiery rum in one swallow, and passed the cup back to him. I took a small nibble of the hardtack and tucked it into my cheek, putting the rest into a fold in my bodice for later. Not even a plate. Ma and Pa would hear about this roughness, I promised myself. I dreamed then of games of hide and seek with Olsey, dashing through the herb garden by the kitchen, filling our noses with the smells of trampled oregano and mint. I proffered my cheek to her for a kiss, then pulled it back, and when she laughed, I kissed her cheek instead. We danced jigs on a plank set up for a bench. I gave her my lavender chemise for Hogmanay Day, and since she had just learned to weave basket work, she gave to me a small patterned basket. Before she put it in my hands, she said, "Look at this, missy," and interwove our fingers, light and dark. She pointed to the leaves of the weaving, light and dark, as patterned as checked cloth. "Oh, la," I said, "it is you and I." I opened my eyes and smiled, for these were not dreams but memories. "Olsey, I miss you," I said in the darkness. "Pray, did you call me?" Patience's voice came into my room in the darkness, and for a moment I thought I was at home sharing my bed with her. I asked Patience why we had not yet reached Kingston, and we talked about where we might be going if it were not Kingston. The Tortugas? Or the opposite direction and far worse, Barbados? "As far as Turks and Caicos," one woman declared. I knew nothing of that place. I wanted my own fireside and bed, and Ma and Pa and August and Patey. Olsey. Without sunrises and settings, every hour seemed eternal. I ached. My teeth hurt. On and on we sailed. Sometimes people got sick with the pitching, but I did not, unless I could not hide my eyes and ears and nose from their seasickness. Then, one time, with night coming on after another day we could measure only by glimmers of light through the single porthole, men came down. 5 of them came straight to our cell. Patey slept in a corner, being sick now as many were, with the beginnings of scurvy, but she roused upon hearing the lock clicking and the door open. One pirate held a lantern aloft and looked us over. Like fluttering doves, all the women cowered away from his glare. His lips curled around his 3 off-centered teeth, and he reached straight for me, clutching a large handful of my gown. I screamed with force I hardly believed came from me. Patience wrapped her arms about me and pulled back mightily. I became a rag between 2 mad dogs. Patience rolled me to the floor and flattened herself upon me, crushing the breath from my bones. She bellowed, she kicked, and she thrashed, and pulled other women off their feet. Our clamour rose and we writhed together, fighting for our lives, trying to get the horde of women to hide us. His grisly hands drew girls apart like baggage. Between the slime on the floor and the lengths of cloth that made up every skirt and petticoat, we made a knot of shrieking females that closed back as soon as he tore us asunder. Men from the deck overhead began to yell and curse too, cheering us on. On my feet for a moment, Patey banged me against one of the massive ribs of the hull, and though I did not lose consciousness, my eyes rolled upward. I could neither resist nor stand any longer. Patience grabbed an arm and shoved someone else before us, and the man's claws let go of my clothes. He dragged the girl from the cell, and another closed the lock. It was the Irish girl. I remember the red hair, hanging down his back, with her upended on his shoulders. He pushed her at the ladder, but when she refused, he hoisted her like a sack and darted up the steps as if she weighed nothing at all. Her howling left an echo that hung in the air for a long time. They took one other woman from another cell who did not fight at all but climbed the ladder to her fate. "Stop!" I cried out. Patience clapped her filthy hand across my mouth. "Be still. I have saved you." We slumped to the floor, and others stood above us. A reeking stench came from every square inch of this place, as if the scuffle had awakened sulphurous demons. Someone made dry coughing sounds across the way. Later, I said, "I hear her crying," to Patience. "No, you do not. They've given her a nice dinner and comfits and sweets of every sort, pies and puddings, turtle soup, ham and sprats and kingfish. She is not crying." "I hear her crying," I said. "She was no bigger than me, poor wee Irish mite." Pa used that word for me sometimes. Mousy, mousy wee mite, he called me. Why would they give her food and not us? Go to sleep. I cannot. My head hurts. Were you trying to knock my brains out? If that was what it took to save you. La, Patey, you are hard. I shoved her away from me. How could she hate me so? What had I done to be so abased and abused? 3 times that night we heard great splashes off the side of the ship. I thought and I thought. I knew people who died on a ship got buried in the sea. If they fed that girl and that woman a dinner, had their stomachs exploded and they died? And why were there 3 splashes? Who else had eaten with them? Maybe the food was poisoned. But I felt so hungry I would gladly eat poisoned food. I would. Patience slumped against the hull, and though she was breathing, she did not wake, as if her last strength had gone to hold me back from the pirates. Some of the women began to cry, but we all knew by then that sadness was useless. The dead do not mourn the dead. Some time after that we came to quieter water in a bay of some sort. My mind felt bleary, my head pounded. I dreamed sometimes of a great banquet being laid for us, but that at that banquet table all the food held poison. The meat tasted of iron rust and the drink tasted like spoiled fish. We slept in the exhaustion of sickness. When I awoke, it was always to hunger. There was no food but hardtack and watered rum. Sometimes they brought uncooked rice or wheat grains we sucked on until we could chew them. Another woman died in our cell, and 2 died from across the way. I felt ashamed that my first thought was that at least there was a bit more room. Maybe they would give us more rice to chew with 1 less to feed. Hunger had pushed away all the human kindness I owned. Patience would not suck on the rice. I feared she would die next. If Ma would but call out to us, we should take heart, I thought, but I dared not tell Patey that, for she tried to slap me again if ever I mentioned Ma or Pa. I suspected she was angry at me for not running to warn them fast enough. I plotted to ask the next pirate who came by here to take me to the banquet hall. While I thought of that, I searched inside my clothing for any scrap of fabric that was not filthy. When at last I came upon my pocket, holding Ma's little casket, I found it was made of 2 layers, and keeping the lump hidden between my knees, I pulled at it on the inside until I got off a shred of linen cloth about 1 inch or 2 long. I put that in my cheek and sucked on it. I chewed it and swallowed it. I pulled a larger piece off and put that in the opposite cheek. I tore loose a 3rd bit and shook Patience's shoulder, but she merely opened her eyes and stared at me. I whispered to her, "Try to eat some of this cloth before you perish. I will ask the next pirate I see, for our sake, to take us to the banquet above." "No," she said, "for we had rather perish than go above." "You are mindless for hunger," I said. My pocket was still clean inside. Let me help you find yours. At that moment sailors shouted from above, and we heard a great trampling of many feet. Then followed shouts, chanting words over and over, yet there were nothing I understood. The imprisoned men overhead raised a clamour. This ship's cannons began firing, and the tomb in which we lay filled with a thundering roar. The whole place shuddered with each concussion. At one point, the firing grew so constant that I could not draw a breath between one explosion and the next. A ball came through the side of the ship, not 4 feet from where I stood. A few women found the strength to scream. Though the cannonball brought with it a great deal of splintered wood, it fell in its path like a dead thing hitting the floor. It rolled the length of this dark cavern, petering down to a crawl. It came to a halt at the end of the corridor. Light poured in through the hole left by the ball. Light and air. The fragrance of clean air lifted my soul from its dungeon, and I stood, pressing my face against the bars, gulping at the breeze coming through the new porthole. If I were to die or drown, I swore I would at least have a breath more of that clean air to go with me. I sucked in air and held my breath as long as I could. I let it out with a burst and took in more. The ship groaned and listed as a full broadside shook us from keel to flag. Men screamed in agony, the water around us churned with splashing, and our guns fired again. The sound of small guns followed like plunking stones compared to the cannon. We heard more shouts, first many, then a few, and 2 men called back and forth, one apparently on this ship and one from the second one. "We're saved!" someone said. A few women cheered. Someone else called out, "One master's just another master. Them be privateers' colours I spy. They're not for sinking this bilge bucket, they're for taking her." "Yes, but they're English," another woman said. "Patty, wake up," I said, jostling her. "We are saved by the English." Patience groaned and looked at me through filmy eyes. She had dark circles under them, and when she tried to speak, her teeth had taken a pink colour. "English?" "We are going home now," I said, and patted her hand. "Do not try to stand up. Everything will be all right now." A wrenching scream, a man's voice, tore the air, and a great splashing with more shouting followed that sound. A deep-voiced man said, "Anyone else crave a taste of steel?" The rest of what happened I could narrate only with my ears. The sounds of hard-soled boots clamoured overhead, orders given, ropes tossed, Saracen pirates were hung, some strangling for several minutes before they died, swinging from the yards over the deck. Served them justice, I thought. Men swung axes at the heavy bars over our heads, which held our prison hatch closed. A man stuck his head in and threw up on the ladder. Apparently we were sickening to an English privateer's delicate sensibilities. In short order, more Englishmen came down the steps and again pumped seawater about our ankles. 8 fellows stood in the row between the cells and opened the gates. 6 of them held swords drawn, and 2 had pistols. We were marched up the stairway and made to stand on the deck. We were near land. My mind was already home again. There would be so much work to do, putting our house right once Patty and I got home. We might spend weeks living in a shade tent. What a bother that would be. Then I looked about. This ship was surrounded by 3 other vessels loaded with men, all brandishing cutlasses and pistols. One of them flew a flag I had heard much about, but had not seen before. Black silk, with a white human skull and crossed bones beneath it. They moved the men captives to another ship. I could see the heads of our desperate fellows, recognisable by their filth and wasted stance. Many women were so weak that they could not climb down the rigging again as we had come up. After 2 fell to the sea and drowned, for they could not be pulled up with the weight of wet clothing, the sailors stopped sending captives over the side. These sailors were little different from the Saracens in their smell, but they were indeed different in their means of holding prisoners. The English pulled sails down to form tents on deck. They put up cots. They called a physician to see each person. They even procured odd bits of clothing, ragged coats, old trousers, a few gowns and shifts for the women. Imagine, women in trousers. They guarded us day and night with armed and fierce sailors, rather than keeping us in animal pens in the hold. They sent ashore for crates of vegetables, and they butchered a kid right there on the main deck and made stew. I helped Patience eat from a wooden bowl, though they still afforded us not a spoon amongst the bunch. The men brought up some kind of plant that they pounded into a soapy pulp with a mallet. We washed with it in sea brine, clothes and all. At least we were not as wretched as before. I told Patience I would help her, but she would not let me. said her clothing was her own affair. As I stood in line for my turn at the wash kettles, one of the women told me to pile all my clothes aside, and she said, "You be wearing twice the frocks some has got. You don't gan to wear them all when there's them goes naked. Put them down." "No, I shan't," I said. I stood as tall as I could make myself, rising up on tiptoe. "My ma made my clothes. You shan't take these. They would not fit you, madam." "Put 'em down, missy," she said, and stood over my head as if to frighten me. I put my fists against my waist and said, "Show me one person here my size who shall gain from my clothing." "How now, stop the squalling," called one of the English. "Hark ye here, no one's to pinch from another on this ship." At that, many of the men laughed. Then that man, a short but brawny fellow and clad in once fine clothes himself, though I doubted he had done more than purloin them from some real gentleman, walked toward the woman, passed her, and stood squarely in front of me. "Look here, now, sir," I began. "I am the daughter of Alan Talbot, master of the Talbot plantation and chief director of the 2 Crowns sugar mill. It is your duty as an honourable English citizen to return me and my sister to our family and home at once. Now that you have rescued us from the accursed—" "Rescued you, be it? Duty? As an honourable English citizen? My sister there, Patience, will verify my claim, and our brother is on that other boat yonder with Pa. Ma escaped and is still at home. She will be awaiting us and fairly worried." As he made no move at all, but to put his fists on his waist similarly to mine, I added, "Take us home, sir, and you shall be paid well for your trouble." He put one hand toward me, as if to take my hand in his, to bow and kiss my fingers, or to shake it as a man would, I knew not which. I began to reach forward, but as I did, the cur reached behind me and clutched a great pawful of my gown, hoisting me in the air. I hung from my waistbands, startled and grunting. He strolled to the side of the ship and hung me at his arm's length over the water, well away from reaching any ropes. He laughed. "That's a muckle grand idea." "You cursed vagabond," I said. "Put me down this instant." I felt something spring loose in my clothing, and I feared falling into the sea. Wet clothes pulling me down, I would drown and be eaten by a shark before I could hope to reach the shore, although I knew somewhat how to swim. Another English sailor came toward him, this one wearing a proper officer's hat and coat. He said, "On deck, Mr. Beckham." "This one has asked to be put ashore, Cap'n. Says she'll pay to get home." The captain looked upon me with such distaste I felt ashamed and my face reddened. He turned his gaze toward another ship closer at hand and said, "She'll pay in copper and iron like the rest of 'em. Don't spoil the goods, Beckham. Put it down before you catch something." The captain walked away, and Beckham swung me to the deck, banging my bones against the planks. My pocket with Ma's casket came loose and fell between my knees. I tried to stand, holding my legs tight around it. Mr. Beckham watched me and pursed his lips. I scowled at him. "Privy," I said, and he turned away, thinking I had need of a water closet. I returned to the line before the iron wash cauldrons, now standing at the tail rather than my place before. "What," I asked Patience, "if I take one of my bits of 8 and show it to him? Perhaps they did not believe we could pay. I could pay 1 for each of us." "They would take it, and you would pay all, and we should still be afloat here." I scuffled under the top skirt for the pocket straps. "See, my pocket has come loose, and I cannot tie it without notice by them, so I might as well offer—" Do not even think on that." "Why would they not take us home?" "They are not going to take us where we tell them. They are going to do with us as they wish. Keep all that hidden until there be no hope without it. You will know when it must be spent. Ma said it is to save your life some day. Your life be not in danger at this moment, and producing the coins could change that. They might strip us bare to take what else we're hiding. She must have meant the needles and the jewellery. I would give it to get home. Home can be got by other means. We are not going home, maybe not for a long time. Going there is not saving your life. It be merely going to a place where you are not. Any place is better than this place, and you are mean. Will you not listen? You always think you know things that you cannot know. The world be a hideous place, Resolute, full of danger and trouble and pain. You have survived the pox-ridden hold, yet the pirates who kidnapped us have in turn been thwarted and captured by other pirates. Did you not see the Jolly Roger? I did. Do you hold that this has now become a seagoing play party? That all you must do is say, "Take me home, sir," and they will send footmen to bow and scrape to us? I said nothing for a bit. What I intended to answer would draw her scorn, so I said, "They did feed us." "As you would an animal, fit for auction," Patience continued. "How did your pocket come loose?" "I ate some of the cloth on the inside. A little, actually, almost all of it. I told you. Do not you remember? Was it not awful? No worse than the other they gave us." She made a face with half a smile that reminded me of Ma, and said, "Well enough. If I had thought of it, I might have fared better. Just be caresome, lest any see you about it, and take no more, else the whole of it shall come undone, and we be found out. Come here, and I will help you wash so that no one sees our treasures." As we finished and dressed in our soggy rags, I leaned toward her ear and whispered, "I hope I am all done eating pockets. I will not mind having more goat stew, I think." "Less talking here, keep quiet," an English sailor shouted at us. We sunned ourselves, turning up petticoats to dry even as we wore them. I was careful to check all the places where Ma's precious things lay hidden. All remained safe. Fresh air and buoyancy filled my soul as the rest and food worked its task. After a couple of hours on the deck spent thus, they lined us up and marched us below again. Awaiting my turn, I spied August among the men who had all been loaded onto another ship and ran to tell Patey. Patience called to him, "August Talbot, where's our father?" August called back, "Killed. Buried these 4 days." Patience sank to the deck and frowned, moping. I heard his words repeated, as if they existed in an echo or came from a noise in the back of a house. They made a little scratching sound in my head, like a mouse raking through a corncob with a tiny clawed hand. I stood, watching him, waiting and hoping for him to say other words that undid what he had said. I looked over the side of the ship, expecting to see Pa's face in the green churn below. Buried there. Dropped below the waves, eaten by all manner of fish and bones picked clean by lobster and stingray. Washed up on some lost beach by a storm, like the bloated remains I once found. I sank beside Patey. She took my hand, and as people moved around us, we listened to each other breathing for a while. Sadness overwhelmed me, yet I could not cry. I imagined our horrified mother weeping inconsolably. I also imagined that without Pa, Uncle Rafe might never again be convinced to leave us alone. After 2 more days of calm sea and warm food, many of the women had revived. Our clothes were ruined. Our hair hung matted against our gaunt faces, but we no longer stank of death from the hold. With that much reviving, it seemed that all the prisoners, save Patience and I, began to take great heart. The 3rd night, they held forth with singing, and some even danced jig steps to the songs. They sang and rocked and stomped their feet. Some drummed on the casks and hogsheads in the aisles. Soon the women around us began to dance in a line. 2 of them came to Patience and me, took our hands, and bade us walk with them. Patience walked, but with no joy. I lifted my feet, trying to keep time. Around and around we went, as the songs got louder. We circled and coiled through the small hold. The sailors heard from up above and did the same. They stamped their feet with thunderous noise, and the shouting became rhythmic. Reels from our island and from theirs blended together. African songs took hold, drowning out the English reel, and the drumming became loud and heavy and insistent as a beating heart. They held my hands and swept me into their rhythm, pounding my blood through my feet and arms. A smile crept across my face. The movement was earthy and fierce and lively. Patience had pulled herself from the line and stood by the wall, her hands over her face. I jerked myself free and went to her. "Come and dance," I called. "No, I am not a slave that I should be dancing as they." "It is pleasant, it is diverting." "We are prisoners, I will not be diverted." "I am sorry, Patty." I felt her sadness rolling over me. Yet for no reason I could speak. I backed away from her and into the line of singing, dancing women. We coiled like a great snake through the tiny prison until, sweating and ripe as old fruit left in the sun, the drumming stopped and we all sat where the drums stopped us. I panted against my arm. I knew that, as much as she could not, I must dance the sadness out of me. Dance and dance. I raised my face from my arm and looked about me at the slaves in this prison. I thought of the nights I had lain awake in my bedroom, steamy nights filled with far-off drum beats and the songs from the quarters, and I knew now why they danced. It made something in the chains and bars that held us demand our spirits to take flight. I would take that with me, I decided. That knowledge would abide. It made me feel larger than I had before, as if the bars could not contain me. That night a quick rain washed the decks and drizzled upon us. I awoke and moved to a place where the water hit at my feet rather than my face, and saw Patience awake too, her eyes focused on some distant dream. I leaned against her breast. She put her arms around me, and I slept. After that time, the women talked more to each other. They included us, but just as often spoke as if we were not there. I learned things. I learned about what men and women do. Things I should not have heard, I suppose. Yet they meant little to me, and were so strange as to seem like tall tales and nothing more. Chapter 3. October 17, 1729. The sailors treated the men on the other ships with the same food and physic that we had gotten. The privateers started dividing up the stolen goods. As I watched, I could see that they had also divided up the Saracens. Some who had not been hung had been pressed or volunteered, and now served the privateers. After loading the ships with food from shore, they lined us up, sorting us by age, I think, but in any case, Patience and I were placed in 2 different lines. Longboats unloaded a few of the men captives and took women from her line in their places. Patty and I looked from one to the other as Englishmen prodded some reluctant woman toward the railing where other women scaled the rigging down to the longboats, which had come from the 3rd sloop. The woman balked and spoke some language, not English nor the patois I knew. While they fussed with her, I sidled like a crab across the line and stood behind Patience. I felt the wind leave me as a blow I never saw coming pushed me back into the other line. "Resi!" Patience cried, rushing to my side. Women gave us wide berth. "Patience!" I replied. We clung to each other and I buried myself in her skirts. "Please, sir," Patience said, "please let us go together. We're orphaned enough." Let her come with me, or me with her." She spoke to a man whom I had not seen before, one who sported a long bushy beard and had come from the third sloop. He stood next to the man who had knocked the spine out of me. Patience said, "My brother waits in your ship, sir. I beg you, by God's grace, will you let us go together?" The two men turned from us and conferred for a few minutes. One left and came back with the man I had heard called Captain. Finally he said, "All right, take 'em, but leave the other white ones with me so there's equal." Then the bearded man whistled as shrill as ever I have heard, and his companion shoved Patience and me toward the railing. I found climbing down the rigging staggeringly more difficult than climbing up had been. With my footing searching and not finding hold, each web of rigging shifted under me and took my strength. Halfway down I began to tremble, and my hands grew weak. My knees shook and dark spots welled up behind my eyes. I believed I was going to fall into the sea before I took a last step, but as I did, hands took hold of me and set me into the longboat. I crouched low and put my head on my knees, quivering violently. Patience held me in her arms as they took us toward a new rig, sitting shallow in the water. She climbed behind me, holding me upright as I progressed on shaking legs. The rope rigging took us over gun ports, and it made me shake with greater violence than ever. I put my toe in the mouth of a cannon to steady myself. On the deck, this ship seemed much smaller than our previous prison, not more than 40 or 50 tons. Her masts were leaner but tall, as those before, though raked at an angle like a shark's fin. Everything I could make out about this vessel was sleek and lean, riding high in the water as if she were built for speed and nothing less. Above the jib, the colours she flew were a long square of red and a yellow triangle, foreign to me except for the topmost one, the Jolly Roger. I could not count the sailors. I saw a dozen, but knew that some might have been plundering some other plantation on shore. There were 43 of us prisoners on this ship. Men bunked before the mainmast too, so the women's ride in the aft was roughest. August restrained himself from coming to us, but he stood in his line of captives and nodded. I felt foolish, for all I dared to do was nod in return. I gripped Patience's hand. For a long moment I stared at her skin and mine together. I felt a great longing to hold August's hand. Patie's skin and mine were so alike, same freckles, same lines in the palms, same shaped fingernails. August had my same tawny hair, almost a shade of red in the sun. It troubled me that I could not remember a sense of his skin. We three were all we had, until we could get home somehow. In short order they herded us below decks. As I stood in line for my turn to descend, I looked back at the other ship, so much higher in the water, pocked with cannon holes and missing a mast. None of the prisoners were still on the deck there. I supposed they had returned to that filthy hold already. At least, I thought, I was here with Patience and August. A swell of distress filled my eyes with tears at the thought of having been left behind. So I knew where my feet carried me, down into this ship's nether regions, just as I had cried over nearly having my finger crushed. I believed I would have died there. If not from cause, I would have died of loneliness. "Resi, quit crying. You're calling attention to yourself. Hush." "I will try." That was when I learned to cry inside. Tears welled up and ran down my throat and through my nose, making it run. I gritted my teeth and sniffed hard. We were prisoners, yet once a day, about mid-morning, we were marched up the steps and fed real soup. It was 3 days until I spotted August again. To my surprise, he walked straight toward me, unshackled and hearty. He seemed uncommonly cheerful. "Hail, Resolute, old girl," he said. He took my hand and bowed over it as if he were mocking a true gentleman. "Hail a chicken's hind foot, old brother," I said. I had no idea if they had kept the men and boys. You have new clothes too. We were lying before the mast, in a separate hold. That is, until yesterday, when some of us became sailors too. What are you speaking of? I've signed on. They read us the articles and I've signed on. I ain't a prisoner no more. Coxswain, 2nd class. Ship's boy. I get double what the prisoners get to eat, and a share in all the plunder. All I have to do is row the captain around and sometimes climb the rigging. Besides the crude manner, his voice had taken a lower register, as if he had a bad ague of the chest. How you speak! Is your voice this low all the time now? Of course! Why would it not be? I am grown, after all. Ah, August, how you go on! I fear, Miss Resolute Catherine Eugenia Talbot, that you mistrust my words. I pouted and stuck out my lower lip while I balled up a fist. Mistrust? August Talbot, if you have signed on with a ship of pirates, you are bound to hang as a criminal. He grabbed my shoulders and inclined our heads together, whispering, Not pirates, Resi, privateers. Your feet stand upon the deck of the Falls Greenway, as true a sloop as ever sailed, contracted by the Crown to lay waste to them that scuttle her goods and profits. And I shall be rich before long, and take back all that was stolen from us, and more. A breeze ruffled August's hair, sticking out like feathers from a knitted Monmouth cap, the type worn by many of the men. Well, then. Well, if you are one of the sailors, then, Master Seagull 2nd class. I wish to go home. Nah, we're headed north to the American colonies. As he spoke, he looked about him, as if he were now the proud owner of his own rig, called Falls Greenway. That ship you left behind was bound for Port Royal. There you'd be sold like any common slave, and it's a rum time you'd have of it. The quartermaster is watching for a ship to take. These 3 and their longboats, we call them snows, work together, you see, for the common good. We'll surround her. Spanish, I think, more's the gold, and the 3 will take her. I am to trust the topsail, if it's called to me. Port Royal? It is the other side of the island, over the mountain to home. I would escape and get home to Ma. I raced to the side and held fast to one of the pins. I want to go home, I cried aloud. The ship rolled. A gull squawked overhead and landed on the railing next to the table where the food sat. The bird dared to take a dash at the soup pot and left a splat of filth on the table, barely missing the open pot. August cast his eyes around us. You would drown. Do not even think of escape. Not think of escape. I pulled the shore closer with my eyes. How far away are we now from Port Royal? August said, Port Royal? Why, this ain't Jamaica. This be Hispaniola. I told you we're lying in wait. Our scouts have just returned. A Spanish brigantine be bound here before long, and they'll surround her. I hope we see some guns firing. A light came from my brother's eyes when he spoke. Sea madness had taken him. Like what they did to us. His face sobered. Well, and I. Tears came then, running down my face and chin. You've struck your lot with freebooters and picaroons. What about me? What about Patey? How shall we get home? There's nothing left there. Did not Pa always say to make the best of things? Keep it in your cock hat that we're bound for the northern colonies. A sailor had approached us unawares, and now his shadow engulfed August's form. Get away from there! Sops that away! He jerked his head toward the table. I recognized the voice. I suppose because of that, I hoped for a moment for mercy from the man. My eyes gathered the spectacle of him from his boots to his coat and tricorn hat, and my mouth dropped open. His clothes were different, his manner too, but I knew him. We stood in the shadow of Rafe McAllister. Aye, aye, August said, and he darted away with that foolish, boyish, duck-footed run he has. A pirate boy is my bonny brother. Well, and I then. Uncle Rafe might have been looking upon me with disdain, I was not sure. That was one of those things that was hard to measure, for grown people always lie to children about whether they like them. No matter, for my ability to despise Rafe McAllister had long ago grown to full breadth. Now that I found him here in the company of privateers, I knew I had been right to loathe him, and I kept my eyes away from his as I joined other captives at the soup kettle. Perhaps he had been the one to trick August into signing the ship's articles, too. Not until I had a bowl in my hands and could appear preoccupied did I chance to turn and look at him. But the man was gone. As for August, I promised myself that if I should see him again I would tear out his eyes. When I finished my soup, I followed the row of women back to our jail. This vessel, the others said, had been built to carry cows and sheep. If the builder had spread the bars 1 inch wider in any place, I could have slipped between them and made my escape. But to where? Swim to Jamaica? I would swim, I vowed, as no one had swum before. Only when I sat on a knee formed by one of the ship's ribs, leaning my head against the side, did I notice that Patience was not to be found. It never occurred to me where she might be, and I felt I had but to wait for her. After all, she was not a good swimmer. I picked at a piece of tar squeezed from between the planks near my head and rolled it between my fingers as I thought about home. From a tiny opening where tarred rope connected parts I could not name, I could get one eye to the outside and see that it was still daylight. The Saracen's hideous ship, now run by English pirates, was going to our home, albeit the ship itself was full of holes and might sink on the way. This one, no matter that it was cleaner and there was food and air, was not going home at all. We were already at Hispaniola, and this accursed boat was going north. I whispered against the hull, I will always live in Jamaica. No one can take me far enough that I shall not find a way to return. I used the piece of tar to scratch a line against the wall. I drew Patty, August, and myself with sad faces and chains around our feet. I wrote, Jamaica, 2 crowns, we are prisoners here. I drew Pa, lying down with a cross upon his chest. As I drew, I thought of Ma, pining away there, with no way with which to write us, her children, and now with Pa buried in the ocean. Oh, Saint Christopher, do not let him wash up on shore where she finds him. She'll be widowed, and no doubt unable to manage the plantation, then put out. She'll need us. And now, August, a turncoat and a vagabond privateer. Ma's heart will break upon hearing that news. When I drew Ma, I drew tears falling from her eyes. I vowed then that when I found opportunity to write her, I would not write of this wretched apprenticeship. Patience and I would write of our captivity and deprivations. We would somehow make our way home, and together we and Ma would survive. Perhaps on Ma's sewing. Oh, la, I said aloud, for want of any real words to tell the depth of my aching emptiness. The thought that I had begged to go aboard this ship plagued me above all else. If I had stayed where I was, I would have been put off in Jamaica. Let us have a seat there, girl, a woman said to me. She pointed to a small mat. You can have my bed there if you wish. My back pains me so. At that moment, the iron door creaked open, and I said, Here, madam, you may have it. As I saw Patience slip through the opening, clutching a parcel, her head bowed. She flinched when the door closed with a loud clang. I thought she had carried her pocket, and I called, Patty! At once I felt a thrill that she had procured our passage home, and the same moment a terror that her rings had been traded for naught. Patience came toward me, eyes on the floor, and reached my side just as men above slid the hatch cover closed and the twilight of this deck enveloped us. Where have you been? I asked. Above, she whispered. That lady said I could use this mat. Would you sit with me? Patience lay upon the mat, but turned her body away from me and curled her knees up. Her shoulders shook as she cried. Patty, I whispered. What is that you're carrying? Well, no matter. Please take heart. We shall find a way to get home. Even as I spoke, I doubted we could. I thought of what August had said about escape. I thought of Ma, looking out to sea from the Widow's Walk, day after day waiting for us. I put my arm around Patty's waist to comfort her. She flung my arm from her as if it had been a snake, hurting my shoulder. Keep still. I pulled back a little. Where did you go? Why did they not bring you with the rest of us? Tell me what happened. Why are you carrying that? Leave me alone, Resolute. Leave me. I was not sure if she had not finished her words or if she meant more than a wish for me to keep shushed and meant me to leave away from her side. I said, You did not hurt my arm. I merely reached to pat your side. Simply do not touch me. Fine then. She lay a-weeping then, moaning sometimes, and as it was dark and I was fed, I slept to the sound of her sobbing, an old familiar tune. When the woman asked for her pallet again, Patience sat next to me on the whale. She reached under her skirt and loosened a tie, then pulled off the petticoat Ma had made for her. She raised it over our heads and made for us a little tent. She held my hands, and when I started to make a sound, shook them. She opened the parcel she had brought. Into my hands she placed a boiled turtle egg and half an orange. The need for food was ever awake in me, and I crammed the egg into my mouth, whole. The fruit had dried, but once I bit through the hard part, the juice was sweet and tart on my tongue. Do not smack, she whispered. I have one for each of us. Oh, this is excellent. How did you get these? Just eat it. Eat all of it, too. Even the rind will keep us from scurvy. Someone will smell these. But no one did, or if they did, they had no idea whence it came, and so we crouched in our dark corner, huddled together, and ate. Although I might at one time have been loath to eat an orange rind, my hunger spoke over the bitter tang on my tongue. I stuck the orange rind in my cheek and sucked at it until it dissolved. It left a raw place on my tongue, and I rubbed the spot against my teeth. The next day passed with no sign of August or a Spanish galleon filled with gold. I felt renewed enough to feel both thankful to Patience and irritated at our situation, and I complained to anyone who would listen. That evening, before I closed my eyes, I hoped for another stolen morsel from Patience, but she stayed at my side all the time, and so was not able to collect anything extra. I believed she would do what she could for both of us, just as Ma would have done. It gave me some peace to know that. At dawn, calls from above awoke us. Strike colours, take the whip, at the guns, man the sweeps. This was followed by the sounds of hurried action, and from my tiny peephole I saw a set of oars thrust from our ship's sides begin to move in tandem to a chant of Yo Hope. We turned sharply. The ship listed hard to one side until it rose upon the surface of the water. Our vessel cut through waves helped by sail and oar alike. Some woman of our group cried, We're going to keel over, and someone else hushed her. Cannons bellowed off our port side and shook the ribs of the ship and all mine too. I screamed and clasped my ears at the unexpected roar of them. They levied a full broadside, and all of a sudden everyone on this deck lurched and fell as the ship turned into the wind, jerking and hauling with shouts from the oarsmen as it started moving full astern. We swayed again, falling upon each other, and felt the concussion of another full broadside from our ranks of starboard cannon. In the midst of it I heard, Run up the colours! Man the canoe! I had no idea what the canoe was, but I knew the colours would either strike terror or a challenge in the souls of our prey. They would either surrender or begin a terrible battle in which we prisoners could die more easily than the sailors. If they sank this crock, We were doomed. What followed was eerie calm, a chorus of cheering, then more silence. The English had taken another ship by means of that wrenching manoeuvre that tossed us off our feet. I lost my fear as soon as I had heard the cheers, since the battle was won. I stood upon the whale and took my eye as close to the little hole as I could, wishing I were on deck to watch. We floated beside a great ship, as large as the one that had first taken us. The name on her aft was Castellon. I saw our longboat coming alongside the Castellon, and men climbing aboard with no shouting nor fighting at all. Sailors from this vessel threw ropes between the two, stitching them together. I heard a drum playing and a whistle blew. I peered right to left, trying to see anything more, and was about to step away from the hole when I heard a pistol shot. Someone on our ship shouted, "Trap! It's a trap!" And the air filled with the sounds of swords and axes clashing, men commanding orders, men groaning, dying, things and people falling overboard. Cannons roared from both ships. After many long minutes, the firing of cannons ceased, but pistol fire continued as long as the first battle. What had seemed a peaceful surrender turned to a bloody slaughter. The air below decks filled with smoke, and the women began a chorus of wailing that we were all to perish. From overhead, a short silence broke with a weary-sounding round of cheer. For several hours the English sailors boarded and returned, taking goods from the Castellon to the Falls Greenway. Now and then a call echoed above, but I grew tired of watching. Patience was not curious and cared not at all to do it. She took off her petticoat again and rolled it for something to put her head upon. She lay there at my feet, staring at the beams overhead, whilst I stared out the hole. I wondered if all this fighting and plundering would take the place of our morning goat soup, and I pressed against my middle, wishing I had another of those precious stolen oranges. The day waned, and the sailors talked more loudly. Some moaned in pain. Others shouted and called to each other. Hour after hour the sounds did not change. Then a surprise came such as I had never imagined. Music! I heard a fiddle and drums, and some kind of high-pitched flute. The fiddler played, and stamping feet joined in the beat of the drum. The sounds became more drunken and loud, the music less easy to follow. The hatch above us opened. Rafe McAllister came down the ladder steps, followed by a sailor, and stomped straight to the cage that held Patience and me. He motioned the man to open the lock, and took Patience by the arm. She went with him. He stepped through the gate as the sailor looked through the women and chose an African slave. "Know ye English words? I favour singing and dancing." "I come by some," she answered. "Up top with you." Later I heard music again. Patience did not come down. I thought about the Irish girl with the long red hair, how she had been taken to the banquet. Maybe Patience was dancing and eating. I thought about the splashes late in the night, and I tried not to think about Patience eating until she burst, or of her falling overboard. I tried not to think about the sounds of the laughter and dancing. Foreign, delicious smells wafted through the wooden floor. I imagined them having all my favourite sweets. I vowed to try not to think of them eating, but the more I tried, the worse my hunger grew, so I closed my eyes. I hummed to the tunes amidst the perfume of turtle soup and roast pork haunch. I thought about the rules of pudding instead. I do not know who made rules about pudding, but there are rules. Pudding should always be larger than the smallest child's head was one rule, and if it had fruits, it should not have hard sauce, but without fruit, it should always have sauce. Sauce, I decided, was better when it was warm, and if it had rum in it and Pa lit it at the table, that was always nice. I liked the way it glowed around the edges of the flames, kind of blue-green, as the colour of the bay most days. I liked the way it was sweet and hot and left a hot place in the back of my throat after I swallowed it. If Patience was having a banquet with pudding, I should like to know what kind of pudding was made by pirates, who might not follow the rules. If they had no pudding, I supposed after a difficult day as this, when they had been tricked and fought for their lives, one should understand. A roast leg of pork or mutton would do, perhaps chicken. A string of drool slipped from my lip and drizzled onto my chin. I wiped it away, angry because I had no pudding. Without food, the other thing I longed for was sleep. That night it did not come. So empty was the place where Patience should have slept. All the other women around me were asleep when the sound of the jail door opening and shutting cut through the rhythmic breathing of midnight. Patience tiptoed over sleeping women to what had become our place, again carrying a parcel, and again she laid herself down, curled tight as a snail, away from me. She spoke not a word, but soon in her sleep she moaned and whimpered. I lay beside her, but did not sleep. After a while she began to whisper, "No, please, not again, no, no." I did not touch her, but I wondered if her feet had blistered from too much dancing. Familiar sounds awoke me, the watch clanging, the clanking of chains, thumping of hard boots on the deck above, men calling orders. Light came in the hole above the whale. Most of the sailors above slept, their raucous snores a constant hum. Women in my cell sat up and stirred. When Patience sat up, I looked on her with horror. Her face was blue and one eye swollen. Her top lip had blood matted in the corner, and it was as round as if she had hidden an egg in it. She put the parcel in my lap and lay back, covering her eyes with her arms. Her gown was nearly gone, worn out and torn. It was all but indecent. "What have you got there, missy girl?" a woman asked. I peeked into the parcel. It was a cake or loaf of some kind. It smelled fruity and tangy. "It is Patty's," I said, "from the dancing." Patience laid her hand on my arm. Fresh scabs covered her knuckles. I looked from her hand to the loaf to the woman. The women around us shushed and gathered close. Wretched hunger painted all their faces grey as a tombstone. My eyes rested on Patty's, and she nodded to me. "It is to share," I said too softly. I repeated it louder, feeling my heart sink as I said the words. I could have gobbled the whole thing. I had just been thinking that I did not want to share it, even with Patty, rather steal it for myself and eat the entire cake. And here stood 21 other people to take a bite. I stuck my thumb into the loaf and pulled off a chunk about an inch wide. I held it to the closest person. For a moment, I wondered if they would come for it and beat me and take the thing. But each one waited, silently, because they were gentlewomanlike about it. I did my best at making the same-sized pieces. When each person had had a token amount, there were about enough crumbs left for 3 more. I pressed a hunk into Patty's hand. "I do not want it," she said. "You eat that, girl," came a voice. Others chimed in. "Don't spare yourself, you take some." I took a bite of my piece. It tasted sweet, but strange. "It is not bad," I said. "'Twould be helped by rum and hard sauce." Some of them thought that was wondrously funny, and many women laughed. Then one came to Patience and put her hands comfortingly on Patty's head. "We know, girl, what that cake cost. You keep thinking how you save all our lives with it." I said, "There's one extra piece. Who shall have it?" The woman who held Patience's head said, "Give it to this girl here. Keep her heart strong. When you eat that, girl, you takes all our hearts in it. That keep you." I looked at the African woman more closely as Patience dutifully sat up and chewed on the morsel of cake. She was the woman who had gone up the ladder with Patience, but she had not come down with cake or with bruises. She must not have dared to steal some too. After that time, the system of feeding and airing prisoners changed. There were so few sailors left whole from the surprise attack that to man the Castellon had left the Falls Greenway short-handed. Both ships moved slowly under half sails. Often they brought us above decks and left us for hours at a time. I heard one of the English tell a lady that she would get a larger share of food by some mopping. I think it was not a question but an order, for they put us all to cleaning and scouring. They sent me around with a ravelled rag to polish the brightwork. Much as I rubbed, not much changed, but I cared not the least. What mattered was that I was above and fed and could feel the air on my face. In short order, I grew to love the sea spray and the sight of dolphins running alongside us, even the rocking of the ship as she moved through the water. There was a certain front-to-back, side-to-side sway that felt as comforting as a hammock on a summer day. Our friend, the African slave woman, had told us her name. Her slave name was Cora, but she said her real name was Cantok. She said to call her Cora until she died, to pray for Cantok so the spirits in heaven would know who I meant. She calls me Miss Resolute, and Patience is Miss Talbot, instead of Missy, which is proper. It was convention that made that rule, rather like not scratching yourself in public, for I think she is not as old as Patey, and could be our friend and playmate if we were all back at 2 crowns. Cora can read as well as Patience, and she has sworn us not to reveal that too. It is quite a responsibility keeping someone's life inside my heart and not letting any of it slip out my mouth, so I must think about things I say. Captivity was closing my lips. Chapter 4. October 29, 1729. I had almost forgotten we were sailing north, until one day August approached me again. It had been a fortnight since I had seen him last, and he had changed. His face appeared gaunt, and hollows had sunk in his eyes. The eyes themselves held no sparkle, but were dull and lifeless, withered, as if the spirit in him had fled, and naught was left but the skin. I turned away from him and worked my rag around the knob on the captain's door. "You're alive?" he asked. "I am," I said. "Are you? You look as if the duppies have taken your soul to hell and left it there." I said that because I wanted to hurt him for being a traitor. He had seemed so robust while boasting about signing articles. Maybe they did. So many was butchered, like swine. I heard one of the English say the ship was trapped. Bloody. I have never seen so much blood. And did you fight? He gulped, trying not to gag. Spaniards. With pistol and cutlass? You fought? I could not imagine August, slight and gangling, brandishing a cutlass and flying from a yard. They made me clean up the deck. Sharks, circling for days. Hark, though, I have my share of rum now, as good quantity as any sailor, he said, nodding and forcing himself to smile. La, August, are you really my brother? Maybe a good quantity of rum is the difference between what's called fierce and plain fear. He turned and made away, but his steps lacked levity. I called after him. Someone has beaten Patience and blackened her eye. You tell them to leave her be, Sea Captain Coxswain, 2nd class. A few days later I was still scrubbing brass as the sun began to sink. I filled a bucket with seawater from a tackle apparatus off the port side. I had grown nimble at the task. While dropping a bucket was simple, hauling one up without spilling its contents was no small thing. So long as I pulled slowly, I kept most of the water in. I was after my task as the setting sun turned the moisty air to green and then gold. Through the mist, where sea and sky became one brassy cloud, I spied a ribbon of black, laid on like a mark from a tarman. Not long after I saw it, a fellow rushed past me, put his dirty paw on that brass doorknob I had just shined, and called out, "Captain, key off the port amidships. We're in sight of the outer reef." "Hello, good man," I called to the sailor as he returned. "What coast is that?" The man sneered at me, but he said, "Key Largo." Panic took me. Where was Key Largo? Was this the Northland we had come to, the end of our travels and the beginning of some new villainy? Although shipboard life was not comfortable, Patience had endured no further beatings, and our food rations had neither been shortened nor improved. I took my bucket of water and returned to the deck, as if to mop with it. Looking in before I poured it, I saw a tiny fish had come up in the bucket, a wee striped fellow. I chased him through the water and caught him against the side, lifting him from the water. His fine gills strained for air, and his mouth opened and closed, as if he were wishing water to flow through him as usual. The working of him was as exquisite as any clockwork toy in my bedroom, and infinitely more delicate. I put the fish back into the bucket and carried him to the side. "It is not for us to be in familiar waters, we fish," I said. "Go to my mother at the big house of 2 Crowns on the lee side of Meagher Bay, Jamaica. Tell her I am coming. Tell her to pray for us." I lowered the bucket over the side and said to the fish, "It is a long way. I will pray for you too." The cries of seabirds, the freshening smell of tide waters, and the greening of the sky swelled some longing inside me as I had never known before. I held the rope as long as I dared. I imagined that I could see the fish leaving the wooden coffin in which I had caught him in and making for a southerly current. The orange of the horizon deepened. A rush of gold light painted the wood of the ship, and a thickening fog softened the world to my eyes. The only thing before me with sharp edges was the bucket in my hands. Across the water I saw not merely the small quay of land, but in the distance a heavy cloud perched on the surface of the sea. A foul odour came in whiffs, but the piss-dale was not far from where I stood, and some sailors stood before it, so I returned with my bucket to my task. One of the captive men motioned to me. He gestured with the hob of kindling he carried. "See here, girl," he said. "Don't suppose you caught any tatties in it?" Ach, he was Irish. I decided to pretend I could not tell. "No, good man," I replied. "I am made to clean brass nobbings from morn till dark." "Well, see you add some to season the peas, as we've got no fresh water left, nor any salt other than what crusts the splinter of dried beef at the bottom of the pot." "You want me to make soup of ocean water?" "Just a nogginful. It helps the taste." A small iron cauldron hung from a trammel over a brazier in the centre of the deck. Patience and Cora knelt beside it. Under the watch of an English sailor, Cora was holding a dagger, cutting calabash in chunks and slipping them in it. A whole pineapple roasted in the coals, giving off a delicious fragrance. I hoped Patience would fare more kindly now, and cooking was a good chore for her, for perhaps she would get a little squash rind or dried beef suet that fell into a folded sleeve. I meant to ask them if they had seen the quay afloat in the mist on the water, but for a moment I stared at the world in this strange golden light. The sun was reaching the horizon and had painted the entire ship in shades of amber. The brass fittings appeared to be solid gold. Light flashed off the captain's glass window like liquid fire. At once, from overhead, a voice called, "Dog watch to the deck! Mast on the windward!" He sang the last word, lengthening it long as all the other words he had said. We girls shrank against a hogshead and a bale of something wrapped in rough cloth and tarred, as we were surrounded by sailors, all peering this way and that. Finally came the ship's captain with his long glass. He climbed halfway up the mainmast to the wide step built there, and hanging by one arm, looked through the glass all about the area. When he returned to the deck, he motioned to several of the crew. I knew them by now. The captain's name was John Halcroft. The quartermaster was Percival Dinmity, and the boatswain went by Aloysius, though I never heard whether that was a given name or surname. They circled right next to where we knelt by the friar brazier. Patey, Cora, and I shrank down and did not move, trying to become but shadows upon the deck. Captain Holcroft said, "It's a ship of the line. Looks French. We've no one left to man her, even if we take her." "We'll take her, Captain," said Aloysius. "Our men are stout-hearted to the last." I watched the captain as those bragging words made play upon his face. I could see that the man Aloysius had little thought other than fighting and plundering, while Captain Holcroft held responsibilities in mind. Even a girl young as I knew that for this ship, just as the ships that had come to Meager Bay, there was a master someplace back in England who'd paid for the rights to her cargo. It was a risk to what he now carried to take another ship without adequate defenders. I wondered, would the others take us instead? He pursed his lips and tapped the glass with the fingers of both hands, as if he were playing it like a flute. "No. We'll make way, strike the sails and drop the small anchor." I was well away from the men who had argued over tossing me overboard on the Saracen ship. Indeed, Holcroft was not one of those. Hearing that, I believed I was fond of Holcroft. Perhaps he had been one of many kind and gracious captains who'd discussed cargoes in my pa's study. Then I remembered that I was the cargo, and I seethed with hate. Dinmity cleared his throat and spat on the deck, narrowly missing Cora's skirt hem. "There's no a drap of clear water left. Rations will go to half tomorrow. If we don't move along smart, they'll stay on, half for 4 days, then a quarter." Holcroft nodded. "As you say, then, we will make for land in a few days. For now, have the men heave to." "And what, sir, if they don't let us pass? Men on short rations?" "Strike sails, Aloysius." Aloysius was disappointed, but kept his face pinned so that no one could have claimed he had disagreed with the captain. I caught it, though. How a stern visage could make even a dull person of good use. A great bustling ensued about us as everything aboard this ship, whose purpose in creation was meant for movement through water, was brought to a halt. The stoppage was so abrupt that even the towed canoe, the shallop from which they had boarded the Castellon, bumped nose first into the aft hull. The Castellon languished far to the rear. It had been unable to keep time with the Falls Greenway, and was not even a concern at the moment. Night was falling, and a French ship of the line was approaching. These were 2 facts on every tongue, and though they meant little to me, I feared they made all about us so wary that we keened our eyes toward the far horizon, trying to see what fate that could bring us. Perhaps, I thought, this meant a vessel large enough to take down these English rogues. We had gone from the hands of Saracens to these men, and rough though they might be, we were far better off. What would French sailors be like? And would they return us to Jamaica or take us to France? The English struck the colours and shrouded all the sails, sending men to man the guns but wait with the hatches shut. "Strike that lamp!" someone called, and the single lantern on board was doused. The Irish prisoner who had asked me for the salt water shoved us aside and poured my bucket of salt water on the brazier, sending a plume of smoke into our faces. Halcroft himself shouted, "Damned fools! The smoke will be seen!" "Aye, sir, I should have put a plank on it. My apologies." I watched him with open mouth. The man was lying. He had done it for a signal, I would swear on a Bible. Dinmity turned to another sailor and said, "Get the prisoners below and lock them up. Take that little one," he said, pointing to me. "One sound from any one of them and cut out her heart and feed it to the sharks." "Aye, sir," the sailor said. "Move," he shouted in my ear. I moved without sound, bare feet on wood planks, to the place he chose for me to stand. I chanced to look beyond the rail to the dark form that approached us out the rust-coloured sky. Everyone held quiet. Even the sea stilled and the wind paused as the hulk came within hailing distance and crossed our bow. I heard a loose sail flap on the ship across the waves. Captain Holcroft took his chin in his hand and frowned. Not a light, not a sound. She's dead in the water. A lone seagull begged exception from above. Then, no doubt at the same moment the others saw it, I perceived a swarm of gulls on the deck, circling, quarrelling, chasing up and down the rigging. The great lumbering ship of the line was adrift. A voice just audible above the screeching gulls floated on the wind, saying, "Où est la peste? Sauvez-vous, la peste!" I watched Holcroft sneer and turned to Dinmity, whose mouth opened wider than his eyes. "They have the plague, sir. Make sail immediately. Ask him how many are alive." Dinmity went to the railing and called out, "Combien en vie?" "Aucun," came the answer. "La peste." "None, sir," Dinmity said. "Even the warning man must be afflicted." The sailor prodded me in the side and I began the descent into the hold, but I heard Holcroft say, "Burn it to the waterline." From my peephole I could not see the death ship, but I heard the call for archers to ready their oil pots and bows. I put together the whole story from the springing sound of the arrow's flight, the roiling sound of angry, hungry gulls, the crackling of burning timber, falling rigging, and great exploding powder kegs. I smelled the reek of broiling flesh burned too long. From my wee hole I saw that the sky again turned orange and bright for many minutes before darkness fell around us. Another call sounded from above. "Rats! Rats!" men shouted. Hundreds of desperate, swimming rats came this way after leaving the death ship. Cora said, "Rats will bring plague to us all then," and she rolled over and said no more. I heard hissing as if gravel fell from the sky, and though it was dark outside, I stood and put my eye to the hole again. I could not make out the calls overhead. I pictured the pelting sound on the water being the feet of hordes of black rodents running across the surface of the sea, clambering over each other toward this ship. I kept my face away from the wood itself, afraid the rats might see me and scurry right into the peephole. After more shouting, the crew spread a path of oil and tar around us. I watched an arc of fire go across the sky. Sizzling, it vanished into the water. Another dot of fire soared off the top deck, and this time it hit something in the water, and flames spread across the waves and came to life. The rats swam into the flames. Their other choice was to drown. I saw a fin. A shark had come to dine. I smiled, wondering how he would enjoy roasted rat instead of raw fish. All that mattered was that the rats did not make it onto the ship. Whether a shark took the plague and died, I cared not at all. The waves kept on, but at length the heavy splashing and the frantic small splattering sound ceased. The flames died at last. Darkness covered the deep, and there was naught to see or hear. I sat, my back against the hull, and stared into the emptiness in my soul. "We shall get home again," I said. "I know we shall." I curled up next to Patience. Cora lay on Patie's other side and said a single word and nothing more. It was enough. Plague. Full 7 hungry days came and went without further events except one. Patience had gone above the night before, then woke me one morning and asked, "Did you move my shoes?" She called out, "My shoes are gone! Who has taken my shoes? I will tear your hair out and chop you into shark bait." "Patience," I said, raising my voice to the level of hers. "What a threat to make! Ma would be ashamed." Had she learned such glorious villainy from dancing with the sailors on those nights when she went above? I had never heard such abuse from a female, and I enjoyed the power of it. She was filled with venom, and I wanted to remember the words for the sheer strength they implied. I want my shoes." No one made a sound. My own slippers were long gone. They would not have fit her anyway. But there was nothing I could offer. Maybe someone borrowed the shoes. I turned toward the other women. "Some person has borrowed Miss Talbot's shoes. They should hand them back, and no trouble will come to them." "La, be shushed, Resolute," Patey said. "No use. There is a thief's heart amongst us, and it is colder than stone already." The ship moved, and I had gotten so used to its sounds that I knew we made way with great speed. I believed they never struck sail but kept at it day and night. I could not imagine how far north we had come, though the sun no longer climbed straight overhead, but rose off the stern and set off the stern. It felt to me as if we were bound to sail off the top of the world and into an abyss, the likes of which God alone would fathom. Patience continued to go above, about every 3 or 4 days, but in all those nights she had not found a way to scavenge us another loaf or even a small egg. Even the sailors were going hungry, and naught to drink but poor rum. I was thankful she had not come back with so many bruises. No one returned her shoes. After a few more days' hard sailing, we lay at anchor 2 nights, not moving until the 3rd day. During those days they sent the canoe ashore to bring back food. I wondered if August, the ship's venerable new coxswain, had rowed it. They brought back water and dried beef, casks of oranges for the sailors. For the prisoners, though, they put hard tack in the pot and added water and fish heads. Sometimes our stew was naught but fish heads. Often it had vegetables I knew nothing of, nor would I have sought those save that my stomach was so unaccustomed to being full by then that I would have eaten a bedpost had it been well steamed. Once in a while, Holcroft took a look at the captive's cooking pot, wrinkled his nose, and walked on. On a day like all the others, I hauled my bucket of water to the deck and sat upon a coil of rope. I began to shake and stared for some moments at my feet, missing both slippers and stockings, covered with a scum of dull black. The nails had grown some, and the bottoms had become calloused. I feared I had taken ill, but felt no pain, nor did I faint or have any vagary other than a swimming in my brain. It was the scurvy I feared. I sat for several moments and had just found my feet when I heard a cry from across the deck and rose on tiptoe to see. One of the Saracen sailors joined another captive in argument with one of the English, and without warning he bolted for the side of the ship. He lunged fast and sailed forward in a jump overboard, but his foot snagged part of a net. Like a great bass, they pulled him aboard, fighting and straining. They clapped hands upon him and dragged him to a post, where they made his hands fast with knots. The sailors brought Dinmitty there, and the captain came too. Men gathered around, so I could not see, but I heard the men make charges against the Saracen. Dinmitty ordered the men who'd caught him to deliver 40 lashes with a cat. A voice I knew as well as my own came through the din, and August's voice said, "Sir, you can hardly blame them," though it stopped short. I thought that August had been murdered and began to cry over my salt water bucket, turning my face to the wind. I was glad I could not see then, for I heard enough. Each fall of the cat snagged through the air like a wind-whipped thorn bush, making me shudder, the sound pricking my skin as if I felt each blow. I could not know who was being lashed, but a man roared in agony. Was that the prisoner or my brother's new-found deep voice? After 28 lashes, he ceased crying out. At 39 lashes, Dinmitty's voice called a halt and someone said, "Dead, Captain." Naught but silence followed. A few mumbled words I could not make out flitted across the deck like so many dead birds blown to the boards. I gave full way to my tears then, staring hard toward the crowd of sailors. When the men moved away at long last, there was August, standing at attention next to the gory body of the beaten man. He stared over the waves across the beastly remains, glancing neither left nor right, as if pinioned in place. August was not dead, that I knew. I dipped the rag into the bucket. Little by little, keeping my eyes away from the dead man hanging from his pillar, I found brass bits all the way across the deck and rubbed middlingly until I reached his side. "What are you doing, August?" I whispered. "Towing a line." He tapped his toe against the deck, and I saw August's boots were on the line of pitch between the beams. He hissed the words through stiff lips. "Have mercy. Do not speak to me." I moved on, cleaning, if whisking a wet sop across anything in my path could be called cleaning. I made quick time away from my brother, to make myself appear as if I was carrying out my task. I was hurt that he should think my talk was some offence. Perhaps if he was seen in conversation his punishment could be far worse. There was that hideous corpse in his face to remind him. I rubbed my saltwater rag across nails on the pinnacle. It left shredded thread behind. My throat hurt from the tears running down inside it, though I felt relieved. In the afternoon, August stood there while we were served our noggins of soup. He stood until the last dog watch was called. He was still standing there when they herded us below like the oxen whose stalls we had replaced. I lay awake for hours. I might wish to say that dread about my brother's welfare filled my mind. What kept me awake was a lost feeling that rather than them tormenting him to death, he would, by dint of all this rough treatment, become one of them, the tormentors. And while Patience had endured beatings, and August was standing stiff under the hot sun, I had suffered nothing more than famine. They had threatened to tear out my heart, I reminded myself, but that had not happened, nor was there a sign that it was probable at that moment. Surely they would not have carried it out, one part of my mind said, while at once another part argued back that these were men who had thrashed a starving prisoner to death for trying to escape. He would have drowned anyway. Why not let the fool go? I thought, might I also prefer a quiet sleep in the sea with my pa than to have the skin flayed from me until I bled away? These thoughts stayed fastened in my mind as if they made a pitch line against which I, too, held my dirty toes. When they called the morning watch and a few of the women went up to start chores, I asked them to inquire for us about August's welfare, but no one spoke of him. By noon, they were sent down, and I expected that I would be among those called to replace them. But we were kept below, and the hatch above pinned fast and locked. The seas had grown during the morning and hit the ship from the opposite side as it had the days before. "Patey," I asked, "what is happening?" She shrugged lifelessly. "It might be a storm we have sailed into, a hurricane. I pray we shall all drown and they will lose their profits." "La, Patience, I do not want to die." The ship rose at a perilous angle, then rocked back into place. She said, "I do." I stared into her eyes, and what she said terrified me no less than the death I saw in her already. "I shall pray against you then," I whispered. "You pray anything you choose. Pray to the wind, the sky, or the filth in the bilge. No god waits to either hear you or do your bidding. Pray to him or curse him, no matter. No saint arrives to save any girl from violence, no matter the number of prayers. The saints are naught but shriveled skins and piles of bone. Fools all! What do I care if you pray? You may as well dance a jig or curse heaven. It does the same good." "Ah," was all I could get out. I pulled away from her. A sound assailed us much like the hundreds of rats swimming across the sea. The wind unleashed the wrath of the ages upon us. Sails whipped about with a great shearing sound. One of them tore asunder. The ship rose and fell across great swells as if it were crossing mountains. Some of the women grew sick from the pitching, though I stayed whole, proud now of my sea legs, though I shuddered constantly. Beams all around gave out with great groaning and cracking, as if the belly of the ship were coming undone, and the Falls Greenway were as sick as the people aboard her. The malaise I felt was fear of Patience's words. My sister, cursing God, brought this storm. Yet morning came. We crept up the ladder with something near jubilation into fresh air. August was near his post, exhausted and drenched, pale grey and drear as a heap of rope. He had tangled himself in heavy lines to save being washed overboard. "On your feet, boy," Aloysius said to him. August struggled but righted himself and stepped from a loop of rigging. I feared that the fool boatswain would deliver my brother a sound cuffing or worse, but all he said was, "That was a right willy waw if ever I seen one. Go below and sleep for the first watch, and let that be a lesson. Never speak back to the officers of this ship." As August passed Aloysius, the man slid something into August's hand. It was a carrot-sized slice of dried beef. My throat went dry for the want of that beef, though glad I was that August had food. Had I known the man was capable of that sort of tenderness, I would have taken all his words differently. On we went, forever it seemed, heading so that the sun rose at my right hand and set at the left as I faced the bow of the ship. As we moved, we found ourselves wont to huddle together at night for warmth. During the day my tattered gown did little to keep me warm, save for the heaviness of Ma's quilted petticoat. One day we sailed into what looked like a great loss of downy feathers from a flock of geese. Cold and wet, the stuff vanished in my hands. The wonderment of snow caused me to stare without ceasing at the sky. Patience helped me that day to remove my quilted petticoat and wrap it over my shoulders as if it were a cape. What a marvellous thought she had too, as that made me a great deal warmer. Even though the English sent parties to shore and brought back fresh food, Patience began to be sick even when the ship was still, or at least when the rocking seemed a melancholic swing caught in a breeze rather than the high gavotte of the stormy days. Nothing would calm her stomach, and if I tried to comfort her, she shrieked at me so that I wondered if she had gone mad. After all those days aboard a ship, being a prisoner seemed inconvenient rather than a hard punishment, or captivity, for though we needed perhaps a doctor and rest and good broth for her, for me, boredom had been my chiefest complaint, other than hunger. Now it was the cold. These days there were no songs sung below decks. The earthy joy of African rhythm had frozen too. When I was above, and one or another of the sailors would take a rest from his work and pick up a flute or squeeze-box, I clung to the notes of music as if they nestled in my innermost workings. One evening, as an old squeeze-box lent, "If I Was the Blackbird," the most elegant melancholia, I found privateers weeping in their cups. I gave myself to learning the tunes, though some of the men spoke with the direst accents or mispronounced things entirely. I learned the words too. Ma would have disapproved. "A coarse and lusty wench a-riding barebacked on a mare," went one song, and another began with a chant of "Damn your eyes, Bosny bandy, damn your eyes." I had no idea what the song was about, but the tune was merry, and anyone aboard deck might step out a few paces of a jig when they played it. When I was made to clean, I was often cursed at in language of an art that would have made even my pa faint. I grew used to their words, and soon realized there was less threat behind them than there was a natural tendency to venomous hissing, rather like a basketful of snakes afloat on the sea. So, to even the reckoning, I began to pilfer. First a bit of thread or a button, sometimes a nail or a bit of rope, once a hat. I tossed the things overboard soon as I got a chance, placing them on the gunwale and bumping them off with my elbow, It was rare I heard the splash, but I felt satisfied that their things were lost forever. One time I tossed over a belaying pin left loose in its notch. A sailor was cuffed and sent hunting the thing, and I smiled heartily at seeing his blackened eye. Just when it seemed that the sea was to be my life, that nothing changed, nor would it ever change, that dirty men and piteous women were to be my life's companions and cold starvation my lot, the ship changed course and heeled the sails leeward. We began to move with the sun and toward its setting. I watched men furling sails and fitting out the canoe with its small sail and oars and 3 lanterns. When the sun went down, 4 men climbed into the boat and began to row for shore. The night closed around them just as I climbed down the ladder. I felt the ship moving in the night, yet, rather than the usual rhythm of calls and chatter above, we sailed in ghostly quiet. Before morning broke, the ship had calmed in a way that I knew we had moored in a bay. Nary a lantern gleamed above. No moon cast a shadow, nor did stars prick the heavens. Save for a glow of sea foam, it was black as pitch when they led us to the ladders. Against the coldest wind I had ever known, the English lined the women up and made us climb down the rigging again. This time they ferried us 10 or so at a time, still under guard, to an empty beach of dull buff and stone. As I waited my turn, I looked hastily for August. I spotted him below in the boat, holding an oar. Once I had both feet over the side and was about to take a step downward. "Brother!" I called out. "Get on with you!" one of the sailors barked at me. I was afraid he would give me a shove over the side, so I scrambled down the ropes. "Ho!" August called, and helped me settle my feet into the boat. He reached up for Patience and settled us in. I took a seat beside him. He took up his oar as the other men did, and one called out the strokes. I asked him, "You will come with us, will you not?" "Quiet. I am a sailor now, Resolute." "But, August, we'll be all alone. You cannot stay. Oh, tell me you shall not stay with these—" I looked about to see if anyone paid me heed. "Men?" "I must. I signed papers. I will only go around, though, Ressie, and then I will come for you, I promise." An unsteady glow filled the sky, as if the sun hid behind a blanket of dense clouds. At long last, I asked, "How far around? How long will it take?" "I do not know, but I will come for you. I will." When we made the land, they put us off into what I found was a circle of Englishmen holding captives at sword's point. The sailors, with all haste, started to make for the canoe again. I held August's sleeve and looked into his eyes, trying to see what he might feel for us, his sisters, cast ashore on some strange land. There was something there, I vow, though what it was I could not say. Not a tear marked his countenance. Perhaps he had learned to cry on the inside, as I had. Or perhaps he was keeping a stern face for those who might watch him. He whispered to me, "I will make my fortune, and I will come for you both." I called out, "I will watch for you, August. Do not forget us, your sisters. Do not forget we are deserted here." There was no time to hear his answer, if he gave one, for he had turned his face to the sea. On the beach we waited and shivered, sitting upon the sand. Cora and I sat on either side of Patience, who said nothing, staring at her feet. I felt an urge to lean to one side or the other, to make up for the swaying of the land. I knew the ground was not moving, yet my constant rolling with the ship had become such a habit that it continued here. I felt ill, so much did the ground seem to swell and sway. Cora asked, "Feels like you still on the boat, don't it?" "Yes," I said, though in truth it was worse, for the ship would come to rights, but this ground moved with some scheme other than an ocean, some devilment of my mind, so that I could not guard against it. I lay upon the sand and stared at the sky, all grey and heavy with clouds. Only then did the earth seem to lie still beneath me. "August is gone, Patey, gone with the rovers." "I know," she said. What a land this was! What a sea! Cold, bleak, black. Not a hint of a shimmering blue-green coral reef. Not a leaf hung on any tree. Dead trees stood, like grey skeletons forked against a drab sky. I needed no further proof that we were indeed nearing the top edge of the world than the closeness of the sky, for the grey clouds caught and snagged on the tops of the trees. How much farther the edge was, God knew, but I feared we should find it and plummet into the abyss. I whispered to myself, to the sky, repeated it louder. I hate my brother August. I shall always, always hate him. As I said it, I squinted at the clouds, willing them in my imagination to part, for the sun to appear, for the sand to warm, and the voice of Ma to call me home for dinner. I would eat all my vegetables this time, I said. He will come back for us. Patey turned to me and let out a deep breath. Yes, keep watching for him. Watch for him always. Chapter 5. November 20, 1729. The men bade us stand. I watched money change hands, new voices and faces amongst the men who scrutinised us as if we were wild boars that might charge their drawn cutlasses at any moment. And then the walking began. Uncle Rafe came along at the rear of the line as we walked. He was the only one from the trip here that came. All the other pirates went somewhere else, back to the sea, I suspect. May they all drown. God send them the plague, the pox, a fire, a gypsy ship loaded with Saracens, rats and plague, and blasting kegs and fire. We walked any number of hours I could not fathom. I had no shoes. My feet ached but yet grew numb. I could not feel the ground I walked upon, yet every pebble made me wince. I began to imagine the drumming of each footfall as a pace in a dance. A chant came from some lost memory, and I began to sing something old that Ma sang when we walked upon the hills, mumming it with my lips. Everyone stumbled. I began to believe Patience's hand holding mine was the only feeling I had in the world. After a while we could go no other way but single file, and so I had to let go of her hand. I got a stitching in my side, and it spread to both sides. If I could have found time alone, I would have eaten the rest of my pocket. I stared at the ground in front of each step, wishing that Patience's feet would stay long enough to warm it before I stepped there. I tried to step into her footprints, but of course that was imaginary, for there was no print on the frozen ground. Her feet were as frozen as mine. I had never known such agony. The numbness and burning and bitter shivering never stopped. With every step I thought of new ways to hate Rafe McAllister, whose fault it was we were here. "Patience," I whispered. "Yes?" "Do you think Uncle Rafe was a pirate always? Did he join them as August did?" "I do not know. Be shushed, Ressie." "He was fighting the other pirates. I saw him do it, right alongside Pa." Nary the first man with duplicity of heart. I made her explain that as I stumbled onward another length of time, holding to my sides against the shooting pain that threatened to bend me. "I wish someone would steal us back and take us home again." "It will not happen." "August said we have to start over. I just want to go home. That's what I want. Some bloody French pirates could kill Rafe McAllister and take us on a big man-o'-war or a ship of the line, as they called that one they burned down with the rats and the plague, remember? And then they would take us back to Jamaica, and then we would find Ma and take up sewing. I figure, since those Saracens fed us almost not at all, and the English fed us quite a bit better, well, the French do like their victuals, Ma always said, and they would have more food and sail around the other way and take us home if we asked them to and explained how we were stolen. Mostly, should someone kill Rafe McAllister, That's the good start of it. French voyagers, I think. A hand jerked me from the line. Who's going to kill Rafe McAllister for you, brat? I'm going to tie you to that tree there and leave you for the crows. I looked up into Uncle Rafe's grizzled face, aware that although I began with a whisper, my voice had taken strength from my words, and I had been talking loudly enough to echo in the woods around us. He held my arm with a grip that felt like he would crush my bones. He pulled a dagger and held it against my lips, sliding it up and down so that I felt a stinging as he said, It would be worth the £10 I'll get for you, to me, to cut your throat and watch you strangle on your own blood, you little cur. Maybe I will just cut your tongue out. How would you like that? Maybe I'll cut out your briny tongue and give you a taste of what's been keeping your sister company, eh? My mind raced, my stomach gnawed and growled as he shook me. Had Patience been given extra food? The look in his eyes told me something more, as if I were to know something unknowable. Remembering Patie's bruised and bloody face, I shrank from him and he let go of my arm. Soon, as we began to move again, I sang Ma's old charm against evil to the rhythm of my steps. My voice meant for Patie's ears. Gumbu crua hi na clock. Gumbu du hi na ngol. Gumbu lu a hi na lock. Patience turned and stared at me, not watching where she walked, and my heart was moved, for she smiled. She turned and took up my song, the first part which I had forgotten, and whispered the song under her voice to the rhythm of our feet. Alka hien moloch, gan gavin galer gluck gluck. I answered back with my part, and she sang again. Gointai, gointai, sultai, sultai, shiach, shiach, uer. I thought of Rafe McAllister and chanted the ancient words under my breath until I laughed aloud. My laughter was not mirth, but clinging faith in the words I said, a curse against all who might do us harm. I wished I had thought of the songs while still in the capture of the Saracens. Perhaps they would never have got us as far as the English sailors and Rafe, and we would be home already. The path widened into a narrow road. Waist-high brambles lined both sides. If a cart had come along, we would have had to stand in deep brush to let it pass. They stopped us by a well to rest. The well was below a small rock circle, under a roof so low that anyone taller than me would have to stoop to reach the cracked and useless bucket that had been left by it. We fixed our quilted petticoats as capes. That is warmer, I said. I thought Patie looked so haggard, so drawn, that I feared for her life. Why do you look at me so? She asked. Something is so lost in your eyes. Your face is so terrible you make me afraid. 'Tis merely that you have not seen me in the light of day in so long. We shall go home soon. Mayhap that old charm will work. 'Tis old foolishment. Ma was not but a gentlewoman, and she would never cast a spell or a charm. 'Twas a song she knew from her granny. Patience brushed her hands along her arms under the petticoat cape. I doubt we shall ever see Jamaica again. I doubt I will live to see Christ's Mass Day. I pressed her arms with my hands then, the same way she was doing, to give more comfort to her. I am more afraid now than ever I was before. We must go home again. If the charm helps, it is good to remember it. Cora fiddled through the other women toward us. She said to me, "Little Miss Resolute, what is that shining on your sister's back?" I saw the shine just as she said it too, and clasped my hands across my mouth. "Patience, turn quickly." The cloth had worn through and showed a glint of metal with the too obvious shape of a coin printed into the linen. Our treasures. Patience rolled it in her hand. "I shall turn it inside out," she said, and worked the cape over her head again. Cora squinted and asked, What's you got sewn into that, missy?" Patience shrugged and said, "It is nary a thing." But I heard how Cora's voice had changed. Now on land she had said missy, the old slave way, instead of Patey's name. I said, "It is nothing but Ma's wee duppy charm, back of every petticoat." "Maybe you need to give me a duppy charm," she said. "Maybe you got more charms than that. Maybe I keep quiet about them shiny golden charms, and you could keep the rest if you shared but one. Duppies never harm no one this far away." Patience raised her eyes to look at Cora's face and said, "I shared our food when you were starving." "Share one thing more, you massa's daughter. You live on the backs of my mother and my gran. You ne'er eat a crumb that someone else didn't hand make and bring to you. All I got to do is say it loud and men's take it all from you." Was Cora one of our slaves? I did not know her at all. She must have always worked in the fields or someplace away from the house. She had seemed so decent when we were in the cage together. Yet, if she belonged to Pa, she belonged to us now. Patience glared at Cora. I did not dare let down my posture of defence. "How you changed so from what you seemed on the ship. I thought you were our friend, our companion." "You don't share with a friend?" she asked. "Then you lets me wear that and be warm for a whiles. I give it back to you in a whiles." She laid her hand on Patey's cape, and I saw her fingers wrap themselves into it and hold tight. "Can't talk," I said. Cora jerked her hand away from Patey's clothing as if there had been a thorn in it. A voice broke the air among the three of us. "You!" Uncle Rafe said, coming for us. I cringed and held Patey's hand, ready for him to clutch at me again. Yet the arm he jerked was Cora's. "You come this way." He pulled her down the path. As she went, Cora turned and looked toward us. She grimaced, as if she might start to cry, and Rafe gave her a shove. Two men, one old, one younger than my pa seemed, stood at a short fence with a horse and a small donkey by them. They gave Uncle Rafe coins that he counted, and when he was finished, he tooth-marked two of them. I expected the men would ride the horse and put Cora on the donkey. Instead, they tied her hands with coarse rope and bound the other end to the saddle of the horse. The young man got on the horse. The old one swung himself onto the donkey, his feet dragging the ground. Cora walked alongside, her face toward the road. Under her skirt, rotted and torn off at the hem, so it was shorter than was decent, I spied Patience's shoes moving along on Cora's feet. She never looked up as they passed us. I wanted to call out, "Farewell," but I did not. I had known her kindness longer than I had known her greed, and the part of Cora that I would miss was indeed the good part. At least, thank heaven, she did not say anything to give away our secret. The rest I did not try to understand just then, for we were compelled to get into two lines and walk the road. We walked until the air darkened, for no sunset. Staying off sharp stones, thorns, rough clay, and horse droppings occupied my mind fully. I could sing no more. All my strength went to putting one foot ahead of the last. We stopped at a place that was more of a cave than an inn. After they barred the door, they gave us potatoes boiled with milk and herbs. For me, it tasted wonderful. But Patience could not keep it down, and as we sat where we stood before, she leaned over on the floor to be sick. They bade us lie side by side on damp ground, and for coverings against the cold, tossed a few old flea-bitten skins upon the lot. With some tugging and grunting, the skins moved about and covered perhaps half the women. A few of them set up a squabble and exchanged blows for the rights to a filthy old hide. I lay low, ducking the fists swinging over my head, and tried to lie as close to Patey as I could. The men prisoners were across the room. A man from the inn stood to guard us with a musket. One of the older women asked him the name of this place. It has no name, he said. It is just a place. Then one of the men asked him where we had landed, and the man said that we came ashore around the heel of Casco Bay. And where we were now was outside of Harrisseekit. A woman on my left side said, "Ain't that just like him? Won't tell a woman nothing, but has all the time in the world for a bloke." I wondered if more houses stood over the next hill, and if there might be someone to whom I could explain our lives and how we had been kidnapped. I would make them understand that Patience and I did not belong to this group. I meant to remember these places. Casco and Harrisseekit, Casco and Harrisseekit, I chanted under my breath. I would write a letter to Ma. I would tell her how to find us. I decided I would not tell Ma about Cora being greedy, and perhaps we would find her and buy her from those men and keep Cora with us. I would see she got a whipping for the shoes, though. Things like that cannot go unnoticed with slaves. I thought about telling Patience, or asking if she had seen them too. At length, however, I decided again to keep the thoughts with me. In the morning we were fed the same stew of potatoes. It was so cold in the cave my breath formed a cloud such as I had never seen before. After those days aboard ship, the potatoes were quite comforting to me, and Patience did tolerably better with it today too. Rafe McAllister blustered into the room and whistled as if we were a pack of dogs. "Get in line, get in line," he called. "End of the road for most of you." A woman from the inn pushed and shoved at us with a heavy stick, the way you might work a hesitant sow into a corner. She growled and muttered, threatening us with the stick, but none dared affront her. She produced a bucket of water and walked before the women. "Wash your faces, you whores. Get the glin off you. Get to it now. You'll ne'er be her lady's dresser with them foul trolls' faces. Any you is bleedin', get back and leaf d'others first." "Why, Patey," I whispered. "How rude." Patey cautioned me with a raised finger. "Put your petticoat back under your skirt." She snatched it from my shoulders, and with the same brusque motions Ma had used, tied it to my waist. "But I am cold, and I do not want to be some woman's dresser." "Check later for holes and patch them. Sew a piece of your gown to it." "Where shall I get thread? You will have to help me." "Scrub your face, Resi," she said, falsely cheerful, as the bucket came past us. We dipped in our hands and took water. Cold drizzles of it ran down my arms to my skirt. "Take a thread from some place that cannot use it any more. You shall always, from this moment on, have to be clever and make use. Do you hear me?" "Well, tell me what to do," I said, as she threaded a needle from her petticoat. "I told you, be clever. Make everything count. Let me fix your pocket." When she felt satisfied, she put her own back in place. Rafe strutted about the room and stood upon a small chair. "Line!" he called. From under his coat he produced a long black whip. He thrashed it over our heads as if in warning, snapping it on both sides of the line. Someone behind me cried out with pain. Once in line, we trudged up the frozen road. I had felt cold inside the cave, but the chill outside was bitter. My feet felt as if every step were trod across hot coals. So great did the pain shoot up from my soles. My arms, my nose, everything became numb and yet pained at the same time. I could not speak. My lips froze in place with the cold. A collection of small wooden shacks, no more than our slave quarters, sat beyond a small hill. In the midst of the little houses, a clearing held a wooden platform that wore a covering of white dust. All the women stepped upon the platform, and Rafe began that shrill whistle again, time after time, until people emerged from the houses. They collected about us, looking upon us as if we were sheep or horses. I peered in awe at my feet and the pressing of my steps upon the white stuff. "Patey, what is this?" I asked. "Frost. It got so cold in the night that the wood froze and the dew upon it became ground snow." "Ground snow?" The white thing you thought was feathers falling from the sky. Snow. This kind is on wood or the ground. The kind in the air falls to the earth. Sometimes in great amounts, sometimes mere— "Quiet!" Rafe hollered. He stepped upon the platform too. In ones and twos, he, along with our other captors, sent the men aboard the platform. People crowded up. Some stayed silent, but many jeered and called out. Some of the buyers seemed stern, and some appeared gentle. Pious men in black frocks, lordly men stepped from carriages, and rough men came on foot. Men were sold for coins, for pistols, and one was traded for a horse. Then they came for the women. Rafe took Patience's arm and pulled her to him. "I'll see what you bring. If it ain't enough, you'll be mine." I made fists with both my hands, but he left her and took up the arm of an African woman and called to the crowd, "Fresh and sturdy stock, fresh and sturdy stock, trained, hard-working, who'll give me £15 for this one here?" "Let's see her teeth," a man called from the people gathered. "Open your mouth," Rafe said. When the man was satisfied with the captive's teeth, he nodded and she was led away. I thought about that Saracen beaten to death under Captain Holcroft's orders, and though he had seemed genteel, he had stood there, watching. And August, though he protested, he too watched. I shuddered. Why any sort of man could buy any other man and be kindly or be the devil himself, and the sold person had no voice in his own fate. Black spots swirled before my eyes, and I nestled closer to Patience's skirt. Very soon they came for her. Patience held her hands toward me in a gesture of pathos as they pulled us apart, more conjoined than if we had been two halves of a cloth rent asunder. I remembered for a long time the feeling of her hands pulled away from me, the last touch of her upon my arms. She stood as two men bid for her, and a low and hard-looking one came up and offered £17.09. Rafe held out his hands to collect Patience's earnings and dropped one of the coins, having to chase it around the planks before it quit spinning. I was incensed that he had dropped my sister's price on the floor. When they led her from the step, I followed on her heels. The man who bought my sister pushed me away. "Get back, ye!" he ordered, raising his hand to strike me. "I am going too," I said. "Without Patey I would die. I would surely die." "I bought one. Won't feed kin neither. That's trouble. Get back!" He kicked at me as if I were a dog snapping at his feet. "Please!" I shouted. From behind me, an arm wrapped around my middle and carried me off like a peck of flour away from Patey's side. I did not cry out again, or sob. I put away more feelings, put them deep. I would give them no satisfaction with my tears. Patience did not cry or say a word, or even make a sound, but went into a wagon with a short top on it which was closed down the way you'd pack up an animal. They crowded two others in with her and drove it away. I watched her go and felt indignity, not longing or sorrow. How little I had known my own sister, my own skin, before our kidnappings, and now she had changed by the brutality and beatings she had suffered on the ship. The strange way she had of treating me also, for I had not forgot that she had nearly unbrained me at one instance to keep me out of the hands of the Saracens. I had been orphaned indeed. That notion took hold of me while her cart made its rattly way down the path until my heart seemed as if it lay at the bottom of the sea. All was lost. An hour later, in the year of our Lord, 1729, on the 21st day of November, I was sold for the first time to a black-frocked farmer and his wife. Both of them wore high-peaked black beaver felt hats, such as I had seen in drawings before. Both were so homely and sallow that under those great dreary hats I would never have known the sex of one or the other were it not for Madame's frilly mob cap. As they pulled me from the platform and pushed me into a cart, I called for patience. She was long gone away, as were they all. Rafe McAllister walked off with his bags jingling, filled with the solid coin of our skins. I had brought him only £5. I looked like trouble, they said. Chapter 6, November 21, 1729. Resolute Catherine Eugenia Talbot, I said. You'll be Mary. I stared, somewhat dumbfounded, and in a quite ill-mannered way at the old woman. I shall not. And what talent have you? The hag sorted me with her eyes as if I had been a bowl of seeds. Talent? I have learnt 2 songs on the harpsichord. I'm talking about your work, you little heathen. What do you mean? Now that I was out of the ship's hold and in a proper lodging, I wanted a bath and a rest and to have someone get the knots out of my hair. She poked my arm as if I were contagion itself. What skills? Are you a laundress? Cook? I have always had a laundress, I said, and there were 3 cooks, 1 for meats, 1 for sweets, 1 for everything else, I said. I can do embroidery. I drew myself up, saying, quite fine embroidery, though my work was barely passable. Well, Mary, you shall carry the chamber pots each morning and fill the scuttles. I would never do that. It is filthy. Have one of your slaves do it. She continued as if she had not heard me. Then there's milking and washing and any other task mistress requires of you. You shall be allowed 1 afternoon each week for school. Work not, and you shall know the rod of correction. You are right pinched and meagre, quite scunging in your appearance. Have you other raiment? Raiment, madam? Where be your other clothes? Stolen away by the same villain who has taken me from the bosom of my family and delivered me into your hands. Ask Rafe McAllister. Have someone bring me a bath and a fresh gown immediately. She stood, grunted, giving me a slight shove, and tromped about the room as if a better answer were hanging on a peg, for there were many pegs, all filled with different hanging fabrics on the walls of this small wooden room. No, you'll not have a cloak, she repeated twice. Then, were you raised papist? No, mum. Is there anything but heresy taught on such an island? As I come from, madam, I do not know what is taught there. I know only that Ma and Pa were both godly and taught us what they knew. I felt afraid to say more. I knew by the way she asked it that she expected an answer that matched her creed. We held that the Virgin was pure and that certain of the martyred saints followed and watched over those who loved them. Yet the Talbots, as far as I knew, were Anglicans and not given to claiming any original sins as did Catholics. All my sins were my own creation and had come by way of my invention. Of that I would swear. So, you've been baptized? I'll not have a foundling heretic under this roof. Speak up. Baptized? How? Yes, madam, baptized indeed. I asked myself whether I should say 'twas last spring or say that I was christened at 8 days old, neither of which was true. I hit upon a middle ground. In the scriptural way, same as you, madam. She whirled at me, her hands swirling musty-smelling clothing. Good. Mary, now, see if this will fit you. She tied a rough cap upon my head. She came at me with a gown, whisking my arms into the sleeves, tying it in the back, but not taking off my soiled things. She gave me a short and oft-patched coat-like cassock. Over that she laid a pelisse, which had once been grand, but which was several inches too long. Oh, that won't do, she said. Much too big. The promised warmth of the clothes after these days of cold had an immediate effect, and I clutched my arms across my ribs, holding on to the garment lest she take it back. I said, perhaps if I also had some good shoes to wear, I would be taller and it would fit better. I knew the argument was ridiculous, but the old woman put her gnarled and twisted dog finger against her lips and pondered it. "No, no," she said. "If one of the girls has a shoe close to the size—" "Birgitta," I heard from another room. "Birgitta, I need you upstairs." "Follow me and keep quiet," Birgitta said. "These people are the Haskin family, patented and Puritan. You address them as master and mistress. Understand?" "Yes, madam." "You call me Birgitta. I'm the housekeeper, but I am also mistress's sister too, full part of this household. I sleep by the door, so there'll be no running out without my knowing." "Yes, madam," I repeated, as we trundled up the poorest stack of stairs I had ever seen, more rickets than wood, and less foothold than the secret stair by the water wheel. I began to feel warm under the layered coats, yet my bare feet ached from the cold. At the top of the stair, we entered a low-ceilinged room, where 3 beds crowded together in such tight space that there was no room betwixt them. A fireplace that had gone cold came off the chimney. Beyond, the attic was dark and draughty. "The missus sleeps here," Birgitta said. "You'll find the honey pots under there. Mistress won't allow the girls to the outdoors in this weather. You take 'em to the outdoor privy and dump 'em in the hole. Wipe 'em good and clean after." "Ha, no," I said. "I told you I could never do that." Birgitta rapped me on the shoulder with the rod she produced from a rope at her waist. I gasped in pain. Even the lowest pirates who stole me never whipped me. I cried out, "Do not hit me with that again." "Who?" came a child's voice from under the beds. "Who is this lady?" Birgitta patted the bed nearest her. "You hiding again, Lonnie? Come out. This is Mary. She's to dump the pots. You're to find your old shoe for her." "There's only one. Mother took one to save for the wall on the new house." The girl wiggled from under the bed as she spoke. "It's good luck to put a shoe in the wall of a new house." She stood taller than I, with a stunted left arm and leg, as if she were a doll assembled from 2 different patterns. "I have a long foot and a short one, a long leg and a short one, a big arm and a little. I even have a big titty and a little one. You can't have my new shoe." "No, of course I would not," I began. Fast as the strike of a snake, the old woman brought the stick down upon my forearm. "Don't talk back to the missus. Best you learn your place quick. Now, Lonnie, give me the old shoe. You, Mary, you say yes, mum, to everything." I was about to insist that Mary was not my name, when Lonnie reached under the bed and came out with a squashed and battered wad of leather. I thought it a dead bat, and shrank from it in her hand. She shook it at my face and sang, "What are you scared of? Scary Mary, scary Mary." Birgitta took the leather thing and tugged at it. It changed not at all under her hands, and she tossed it at my feet. "Well, there's one. We'll find you another." Lonnie said, "It has been squashed under the bed for a year." As she dove back under, she came up with a worn-out larger shoe. It had a hole in the toe. By the time the candles were put out that night, I had learned much about these people, and none of it endeared me to them. The old woman made me wipe out pots, and I vomited with each one, worse than seasickness. I was to sleep in a tiny alcove under the eaves, furnished with a fetid mat and a bearskin. I pulled the mat against the chimney and made myself a tent of the skin. I pilfered a rug I found rolled in a corner behind a chest, adding that to my little tent house. Master and Mistress and Birgitta slept downstairs. The Haskins' 3 daughters ranged in age from 21 to 14. All of them snored. Lonnie was given to fits where she stuttered and stammered and sometimes fell down, spitting and foaming. Birgitta warned me to keep her from falling in the fireplace and away from all candles and lamps. When she was not taken with fits, she played at braiding and unbraiding Christine's hair while Christine sat knitting. I longed to have my ma work the painful knots from my hair, and I would have asked Lonnie to do mine had this been any other place. Lonnie's given name was Livonia, but she could not pronounce it. Lonnie found ways at odd times to pop out of a corner or from under a bed and call out, "Scary Mary." It kept me so uneasy that I wanted to scratch her face. She slept with Rachel and clutched a doll made of wood and dressed in miniature clothing. Rachel was the oldest, cross-eyed as a baby bird, and made me most uneasy. She had a way of asking, "That one, I told you, Mary," without pointing a finger or naming a thing, expecting me to guess which eye she had aimed at something she wanted brought to her. I could not tell what she wanted, and I hated the way it made me feel stupid, as if I had left my senses behind on the voyage. I thought of her as a prating, narrow-backed, long-nosed, cross-eyed fool. Christine was the middle girl, 19, plain as her mother and more dull than Birgitta, as if her mind had a hollow place in it which wanted filling. She did nothing throughout a day other than sit and knit stockings. The stockings seemed nice, and there were more than enough to go around, so I smiled and remarked to her that they looked ever so nicely made, and that I should enjoy having a pair of the extra stockings to keep my feet warm, as she had a stack of 9 or 10 pairs in her basket. Christine flew from her chair, squalling, "Mary tried to steal our stockings," which caused Birgitta to lay me a whipping across the back. The next day I sneaked up to Christine and hissed into her ear, "You pathetic, defective creature, I would not touch your worm-infested, pox-ridden, goat-shit-filled stockings if I held the devil's pitchfork in my hand." That got me a whipping by Master himself, with a leather strap he tethered next to the fireplace, and once a week used to strop his razor. Once he had laid 5 great whacks across my back and legs, he said to me, "You are not an equal in this house. You are a servant. You will never address this household with insult or familiarity. You will never say the name of the father of all evil aloud within these walls. It is my duty and right to train you until you understand your place. It is also within my right to take you to the deep woods and leave you for the wolves. Is this understood by you?" I nodded that it was, though I could not speak, for the effort of weeping inside myself had left me mute. That night, after hauling wood, water, and slops all day, I was sent to my corner in the upper floor without supper. I did not wake until Lonnie poked me with a broom handle the next morning. They kept goats in a room of the house. The stench was as wretched as the hold of the Saracen pirate ship. I suppose one might say that goat room was, in its contents and purpose, a barn, but they had created it by simply building a wall at one end of the house itself. The whole place smelled dismally sharp. Everything I touched and cleaned, even the food I ate, tasted of the tang of goat dung. The flattened shoe was too tight and gave me blisters. The other one was loose and floundered upon my ankle, causing me to trip. This house, where I had been lodged, was somewhat bigger than our kitchen, though the whole of it, including the fenced yard, would have fit into the first-floor ballroom at 2 crowns. I dumped their pots and wiped them with a towel. Not in all my days had I known any such duty, and every time I performed it I vomited everything I had eaten, until at last I fainted and the old woman, Birgitta, dragged me into the house. Birgitta talked and scolded without stop, Mary this, Mary that, until my ears felt as bruised as my arms. I was made to bring in snow and melt it in a pot for cooking and cleaning. Birgitta told me to peel vegetables, but hit me for the result, saying I wasted too much. She constantly referred to the single table over which hung 2 copper pots and a prong for meat as the kitchen. I did not dare ask whether there weren't a proper kitchen. No home I knew had a kitchen in the house. Too dangerous and hot with all that cooking. Birgitta bade me to clean the master's boots, but beat me for not knowing to rub them with a lamb's wool bob she kept in a wooden safe with tallow and old candle bits. One morning, Birgitta led me to a shed hard against the house, which held a stack of logs as tall as the house and several feet thick. She lectured me in her droning nasal voice about their last house girl who had pulled the pile down upon herself. I watched a mouse pitter around in a corner, thinking that I wished the whole pile to fall upon Birgitta. I imagined Birgitta aboard ship. I would bet my one good shoe that no becalming doldrums existed which she could not break with speeches about scrubbing, tending, sewing, and milking goats, goats and goats, buckets and stools, what they ate, what they excreted, when to set the ewes and when to butcher the kids. Everything about goats tied itself to Lent and Easter and Passover, Midsummer Day, and the black days of the moon. How to tell if the goat had been possessed by a demon or spirit of Satan, for goats were easy prey to that villain. If I asked a question, I was as likely to get a rod as an answer, so I did not inquire as to the nature of a goat that made it Satan's prey after, of course, unchaste little girls. Morning and night I carried pots. After a while, I was able to keep down my food by covering it with the towel first, holding my breath and closing my eyes. I ate at the foot of the table if anything was left in the trencher after the family gobbled their fill. Sometimes there was little but drippings and a crust. Each night I pulled off the miserable shoes and tried to rub my frozen toes to keep them from hurting so, but they hurt worse with every passing day. They stung so that I could not sleep at times. Birgitta watched me at every moment, quick to bring that rod down upon my shoulders. I crept into my small hole under the bearskin, more tired from work, more bruised by beatings, until I felt at last I might cry out in my sleep as Patty had done. Not again. I wrapped my feet in the bottom of my skirt and put them against the chimney, curled up like a house cat, waking stiff and cold. By the passing of another week, I had almost looked forward to the dumping of pots for the chance to emerge from the house, to look for a road or path, some way to leave. My main reason for staying, however, came as Mistress Haskin settled her girls for the night, telling them stories of the old country, as she called the place. It did not sound anything like the Scotland and England I had heard of, but was wintry as this, full of harsh people and wolves as well. In one of the stories, a queen saved her 3 daughters from being eaten by wolves, massive hairy animals with teeth like daggers and a never-ending hunger, by throwing out their worthless servant girl when the wolves clawed at the door. At night, the howl of wolves in the distance made me too afraid to sleep, much less think of running. If only there came a night without wolves, I decided, I would know it was safe. I lay awake, after the stories and their shared kisses and tucking in of wrapped, heated stones from the fire. Every sound triggered my heart to beat faster, my eyes to open wider. An owl called. Something rattled in the thatch. I often slept with my arms over my face so nothing could claw at my eyes. Master Haskin was a puffed-up booby who fancied himself a scholar and philosopher, prating before a polished copper plate every Sunday morning. In another home, equally as dismal as this, a crowd assembled and stood, there being not room for a single chair. I found a corner and crouched, so I could rest my sore feet. Master Haskin fumbled the words of a psalm, so that it came out that the Israelites had prepared a feast to eat their enemies. I covered my smile. By the time meeting was finished, a stormy wind blew and sleet hit the house. They sent me to their house alone to build up the fire so it would be warm for them. I thought of escape, but where and how could I in such a storm? They must have known I could not run away in such weather. Still, it was blessed to be alone. I pushed the coals with an iron rod and fed straw into the fireplace. I looked out the door. No one yet, so I ran upstairs, pulled off my shoes and dug into Christine's basket of stockings. I selected 2 pairs and put them on, one over the other, and got the shoes tied on just as I heard stamping at the doorstep. I nearly fell down the stairs in my rush, but I sat myself upon the floor, flushed and panting. I knelt, holding kindling against a mound of coals, and blowing at it by the time they'd removed their wet blankets and cloaks enough to see me. Christine never mentioned that her store of stockings had changed. A couple of days later, while I melted snow, I watched from the corner of my eye as Mistress sat to spin thread of the goat's wool. She had a round of wood with a spindle on it and whirled it. Now and then she grunted if the thread broke. The woman was twiddly and had nervous episodes where she paced across the 2 small rooms and sometimes up and down the narrow stairway, fidgeting with her hands, shaking them as if they were wet and needed drying, or as if something dreadful were stuck to her fingers. "Are you listening?" Brigitte hissed, shaking the rod at my face. "I'll have a word with Master Haskin about you if you are too simple to learn a thing." Had she been talking again? I looked first at the tip of the rod, inches from my nose. I had no idea she had been talking, and I followed its length with my eyes, up her arm and to her face. As I did, I remembered Aloysius, the sailor. "I am listening, madam." I smiled to prove it, though I had no idea what she had said. "Thank you for explaining, Brigitte. I shall not forget." My answer took her off her guard, for she shook her head, blinking long and hard, screwing her eyebrows up. I nodded and stirred the stew bubbling on the hearth. "Would you have me put more kindling by the great fireplace or the lesser?" I asked, reaching for a chunk of wood. "Go and get more for the great one. Be careful," she said, suddenly gentle. "And remember not to loosen any above and cause it to kill you dead. And get 5 more buckets of snow. Mistress will want tea for the Honourable Reverend. Last meeting was for his and Miss Rachel's walking out. Tonight's supper is first courting." I loaded up the box by the fireplace, my arms as full of wood as I could carry. I collected snow and sat to pluck floating bits of twig and leaf from the pot as the snow melted. I kept my hands in the warm water until it got hot. Mistress and the older girls spent the morning preparing a leg of goat that had been hanging inside the woodshed where it had frozen solid. I marvelled at that. Had it hung in a shed at Meagher Bay, flies and wasps would have cleaned it to the marrow in half a day. Later in the afternoon, as the preparations slowed and bread rose on a board, all the daughters assembled for school. I sat on a small stool behind them, happy for a change from my endless tasks. I remember having been told I'd been schooled, but this was the first time in 2 months of living with them that any mention was made of it. As the girls recited addition by rote, I tried to join in, sensing a rhythm to what they were doing. Arithmetic seemed to be a pattern of things, such as 3 3s made 9. I smelled the goat shank boiling in its pot and roots roasting in the coals. My mouth watered. My stomach made meowing sounds like a hungry cat, and Rachel frowned at me for it. We were an hour into school when Reverend Johansen arrived with his leather satchel and his scriptures. Master Haskin answered the knock on the door himself. Brigitte showed him to the single real chair, and Master sat upon the family bench. Mistress Haskin intended to give our little schooling an airing before him, for she did not dismiss us from our places. I used my hiding place behind the girls to study this reverend. He had a kind expression, and a sadness about the eyes that was appealing despite his thinness. Perhaps he would save me. Mistress broke the silence, saying, "Rachel, what is the greatest sin?" I thought about stealing stockings, while Rachel said, "There are 7 major sins. The greatest of these is sloth, because under its cloak abide all the others." "Good," said Mistress, nodding. "Now, Christine, what are the 7 detestable sins?" Christine gave no answer. Lonnie sat without speaking, a string of drool escaping her lips. "Mary," said Mistress, "clean her face." I waited and watched. Reverend seemed unamused. "Mary, clean her face," I said, the woman demanded. I grew aware after a moment that she meant me. I had been called Mary all these days, but could not reply to it when caught off guard. I pulled up a bit of my skirt and swiped it across Lonnie's face while turning my eyes to the ceiling. Nothing repelled me more than slaver running from a mouth. Christine mumbled something, and her mother nodded, head inclined toward the girl, as if by that motion she could produce words from Christine's mouth. Mistress said, "She knows them by heart. She speaks softest of the girls." I folded my skirt so I could not see Lonnie's mouth spot on it. The Reverend appeared bored. I wanted to jump at him and shout the wrongs done to me. I made a noise, accidentally scooting my stool a bit. Mistress eyed me, and her face changed somewhat. Her smiling lips thinned out and her brows lowered. "Mary, do you know the detestable sins?" Pa always said, if you wanted a man to befriend you, get him to talk about himself. If I could get the man to feel fondness toward me, to feel pity and perhaps admiration for my ma's teaching, perhaps he would take me home to her. What more would a parson love than to talk about his philosophies? Perhaps he needed asking. Perhaps I should just ask him. Ma had never spoken of a list of such things as detestable sin. I said, I am sure that holy God detests all wickedness." The Reverend raised one brow and nodded. Mistress said, "Mary, the kettle is hot. I'll serve parson some tea." She had laid her teapot and tea-safe on a kerchief at the table. She seemed uncertain at its preparation. They drank nothing but hard cider usually, as there was naught else to drink. I knew all about tea, for I had helped my mother so often. I hurried to the fireplace and pulled the trammel with a crooked rod she used for it. As Mistress tried to whittle the corner off the tea brick, she said, "Oh, of course, we never use tea often. We keep frugal." I poured hot water into the old teapot, and with a look on my face and a nod, took the tea brick from her, breaking it as Ma had done, dropping it in, to stir with a fork. Mistress began to smile, but stopped herself and turned away from me. "Lonnie," she went on, "what is the greatest commandment?" "Honour thy father and mother," Lonnie sang out, clapping her hands. "My father and mother, honour them, honour them, honour them." When I turned to hang the kettle of hot water back in the fire, a coal popped and a spark flew toward me. I kicked at it, intending to send it back into the bank of coals, but it caught in the hole of my tattered shoe. Pain shot through my toe. I cried out, holding forth the iron kettle. Lonnie came running to me and held her hands under the hot kettle as if I would lay it into them. "No," I cried. "Lonnie, move your hands." "Mary," Brigitte said, coming at me, "you earned 3 strokes for raising your voice to the missus of this house." My hands sweating and the handle slipping, I held the kettle with every bit of strength I could find. I cried, "Lonnie, the kettle will hurt you. Get away." At last I could keep it suspended no more, and my arms began to fall lower. Brigitte reached forward and took Lonnie's hands in hers, leading her away. I set the kettle on the floor and shook my shoe. The spark had no more light in it, but smoke came from my shoe like a candle wick just snuffed. Tears poured down my face. "What is all this?" asked Master. "Pick up that kettle, Mary." It was such a small room, to have so many people, he could not see what had happened to my foot. He raised his fist, ready to fetch me a clap on the head. "I am sorry, Master," I said, ducking my head. In that moment a picture of Cora, bowing and ducking, in Patience's stolen shoes appeared in my mind. My toe hurt too badly to think more. I did not want to hurt Miss Lonnie. Reverend Johansen came to my rescue, saying, "I believe her voice was raised only in warning, Haskin. Let the servant girl have some tea for it." I did get a cup of their tea, but it was just as ordinary as any I had had. The food was better than usual and plentiful, though I had to wait until everyone had taken their fill before me. My portion of potatoes was one small nub, no larger than my thumb, and the bread had fallen into the pot and was sopped by the time it got to me. The women all stayed hushed, as the parson and Master went on about the threat of the French fort not far away. They talked of Indians, and the parson said he could speak Indian language, and gave forth with some stirring words no one could understand, of which it seemed he was proud. The evening wore on, and the fire burned low. I felt cold, then hot, my eyes burning, as if I had been too close to the fireplace. The Haskin daughters lined up to bid farewell. I felt a trembling take my bones. I had no time left to plead to him to take me home. I could travel with him wherever he went. Despite Patey's warning, I thought I would gladly pay him 2 gold rings to take me. I sprang from my place on the floor, hoping to elicit recognition that I had something important to say. "Mary, come stand behind the girls," coaxed Master, with a grandiose wave of his arm. "The staff may attend the departure of our guest." "Our children," said Mistress, "shall bid you farewell with a scripture verse." Well, and I thought. The girls shall speak to the parson, and I was girl enough for that task. I inched my way into the line of them, standing next to Lonnie. Rachel recited a long and, to me, meaningless verse. The parson corrected her, saying, "The word is thine, my dear, not thy, thine own." Rachel bowed and curtsied and replied, "God's blessing on your travels, Reverend Johansen." I looked back and forth between Rachel's face and the parson's. Betrothed. The parson was older looking than Rachel's pa. Why, that would be like Patience marrying some old man like Rafe McAllister. I shuddered. Christine and Lonnie recited. I stared at the parson. Master said, "Fetch the parson his cloak, Mary." "Yes, Master." I did my best and most gracious curtsy, despite my toe hurting beyond mercy and my clothing smelling of rot. I saw a quiver at the corners of his mouth. He was dampening a smile. I had his sympathy. I ran to the peg and lifted down the cloak to keep it from the dirt floor. "Here, your lordship, reverend sir," I said, holding the cape as high as my arms would reach. It blocked my face from his view, so I spoke through the wool in the moment it took him to slip on the cloak and fasten the frog. I began a verse saying, "As the heart—" My eyes went to Master's face. At his frown I lowered my voice to a whisper and chattered fast as my lips would move. "As the heart panteth after the brooks, water brooks, so panteth my heart after thee." I raised my brows more, trying to sort out whether I could ask him to take me away at that moment. "I should like to hear your philosophy about the Psalms." I shuddered, nearly falling to my knees in a faint, my head swimming as black spots swirled before my eyes. "The Psalms?" Reverend Johansen asked. He swept the cloak over one shoulder and bent toward me, smiling and patting my head, and said, "Why would you like a sermon on the Psalms?" My eyes darted back and forth, testing his right eye, then his left, trying to discern the answer he wanted most to hear, and without thinking at all, with no reason, I said, "For I want to know when I shall go away, how soon, and for what I am here." Mistress glared at me, Birgitta too, and she stepped forward as if to snatch me away from my boldness, but stopped, unsure of whether her duty lay in waiting upon the guest's departure to lash out. The parson said, "When shall you go? You are too young to think of death. I doubt that answer is in the Psalms. The reason you are here is that you are to be a maid of all work. See that you glorify the Lord with every good deed." He turned to the room and said, "God give you good e'en then. Bless this house and all who reside therein. Amen." He made for the door and pushed it open, letting a rush of icy air into the room. I dashed after him, clinging to the wide cloak. "Take me with you, please, your lordship. Help me get home to my mother. I am captured, sir, by pirates. This is not my place." A sudden sweat poured from my skin, and the frigid gust of air made me shiver. "How shall I get home to my mother? She will surely be terrified at this long absence." "Mary, still your tongue!" Mistress hissed at me. "Girls, up to bed then." Birgitta's coarse hands wrenched my grip from the parson's cape. "Beg pardon, Parson Johansen. This un's new and hasn't learnt manners yet." She closed the door before he could respond and shook me by the shoulders. "What a foolishness!" He was gone. "How long must I stay?" I cried. Mistress came before me, her arms crossed. "Mary, let this happen again and I'll remember it for sure." Birgitta said, "If you have done your duty, you'll be granted free in 8 years. We have paid your indenture and you are ours. You go to your mother after that, or you hire out under wages. Until then, you do as you are told." I sank to the floor. The pain in my toe took my breath away. 8 years. It was more days than stars in the sky. Thousands and thousands of days without Ma and Patey, without August. Pa dead. In 8 years, August would have come back to Casco Bay to find me, and I would not be there. I was the daughter of Alan Talbot, not a slave. My eyes filled with visions of dark women wielding arm-length blades against the sugarcane under a heavy sky, dank with approaching hurricane. Their chants filled my ears. I shook from the inside, as if my bones had gone cold, already dead. The smell of goat dung overpowered me. My bones turned to water. I woke later on a pallet before the fire. My throat was raw and pained me to swallow. Every bone ached. My head felt pierced by a great pinion chained to the floor. "So thirsty," I said. "Please, a drink." Birgitta's voice hovered in the air over my head and lifted a cup of warmed cider to my lips. It was difficult to swallow. "Sudden fever, I've seen it before. Possible you've been bewitched or taken water sick. Mistress would have sent you up to bed, but 'tis better you keep by the fire." "Water?" I asked. She fed me the strong cider. Was there not a drop of water in this hellish prison? I slept a deep sleep, so that I felt pulled by fairies and duppies through forests and ocean waves, cold as ice and warm with sweat, barely breathing, barely alive. Ma came to me and held me against her breast. She told me I was dying and not to be afraid. When I asked her how she knew, she said she had died too, and not to trouble about it. "No!" I screamed with all my might. I found myself sitting up in a wretched cave dressed in rags and watched over by a witch, the kind of raspy Bogle's maidie that guarded the captives in any story of fairy folk and duppies, selkies or brownies. "You little spider! You scared the marrow out of my bones," Birgitta's voice said. "Where did you get them stockings?" "I want my ma," I said, and lay upon the hard floor. I stared into the fire, and soon I slept, and soon Ma cradled me again in her arms. "Mary, get up and empty the pots," Mistress called, jabbing my bottom with the broom. "Lazy lout, up with you!" I kept my eyes closed and my body still. My head hurt. Every bone felt every deprivation and bruise, and I wore my agony like a cloak. Indeed, some type of blanket covered me, yet I shivered too with cold. "I am sick, Mistress." "What's that? You lazy thing! Up from there!" Birgitta said. "Best leave her for a time. It could be contagion." "Well, then," Mistress said, "then you will empty the pots." "As you say, Mistress," Birgitta said. With my eyes still closed, I heard her mutter, "Yes, sister, you old spider." Chapter 7. December 19, 1729. It was a fortnight, rather than 3 days, before I could arise from the pallet. When at last a bit of strength returned, I woke to discover that someone had shaved my head, and sank down again, this time to weep in self-pity and self-loathing. Every few moments my hand crept under a wrap to my head, feeling the strange bristling under the kerchief. Shuddering, I cried again, "My hair, oh my hair!" I slept. Birgitta's voice awoke me. There you are, girl. Here, Mary, have broth. What happened to my hair? Hair holds fever. Had to come off. It'll grow. Tears rained upon my face. My lovely hair. Now there, it's a known cure for dry ache fever. You're alive. Think on that. I took the bowl and spoon from her. I can feed myself, thank you. Well, that's an improvement. The missus is all sick, too. Master has a cough and mistress has misdelivered another babe before its time. Parson Johansen had been at the Mayweather house and they was all a-fevered, so likely he brought the fevered air here. It took right quick, coming on us all. She looked on me and smiled. Had a heavy snow, day before yesterday. The goats'll be the death of me. That's why it was such a great help to teach you. You get well now, then you can get back to work. I adjusted the wrapping on my head as it began to fall. What is this smell? Comfrey, borage and yarrow wrapped in honey balm on your head. And hillwort. Other things. Guards against blindness with a fever. I sank onto the pallet before the fire, weaker than I had known since the smallpox, and rustled betwixt the blankets. As I lay staring into the pulsing red coals, I thought not one time had Birgitta threatened me with a stick. She was naught but tender kindness. What had changed? As hideous as it was to cut off my hair, I knew of that done for sickness, especially yellow fever. I felt puzzled at Birgitta's caring to have done it. For all I might have expected was that they'd throw me out in the snow to die. I watched her stir the copper pot and lapsed into dreamy sleep. At length, I awoke wrapped in a blanket in Birgitta's lap. Her head was leaned back at a sharp angle and she snored through an open mouth. I dared not move. I looked into her mouth and pondered the teeth. Some of them still good, but a few looked black, and there was a smell of old sourness coming from her. I felt embarrassed that I had peered at someone I barely knew and without her knowledge. Birgitta, I whispered. She mumbled, What? What, Mary? This was the oddest predicament I had yet encountered, odder than being called Mary or milking goats. I thought you hated me. Hated you, Mary? Why would you think that? I raised my face to hers again and said, You beat me all the time. Her face bore confusion. Bible says to spare not the rod of correction. You was given me to raise and train and care for. Beating is good for children. And gentler than my dada rolling me in a sack and kicking me across the floor. You're too big to sack. Sack? I asked. I had never heard of anything so wretched. I am not as foolish as a goat. I am clever. You could teach me without beating me. Care for, train. I doubt that I hid my own confusion. If I tried very hard to do what you wish, might you just explain it rather than hit me with a stick? Birgitta wept. After some time she said, I never had no child of mine. I always wanted a little girl named Mary. All as I ever knew is how to run goats. I'm old, and these misses are not mine to guide and care for. I'm not allowed to correct them at all. Mary, if you'd behave without a stick, well, why didn't you say so? You were so mean and naughty. I wanted them to get me a nice girl, not a hard one. Mean? How could I be anything but angry at her treatment? Overcome with emotion, I patted Birgitta's arm. You were never a mother. Likewise, I was never a slave. I pulled up my feet to hide the stockings. She closed her eyes and leaned her head back, speaking toward the gloomy ceiling. Too late now. Too late to be a mother. You see them girls? Addled, every one. We was brother and sisters. Master and mistress and me, Haskins all. With no others in our town, they married. But I was older, and I would have another, though he would not have me, so my sister was allowed a husband of our faith. A brother and sister should not marry, lest they beget some defect, as you see here. A brother and sister marrying is a shame, but for me to marry him also would be a sin. She stared at the shadows overhead. I followed her eye's direction and grimaced at the shreds of spider webs clotted with dust and grease, hanging like fringe from the beams. Real silk fringe used to hang on my bedroom windows to keep out bugs and let in the breeze. You are their auntie. Not the same. I am the old shoe they can't throw down the well and must feed. So I mind the goats. They said I was ever lazy, so no man would marry me. I shall train you to be not lazy, to work as the righteous ought. That way you will not be an old auntie to a passel of misbegotten brats. You will marry and keep house. Was this training meant as good for my future? Birgitta fell asleep. Her face was pale, red dots of fever on each cheek. The skin had grown fiery. As she slept, I crept from her lap. My shoes lay by the fire and I pulled them on, thinking with curiosity at the change in my treatment. My hair had not magically regrown, but still, in my own heart, things were different between Birgitta and me. I clenched my jaw, remembering that I was a gift, a toy for an old childless spinster to play with, a game of false motherhood. In the corner of the room, a bedstead where Birgitta usually slept was tossed and unkempt. I pulled the blankets back, curling my lips at the grimy bed, and I turned my gaze to the window. Like a plant under a rock, I felt I would die for want of the sun. A thin, grey light washed across the pillow. It was dirty in the centre and worn through on the corners, stuffed with what looked like wads of goat hair. I pulled Birgitta's hand. "Come, lie down," I coaxed. The old lady did as she was told, dragging her feet across the packed dirt floor as she said, "If you lie beside me, it'd warm my bones. But my throat is raw as a burned leaf. I'd like a bit of warmed ale if it's about. That's a good girl, Mary," she said, as I pulled the coverlet upon her, scarf and all. I found the pewter cup that had been polished for Reverend Johansen, poured a bit of cider in it, and laid the boiling rod in it until it quit sizzling. "Here, Birgitta," I said. She drank it, lay back and closed her eyes, in the heavy sleep of sickness. I built up the fire because she was cold. I smiled at the luxury of it as the flames claimed the new kindling. Master must have gone to town or he would be here by the fire, I thought. The rest of the family was upstairs from the racket of them. I bundled up, wearing 2 of the girls' cloaks, and went to the woodshed 3 times, intending to lay up a store so I would not soon have to go again. I made room for the wood beside the hearth and under the eating table. As the house warmed, the voices upstairs calmed. Not a creature moved in the house. I felt proud of the warmth I had added without being told. I decided I would do more work without a beating than I did with one. Patience had said, "Be clever," and clever I was going to be. The Haskins altogether did not have one whit of cleverness. With no one watching me, I surveyed the house, silent except for scuffling from the goats. I took Birgitta's stick from her chair and opened the door to the goat room. With trembling hands, I milked 4 goats, which took care of all except the one bulky one. A kid, twice her size, nursed at the old doe and butted her, but to be milked she would not stand. "Stupid," I called her. "What was that goat's name?" "Stupid!" I shouted. Stupid the goat kicked the bull and sent it flying. When I fetched the bowl and began again, I whacked her leg as a warning. I saw with a new understanding what Birgitta had done to me. Was the old woman so stupid as to think a girl and a goat were one and the same? Still, waking up cradled in her lap had changed something within me, and I felt a strange mixture of longing and much softened anger toward her. After the milking, I took a long drink of the warm milk. I wiped my face and burped. It felt so good to be full. I downed fully half the bowl. Never mind, I thought. I poured water into the milk to bring up the level. Just like Cora stealing Patty's shoes, I would make my every effort one to survive long enough to leave. The house had warmed as a spring day in Jamaica. I opened the front door, pulled in a kettle of snow, and put it on the hob to melt. I did not linger or stare into the distance longing for escape, for the cold was too harsh to even ponder it. As the day wore on, I heard wolves and pushed away any thought of escape. Summer would come. I would leave then and be stronger. I got water and scrubbed my poor bare head, feeling chilled but good. In a basket by Mistress's chair lay 3 turned wood spools of thread. I helped myself to the white thread. I pulled off my petticoat and found the needle. I mended every torn place, stitching up the old stitches so much so that there remained more stitching than cloth. I tore loose parts of my old silk gown and made patches to mend places where my treasures had worn holes, trying to make them look as if naught but a patch were there. I worked on my pocket. I wished I could take it to Ma and have her exclaim over it. I held an image of Ma in my mind and looked down at the petticoat. There I saw, as if for the first time, the stitches she had done, so tiny and perfect next to my clumsier ones. The lines she had made were clever, indeed, as if decoration were their sole purpose, yet much was held inside, hidden. "Oh, la," I said, running my fingers over patterns of squares and circles, looped ovals with my clumsy patching blotting out the patterns. I sighed. Ma would be sad to see her work so battered, so dirty and ragged. How I had complained about this petticoat, even as the pirates broke through the walls. I searched among what remained of the silk. Finding a loose end of thread, I pulled it, and a piece as long as my arm came free. Part of it was still blue because it had been enclosed in a seam. I pushed the end of it through the needle with great care. Then, using a line I drew in my imagination, I followed the paths of Ma's stitches where I had darned the cloth so heavily. I tied a knot and laid my fingertip against my stitches where they began to mimic what Ma had put there. Her hands had created beauty in such a simple thing. Days moved with tedium that I wore like a cloak. I dared not ask about Christmas, for the Haskins shunned the keeping of it. In my real home, the day was celebrated with a small feast and gifts of $1 for the household servants and a little special gift for us children. A shawl, some ribbons or lacework, a music box, a few chocolates. My favourite holiday, which Ma called Hogmanay, Pa called Shortest Night, and these people called New Year, came and went before health at last returned to the Haskin household. I dared not hope for Hogmanay cakes or gifts from black-dressed, coal-carrying strangers. As I milked the final goat that morning, I thought of last Hogmanay and Pa's gift to me. It was a clockwork music box with a painting of a lady dancing upon its lid. No finery such as that lay in this forgotten place. That music box was in some pirate's hold now, or sold across the sea. The Haskins' finest possessions consisted of a single silver spoon, a pewter mug, and 2 well-used wooden chargers in a chest of unused linens. My hidden treasures could buy and sell this entire house, I thought, as I drank a third of the morning's milk, wiped my face, and carried it into the house covered with a rag. Mistress was making bread and put it to rise under a dirty linen. She went up the stair. I watched her trudge away and wondered at how she tended her daughters, as if they were helpless. While she was up there, I added water to the milk to fill it up to the rim. Birgitta stirred. "Mary, is the milking done?" "Yes, Birgitta." "Would you warm some? My breath comes so hard." I made hot milk with tea and sugar. By the time it was ready, the girls had come down. They had all suffered from the fever and appeared weakened, frail, and thinner than before. Christine looked as if she had eaten nary a bite for 3 weeks. I poured Birgitta milk without offering to make more for the rest. No one spoke to me, and I had learned at the cost of another stropping that I was never to address Mistress without being spoken to by her first. Answering, never offering, a good slave. On a grey, heavy morning at the end of February, when the household was again well, Mistress ordered me to make posset. When I told her I had no idea how, she gasped and told me to learn how to create it. She warmed cider and put it in milk to settle in cups. We made bread and bean stew too. Company was coming. When the sun made long shadows on the snow, Master arrived, followed by 5 people wrapped in cloaks and blankets until they seemed like great beasts filling the room. He called out, "Mary, come here." A great unwrapping began with Mistress and Master helping them. Everyone called, "Mary, come!" I scurried through them as heaps of cloaks and coats dropped onto my arms. I carried them to Birgitta's empty cot. I took the giant shoes and placed them in a stack by the door. They were a webbing of skin over wood frames and had caught pounds of snow with their walking. These people were Master and Mistress Newham, their daughter Thea, and their son, a boy as tall as his father, older than August. His name was Lucas. He had a gentle face and an easy smile, and waving hair at his temples. When he looked at me, I felt suddenly clumsy, as if all my joints did not fit, a mismatched doll like Lonnie. I quite admired his temples, the cut of them, and his clean hair. I wore a kerchief and a house cap, but my hair, an inch long, felt as if it were announced before the world, and he would see it and think I was hideous. I backed into the shadows. The last person with them was a woman, but was not introduced. She sat by the door, a hood drawn. A servant, I thought. "Mary," Mistress called, "fetch the cups." For several minutes I passed and poured and mopped up spills. For I did spill the cider next to Lucas's cup. He looked up at me just as I came to him and smiled at me. Mistress called, "Mary!" But that was no chide to me in the wake of Lucas's stare. Lucas's grey eyes followed my movements, and he had started to say, "Thank you," but his father stopped him before the words were out, saying, "No need to thank a servant for serving, son. They know their place better when you keep yours." Lucas then looked down his nose at me with almost a sneer when the cider dribbled down the cup, as if I were something less than he, as if I were not fit to pour his cider. I felt crushed in a way I would not have expected. I felt surprised, too, that I cared so much whether this impudent ruffian cared to have me pour his cup. Why, I had never spoken 2 words to the boy, and he had naught to recommend him save a pair of grey, laughing eyes. What would I want with him or his favour? I turned my haughtiest stare to him, but whether he noted it I could not say. I took the pitcher of cider to a side table and looked again upon the woman sitting by the door. At the moment I did, she raised her head and looked from under the hood. I stared into a pair of my own eyes. Patience! "La," I whispered. The Newhams had bought Patience, the Miss Talbot of 2 Crowns Plantation sat by the door as a servant and not invited to table nor fed. Patty's hand went to her lips and she motioned me to keep silent. Could I rush to my sister and not suffer for it? I could see her hands, as raw from work and washing as were mine, although they had provided her clothing new and whole. Once supper was served, I was given a bowl, and I took it to Patience, motioned for her to follow me, and we shoved clear a place betwixt the cloaks. On Birgitta's bed we dipped our bread into the same sauce at last, leaning against each other in the only embrace we dared, shushed as mice. Oh, Patty, I could climb into your lap. Best they know nothing of us being sisters. They might not let us be together. For a while I believed I had died, and this was purgatory. I have never been so cold. I am planning to run away when the wolves quit howling. She licked her fingers. Summer will come. The Newhams and the Haskins are moving to the wilderness with some others. The minister of their church is taking families to Pioneer, and once the roads are clear enough for that, you and I can leave. Won't they want to take us? I asked. We will leave despite their wants. I smiled. My whole being felt warmed. Do you have to milk goats? No, Ressie. Do you keep geese? They bite my hands. No, they gave me to the old one, Birgitta, like a poppet. She named me Mary. The Newhams have talked of the Haskins' troublesome serving girl, Mary. Mistress called, Mary, the posset! Lucas held his cup, and I turned my head just enough to give the impression that I saw him not, and passed him with the pitcher. As I poured cider and served posset, I slipped 3 biscuits from the plate into the cuff of the police. Soon as I could, I sat beside Patience again. I put 2 biscuits in her hand. They beat me at first, I said, but less now. Mine do not, she said, although they might if they knew my shame. I suppose they will know soon enough. She put an entire biscuit into her mouth, chewing it quickly. I broke my biscuit and slipped half of it into my mouth. I steal from them all the time. Stockings, food, that is my shame. What shame have you? We won't talk of that now, Ressie. I cannot bear to think that they beat you. She reached behind, where no one could see, and patted my back. I ate the rest of the biscuit. Are your people foolish? I think the very name Haskin must mean daft in some other language. No, they are genteel, churchy, Pa would have said. I warn you, never speak of saints or holidays. Ma taught us a mixture of Catholic from her childhood, and some from long ago, from the old way, some African. Not a single crumb for shortest night. Anyway, everyone was ill with a fever. They cut off my hair. Oh, poor thing, she said, running her hands over my head. I closed my eyes, humming at the smoothness of her fingertips upon my brow. It will grow. Keep your kerchief on, and it does not show. She took my hands in hers and said, I so missed Pa breaking open the holiday cakes. We shall go home, Patty. Mary! Yes, madam? When we were not fetching things, Patty and I sat side by side for long stretches without a single word, breathing the same air. I whispered, If you and I don't leave, I will have to stay 8 years. Patty looked on me with Ma's eyes. Unless a prince comes to pay your price. I did not want a prince, certainly not one as bow-legged and bug-eyed as Lucas. Perhaps there were other young men in the town, comely ones, smart and gentle as our Pa. I remembered Patience dreaming for her prince back in England. Perhaps I was old enough to dream of a prince too, but not Lucas. What if I pay my own price? I asked. My price was £5. She whispered, What is the matter with your feet? You're limping. One shoe is too small. I changed them from one foot to the other to let one foot rest. I held forth the foot, wearing Lonnie's little crumpled leather bat of a shoe. Patience clucked her tongue and held up her feet. Her shoes were new, and she had warm stockings of brown wool. I added, I have stockings now. I stole them. The evening was gone too soon. Patience helped me on with their wraps and giant shoes, and I held the door as they trudged out. Patty stepped close to my side, brushing against me with her new crisp clothes. It was as close to a hug as we dared. No sooner had I pulled the door in place than it opened again. Lucas stood with Patience's shoes in his hands. Here, he said, thrusting them at me. My father will give you these and provide others for our servant. My sister died last fall, and she can have hers. Oh, Patience, her shoes! Though now she would go home in the most dreadful cold, other shoes awaited her there. Oh, how simple was this gift, and how valuable! I never imagined that one master might do such for another's servant. Mistress began bundling the girls up the stairs. Birgitta stood by the fire, watching me as Lucas closed the door. Let's see, she said. Birgitta snatched the shoes from my hands and made as if to throw them into the fire. Their girl gave them to me, seeing I had only one fit shoe. This will just make some other way they can look down upon this family, always with their nose in our business and in the air. Please, I said. I could work so much faster if both feet had a good shoe. Birgitta turned them this way and that. She handed them to me. I suppose you'll be taller, too, and the clothes will fit better? Pah, little spider. Only let the mistress not see them. The daughters have not so new or fine a pair between 'em. You'll need a longer skirt for to hide them. She said it almost as if accusing me of some crime. I might sew it all myself, if you would but guide me, Mother Birgitta. Her face brightened at that, brows lifting, almost a smile across her mouth. On the morrow, I'm tired. You've much to do. She lumbered to her cot and sat upon it. I'll just sit a few minutes, then I'll bank up the fire, she said. But within moments she slumped over onto the blankets and a rattling snore came from her. I carried her candle to the table so I could see to clean up the cups and plates. By then, the entire household had begun to snore. I heard an owl cry and a wolf howl in the distance as I cradled Patience's shoes against my chest and crept up the stair to my little mat. So tired, my ears had a strange sense of fullness and sound, like 100 insects in my head. The wolf howled again, joined by a chorus of others. They sounded as if they were just under the window. I thought about my sister and myself, all our travels, all our ways before then and afterward being sold. I touched my skirt, feeling the petticoat stitching through the thin gown, the places Ma had sewn as if she knew I would live in such cold one day. My sister was not far away, and not for long. Our owners were friends to each other and were going a-pioneering. Reverend would marry Rachel, a girl half his age. Lucas would travel with us wherever we were going. All of it made my heart warm and my face flush. I shook my head. He was probably draughty and dull-witted too. I knew not what attracted me to him at first. My thoughts swirled like coddling posset and my heart ached for him. When I emptied the morning pots, I put the broken pinching shoe down the outhouse hole with the mess. After I finished cleaning the morning dishes, Birgitta offered me a bit of brown wool, quite plain, and guided me in the sewing of long side seams and gathering the waist at a band to make a skirt. I made my stitches as small and straight as I could manage. After a while she said, "You called me Mother Birgitta the other day. I wouldn't mind were you to call me that." I kept my eyes on my stitches. I had called her that with insincerity verging on disdain. I had also done it knowing the woman might be affected by it, and that it might soften my life until I could find a way to escape. Soft answers turn away wrath, Ma always said. I shall, Mother Birgitta. I heard we are moving. We start a new settlement in the west. Rachel will wed Reverend Johansson in a few weeks. Mayhap Christine shall marry Lucas. I nodded, as if I were a wise woman consulted. I think he should take Christine. She seems most inclined to marry. Most natural, you mean? The other is touched in some way. I smiled. It was as if we shared a secret that bound us to each other, to agree to something as obvious as that Lonnie was not whole. When the skirt was done, I believed, by the look on her face, that Birgitta felt proud of me wearing it. When Mistress saw it, her face turned a dark scowl. I feared she would reach for the strop hanging by the chimney. A waste, Birgitta, a sheer waste, when that cloth could have made aught for the girls. And you, Mary, I do wonder, but you've been growing faster than any of my daughters. Have you been stealing food? I feared lest the biscuits and the bowls of goat milk show in guilt on my face. I tried to make it as hard and blank as stone, like the pirate Aloysius nodding before Captain Holcroft. I lowered my eyes. I have a sturdy constitution and God's good grace to thank for my health, mistress, I said with a curtsy. I kept my knees bent so that on arising I was not so tall. She said nothing, but kept eyeing me, so I added, Perhaps, mistress, the larger my stature, the more work I can do. You've been stealing food. No, mistress, I swear it. I was getting used to swearing promises that were as hollow as Lonnie's head. She raised her hand as if to slap me, and I cowered as she proclaimed, No supper for you tonight. I looked at Birgitta, wishing for a sign she would feed me. Birgitta was my protector, but not in everything. After that, I nurtured my hatred for them all while I stole more food. I took any morsels that I could tuck into a cuff or push up my sleeve, a bit of raw potato or a sliver of trimmed roast beef. I sucked on wheat grains, as I had done on the pirate ship. When I milked goats, I took a hearty drink of the milk before I brought the bowl in the house. If I was going to hell anyway, I might as well go with a full stomach. I hummed a tune and muttered words under my breath while I milked goats. It fit to sing, Damn your eyes, Mistress Haskin, damn your eyes. Was I a villain then? No, I decided. When I returned to Ma, I would put off this hate and thievery, as I would put off these filthy clothes and pitch them in the ocean. In the meantime, I practiced the salty words and curses I had learned, every one of them aimed at one of the Haskins. Once the snow quit falling, a few days of warm rain turned everything to a blight of mud. The rain stopped and the air cooled, but for a few days there was blue sky of the oddest pale shade of blue I had ever seen. With the thaw, a stream flowed nearby, and Birgitta sent me to fetch water from it rather than hauling snow. We were going to wash the winter's clothing, she said. I took 2 buckets and filled them half full, as I had learned to do on the ship. I made several trips, filling the cauldron as Birgitta stirred up the fire to heat the water. She added plants she had pulled and dried last summer, as if we were making dirty clothes soup. Birgitta and I scrubbed dirty linens against boards and rocks, hung things on bushes, while I carried pail after pail of water and kept the fire burning. If you intend to wash your raiments, she said to me under her breath, do the under things first. Then, when they are dry, you put them on and wash the outer. Pretty soon you'll be all dressed again, and since Master isn't at home, we'll start early and be finished. Tomorrow we begin Miss Rachel's wedding gown. I rushed up the stairs, so excited about a bath and clean clothing, Ma would have laughed. I worried about cleaning my things with all that lay hidden in them, but the only thing in danger of being found was my pocket. I took the tiny casket from my pocket and burrowed it deep under the bearskin, wrapping it under 3 folds of the rug and piling everything so that it looked heaped. I smoothed the bearskin over it all and felt pleased at the result. I undressed and removed everything down to my skin, dressed myself again in the brown skirt and pelisse. I ran and fetched water and was just returning with it when I saw Mistress emerge from the house and walk toward the washing. "Mary," she called, "I want you to bring more wood. What's this?" She held the corner of my quilted petticoat. "'Twas made by my ma, mistress, before I was taken from my home." "These stitches are new. That looks like my thread." It was, of course, but I lied and smiled. "My gown lies there, mistress. I pulled threads from it to sew the petticoat. The blue there," I said as I pointed to it. "This thread is mine. I swear it is not, mistress." I bowed my head and curtsied again, and I made sure not to rise fully, keeping my feet well hidden beneath the brown skirt. "I never steal," I said, shaking my head. A female voice from inside the house shrieked as if someone had been injured. "Look at this! Look at this!" I heard. Had she found my dirty stockings? My hands went weak, and I let go of the buckets. One tipped over on my shoe, flooding it with water. "Pah!" Brigitte shouted. "Look at that now!" And she raised her hand to strike me, but lowered it without doing so. Rachel came from the house with something in her hands, clutched against her meagre breasts, her face brighter than ever I had seen her, squealing with delight. She saw her mother and ran this way. "Mother! Mother! I couldn't find my rug, the Persian rug you said was my dower, until I discovered that Mary had been sleeping on it, and this was hidden under it, and look what's in it." She held in her hands my mother's gold-cornered wooden casket with the pieces of 8 worth £2 inside. Rachel took the 6 shillings in her hand and danced around, chanting, "It's a dowry, a dowry." Mistress asked, "Where did you get this?" as she held out her hand. Rachel placed the coins and the box into it. "Under my rug, mother, hidden by a thieving little servant girl." I pretended bravery. "That box is mine," I said. "I will thank you to return it." And I held out my hand as if expecting they would. Mistress held the coins, dropped them into the box and closed it, shaking it, listening to the satisfying rattle of money. She wheeled around and loomed over me, saying, "Where did it come from?" Mistress shook the casket at me. "Speak up, Mary. You never have a want of words. Let's hear where you got this." "My mother gave it to me," I said, never taking my eyes off it. "When we were captured by Saracens. I have kept it in my pocket. It will help buy my price when I can earn some other coin to go with it. I shall have it now, if you please," Mistress said. "In your pocket all this time? I don't believe you. Why did you not present it to us to keep for you if it was honest gain? No, you hid it like a thief." "The box is worth some, too," Brigitte said. "This has gold." I waved away the thought. "Gold? I think not. Pure brass. Who would give gold to a child? It was just an old casket Ma threw some coins in as I was taken from her. If there were gold in it, the Saracens would have had it. The English privateers did not want it when I offered it in trade for food. Why, they laughed in my face and threw it back at me. They had trunks full of gold doubloons. Why would they want an old box with brass corners? They would have kept it if it were gold." I held my hand closer to the box, ready to snatch it from her fingers. Mistress raised it up before I reached it. "You are a liar and a thief. You stole this, perhaps from your last mistress, and you intend keeping it from me, who has provided you food and a home all these days. I'll take you to the magistrate to be hung if you so much as say another word about it." Mistress Haskin gripped Ma's casket in her fat, greasy fist and stormed into the house. A stinging thud hit my shoulders as Birgitta brought her stick down upon my back. "You spider! You misbegotten piss-pot! I ought to hang you myself." "I did not steal it. It was my ma's." "Liar! Liar! Liar!" she shouted with each swing of her arm. "I'll beat you so you never forget it." I shrank to the ground under her blows. I counted them until I lost count. Later, when Birgitta had gone into the house. Later, when I was alone. Later, did I weep for Ma's casket and the £2 of my price lost. The next day, sore of body and soul as I was, Birgitta took me by the arm and stood me, sending me to work. I fixed my face like stone, barely moving my lips to speak. I muttered Birgitta's name without "mother" attached and said, "Yes, mistress," when spoken to. I worked carelessly, spilling things, dragging clothing across the dirt floor, forgetting what I'd been sent for, so that every errand took 2 trips. Mistress insisted on inspecting my petticoat again, and I clutched the back of my chair as she raised my skirt and squeezed at it, terrified that her hands would find the treasures hidden and I would have no hope, completely adrift. But her hands were no more clever than her eyes, and she did not test the thickness. "This padding, what is it?" "Woolen, madam." "Woven? Carded? Think, Mary. Pah! You're as dull as a stump." I shook my head, trying to remember anything at all of my mother's evenings spent on this petticoat. It is 2 layers with a mat of woolen lint between them. The 2 are made into 1 by the rows of sewing. "Not carded well, I think. Your mother wasn't good at it, was she? If indeed she did make this. You and Birgitta will make a petticoat like this for Rachel." Mistress produced a hop sack full of goat hair that she wanted used to pad Rachel's petticoat, and we began matting it out, spreading the hair and pressing it in as evenly as possible. In the bottom of the sack I found remnants of goat dung, dark and crumbling, fallen from the hairs at some earlier time. When Birgitta's attention waned, all of the dung found its way between the layers of linen under the hair so that it would add a certain air of elegance to Mistress Rachel the Reverend's wife. Birgitta insisted I sleep with her to keep her warm. Fighting angry tears, I lay there as I was told. Soon as she snored, I crept from her bed and went to my own place up the stairs by the chimney under the bearskin. She said nothing of my absence in the morning. This I would use, I promised myself, my fists in tight balls, the knowledge that she was both forgetful and somehow longed for my affection. Chapter 8. March 17, 1730. I expected Rachel to wed in a church at least, or have a ballroom prepared for dancing. Instead, they went inside a house to a man who put on his head a ratted old wig, and when he asked them if they intended to marry, Rachel and Reverend Johansen said yes. They signed their names to a paper. It was the dullest wedding I could imagine, not a note of music or a single sweet. I wondered how the parson came to be burdened with the Haskins' oldest daughter, but I saw no other single girl whose level of hopeless ugliness might make her willing to marry an old, poor parson. I felt sorrow for him, waking up next to a hag every morning. Later, Reverend and the new Mistress Reverend sat before the fire talking of plans for their new home, the building of a meeting house, a garden, and when we would leave on the venture. I heard him say that he would abstain from taking her to wife until it can be under our own roof. Both master and mistress nodded, as if this made sense to them. When word came that all was ready for the move, it took 2 days to get everything loaded into the wagon. As we walked away, the house looked as if robbers had ransacked it. Cupboards stood ajar, a rag lay there and a broken crock here. Fluttering like leaves before a hurricane, we set out on the muddy, rutted road that led away from the town. Family after family joined us on the road, with carts pulled by horse, ox, dog or cow. One man hitched himself to a wagon and pulled it with his own legs. His wife and 2 children walked. We walked for what seemed like hours, with no sound but the complaints of the animals and the creak of the wheels. Birds overhead made strange calls. A rabbit darted from the brush and someone's dog chased it. Dark woods, so thick it made a roof over our heads, closed in upon us. In Jamaica, I was never without several strong slaves breaking out the forest for us to pass. My family never walking, always riding in a coach. This was a land of cold, just as Ma used to tell in stories of Scotland and England. Was this also a place of brownies and trolls, and the most terrible of all, fairies? Did duppies watch us? The forest seemed alive with strange sounds in dark, misty dells just out of sight. I tried to remember the charm Patty and I had sung. I could not remember it. "Gumbo, gumbo," I whispered, tapping one or the other of the goats with each word. I craned my neck at every turn to see Patty somewhere ahead. Suddenly, as a summer rain, a flutter of gasps and soft cries rose from our company. I looked toward the trees, and the glade through which we had just passed seemed alive with movement. I thought it was rain, or wind, or a dozen wolves come for us. The bushes parted, and the forms of men appeared. Men with long black hair, such as I had never seen, with faces painted red as a barn door. Some of them wore no shirts, but breeches and vestments and leggings with wrappings on their feet. Bowmen all, they raised arrows toward us, and we struggled, keeping the animals straightened and still. The men were marvellous to look upon. The goats wandered as I stopped. Reverend Johansen raised his hands and said, "Ho, brethren, hello." None of the men answered. He spoke again, first to us on the road. "Just some of God's children we call Indians. I will trust that we will pass safely. Pray, brethren." "Indians," whispered Birgitta. To the Indians he spoke in his sermonizing voice. "We are pilgrims. We go to a new settlement west of here. I have already spoken with your chief men. We are no enemies of the red man. He assured us we may pass." The strangers spoke to one another in whispers. Reverend Johansen said a couple of the words he knew in Indian tongue. One of the Indians shouted at us. Running up and down the line of us, he waved his arm and menaced us with words. "Let us move forward, friends," Reverend Johansen said. "Move on, making no alarm. Show them we are just travellers." The party started to move. The Indians stepped back, and with no more than the flutter of a leaf, they disappeared into the woods. The rest of that day we kept quiet and watchful. "Birgitta, what is the name of the place where we go?" "Newtown." "A town?" My heart lifted. "Where does it lie?" "By Collins Pond." "Shall I be able to send a letter from there?" "Are you some Queen of England to be sending letters about?" I saw Patience walking far in front, but I could not leave the goats to go run ahead and find her. The strange sounds of the forest made me think I knew things that could not be known by mortals. We walked until the sun cast long shadows from the trees, dipping below them, and all was shadow and more shadow. We slept on the road itself that night. I sank where Mistress pointed, amidst the goats. Goats are naught but bones and bleating, and their hair was not warm, nor their bodies soft. Of course, there was the smell, too, bitter as overripe vinegar, intrusive as bile. The third morning, we came to a cleared place where several small houses, roughly fashioned of logs, clustered at the end of the road. I had never seen such houses, their only windows being places where the logs had been cut and covered with shutters. I would be gone when the winter snow blew into those holes. The Haskins goats went into a fenced yard, The settlement house was luxurious compared to what they had before, though it held no upper floor. Everyone was to sleep together on the floor. No sooner had we gotten a few things put inside than I heard one of the girls scream as if she had been torn limb from limb. The air filled with the odour of a bear. I knew it from the skin under my bed, only this was earthier, potent, sharp as a foaming horse. I rushed out the door in curiosity to see Christine and Lonnie standing at the edge of the forest. Christine sank to the ground as if the heart had gone out of her and her knees could not hold her. Master ran toward them, carrying a pickaxe. Lonnie came running past me and flew into Mistress's arms while he ran to Christine, threw down his axe and scooped her up in his arms. He carried her to the house and laid her before the fireplace. Mistress made a pallet on the floor and they laid Christine on it. She breathed with her mouth wide open. Mistress crooned and said, "Poor little thing, poor thing. Brigitte, is there water in the house?" I got a bucket, saying, "Here it is, mistress." I almost added, "You old spider," but stopped myself. Mistress dipped a rag in the bucket and wiped Christine's face over and over again. She sang to her and murmured things I could not hear. I stepped back. This was the first time I had seen her care for anyone. Still, I thought, with all those stories about wolves tearing people limb from limb, why would the girl not fear so to see a bear? People in the settlement came, and many had opinions about whether the girls had in fact seen an animal or were simply overwrought from the travelling. Neither of them could give witness to what had happened, so it was decided that they'd only had a moment of hysteria. No one asked me if I smelled any bears about, so I said nothing. It would serve them all right, I thought. Were the whole family to be eaten alive by a single bear, and there, in its great stomach, they could bewail their circumstances as I had in the hold of a slave ship. That evening, Brigitte and I helped Mistress prepare supper. Lonnie went back to braiding her hair, though Christine continued entranced. She wet herself. Everyone had to sleep upon the floor, but they made me sleep next to her, and I squirmed there in the dark, trying in the crush of bodies to make room between us in case she wet again. The banging and pounding of building another house began almost before the sun was up. After the day of seeing the bear, while Christine stayed quiet, Lonnie became talkative and rambled about, getting into things, poking sticks in a hornet's nest, putting her bonnet on a dog, dumping out the neighbour's milk jug. She was made my charge to lead and watch over, just like the goats. Before we had been there a month, life found its routine. We worked in the kitchen. Mistress kneaded bread. Lonnie braided Christine's hair. Christine knitted stockings. I did my chores happily, wearing a new pair nearly every week. She stopped now and then and counted them over and over, trying, I suppose, to make sense of why she kept knitting, but the stack never grew. There were still a dozen pairs in her basket. Yesterday I had gone through the pile of them, turning them all about, sticking one inside another at the toe and tying two in a knot, just to frustrate her. Then I felt guilty about such a mean trick on a girl who had lost her mind, so I offered to help her straighten them out, carefully untying the ones I had tied. Christine smiled at me, and Mistress herself patted my head and said, "Good girl, Mary." Brigitte saw her doing that and rushed to me, copying the words and patting so that she could claim my goodness, I believed. One day, as I came from fetching water, a great roaring, so close I felt the hairs on my head stand forward, made all of us jump as one. I smelled the bear the moment the roar stopped echoing through the house. Goats bleated and the growling rose. I ran to the window overlooking the goat pen. The bear had already killed two. It was eating one goat and growled at another live one. I slammed the shutter closed with such a bang that cups flew off the shelf inside. The bear left its meal and came toward the window. I shall never forget the sound of its huge paws crashing and clawing at that shutter, wrenching it from its straps. The bear's foreleg and claws swept in through the hole, sending candlesticks and bread pans flying about the room. Its huge body lunged against the house, and the wall itself swayed under the weight. Mistress and Brigitte screamed. Christine whimpered. Lonnie just sang merrily and kept on braiding, holding Christine in her chair by the hair. Mistress said, "Mary, fetch Master and the other men." "Out the door?" I asked. "Go get them. Fetch Master Haskin as I told you. Get out that door, or I'll... She left off speaking as the bear's arm made another grab, this time taking with it a pudding. One pewter cup dangling from a curved claw disappeared out the window. "I will not go outside with that thing there," I screamed. No matter that the bear was on the side of the house away from the door, the thing was as tall as the walls, and I had seen it run before, faster than a horse in full gallop. Mistress picked up a carving knife and came toward me. "You get the men, Mary. Do as you're told, or I'll cut off your nose." The bear growled and Brigitte screamed. Mistress waved the knife at the door. "Back up! Brigitte, you're too close to the window. Mary, I won't tell you again. Run for help. Get out!" "It will eat me. I shall not go," I said. Watching that blade in her hand, I held to the seat of a three-legged stool that was light enough for me to swing. I picked it up. "You go outside, mistress. You are grown." "You're young and fast. You can do it," Brigitte said. "Be brave. It's only a bear." Christine slumped to the floor, jittering and shaking and drooling. The bear heaved its great weight against the wall again, and chinking fell from all around the room. Straw from the thatching sifted down upon our heads. Several pieces drifted into the fireplace and caught, leading fire out of the coals and spreading it onto the floor near Christine. Mistress said, "Brigitte, open that door. Mary, run, run, you little tart." She waved the knife at me again, and this time I held up the stool between us, the legs pointed at her. The bear reached into the window again. Brigitte beat at the beast's paw with the iron fire poker, which made it angrier and more intent on breaking the walls. The door stood open. The bear roared. Mistress came at me, wielding the knife. With all my strength, I threw that stool at her, turned on my heels, and dashed out the door. I had no idea as I ran whether I had hurt her or even killed her. I did not care. I ran for my life, skirting wide around the clearing, but stopping to look over my shoulder as I approached the last log house between me and the crowd of men working on it. The Haskins' house was at one end of the clearing, and the bear had not followed me. I ran straight to the side of Reverend Johansen and pulled his coat. I hopped up and down, and my lips moved, but my tongue had dried and grown hard and immovable as a pack of sand between my teeth. He searched the faces of the men and knelt before me. "Speak up, child," he said. I clenched my eyes and choked out, "Bear." The men chased the bear into the woods again by clanging shovels and axes and beating barrels. Someone brought out a pistol and shot at it, but no one knew whether or not the ball found its mark. Reverend Johansen told me in the presence of all listening to him that I had been brave to run for help. Our neighbours came to the house that evening, and as if they never tired of the story, they looked at every scratch the bear had left upon the house, the cookware and the goats. They questioned me, and many nodded their heads, saying I had courage to run for help with the monster at the gate. When they said that, I looked straight into Mistress's face, wondering if she would say that she had threatened cutting off my nose to make me do it. I pondered whether that would make her look a fiend, and almost was tempted to offer the story. In the silence as she and I locked eyes, I thought that bearing witness against her cruelty might have revealed my threatening her with the stool, and they would believe me to be a defiant and violent person. Was I? I could only say yes, but why risk another beating by admitting it? No one mentioned either the thrown milk stool or the waving knife. I decided that one did not exist without the other in that story, and keeping quiet was my best answer. Reverend Johansen held up his hand. "Gentlefolk, as we build our meeting house, we should also construct a garrison wall. Build it high enough to keep us from bears and thieves." I wiggled through their ranks, making myself as small as a mouse, to stand near Reverend Johansen. I liked his way of saying things so that people listened. I got an idea that grew as the men talked. I had been sold more than once like a barrel of oats, my ownership transferred from pirates to privateers to the Haskins. Why could I not be sold again to Rachel and Reverend Johansen? I could tell him about Mistress stealing my coins and he would listen. And if he would not, since Rachel had taken my coins for her dowry, I would steal them back. That evening I waited until the family headed outside for the privy, and thank goodness for better weather and the use of it, before bedding down for the night. Birgitta bent over Christine, who was still mute and lay fixed with a huge cloth baby damper. I went to lie in my usual place, between Birgitta and Christine. I whispered, "Mother Birgitta," just to watch the old woman's face, to see whether she warmed to the title as she had before. Her eyes opened. "What, Mary?" "Do you think the new Mistress Johansen might need a serving girl?" "Maybe. That be her own accord now." I was just thinking, if she chose to buy me to wait upon her, Master and Mistress Haskin could have money to get Christine to a leech. "We don't believe in leeching and spells, and Miss Christine has all the caring anybody could want. The great physician will cure her when he's ready." I curled up my knees. I didn't know how to answer that one. Mistress Johansen must be worried about her sister. Not likely, more worried about keeping the Reverend close to her bed. "Would Mistress sell me to her?" "Sell you? Mary, you was give to me." "Would you sell me to her?" Birgitta looked stunned. "Whatever for?" "She might be a lady more fine with her own maid." Birgitta grunted and rolled away from me, facing the wall. "And I don't need help here, what with all these to see to, and all that's left of me goats. Well, you can't—" "I meant to please you. I thought you might want her to be a fine lady and all, since she is the eldest." "You want to get out of work, since she is alone, and you'd have no chores at all." The family took their places at pallets on the floor. I leaned upon one elbow toward Birgitta, forcing myself not to shrink from her growing anger, as if I felt no concern about that, but merely wished to please. I whispered as softly as a breath, "I do not want to be lazy. I would never want to leave you. I could only be happy there if you came too." Birgitta sat up then, staring at the fireplace stones as if there were some answer printed on them. After a bit, she lay down and muttered, "Well, there's no place to keep the goats at their house," and soon began to snore. The new church house was going up, but all that existed now were rows of logs high as my waist. On Sundays the community gathered there with their slaves and made worship, with the wood chips of the coming church house perfuming the air. Rough logs made for seats and the sap from them soaked into people's clothes. They sang and prayed, and Reverend Johansen talked and read from his Bible. During the hours of worship, some children ran and played, and those who needed one thing or another got up and came back at will. I was not allowed to run and play, nor to sit with patients, for I had to mind Lonnie all the time. Reverend Johansen opened his text and spoke in a sombre voice that came from some unearthly plane. It echoed against the trees around us and raised my heart with angels' wings. "Psalm 62. He began to read. After each verse he spoke at great length. I stared at his features as he told each phrase, as if he could divine the various natures of my sin. Lies and deceiving. These were my wickedness. By the time his speech was finished and he said, "Amen," tears slithered down my face with abandon. We picnicked on the planks of the new church floor. Christine leaned against a pillar, sitting upon the ground. I covered her with a blanket and sat nearby where I could watch Lonnie prattling with a wooden spoon, and using an old, rounded knife, I nibbled at my portion of corn pudding. A shadow darkened the air about me so that I looked up. Reverend Johansen stood over me the way Rafe McAllister had once done. I tried to smile, but did not speak. "Mary," he began, "you seem touched by God's word. Was it the Spirit moved you?" "I know not, sir. I feel it may have been something like that." "Is that all you have in your bowl? Just corn pudding? Have you no meat?" I bowed my head, afraid lest he be trying to have me say aught against the master. Even as I did, I wondered if I would know a deceit or a true question, since my own heart was tangled in lies and conniving. "Mistress provides all I need, your lordship." "I'm not a lord, Mary. You mustn't call me that. Call me Reverend or Parson or Brother Johansen, now. Would you have some meat if I gave it to you?" "Yes, Parson, gladly." He lifted half his portion of stewed meat into my porringer. I gasped. "Thank you, Reverend Johansen." "There," he said, "that will help you grow up well and strong." "Reverend, should I confess my sins to you? I have been exceedingly wicked." "No, Mary, you confess only to God. Believe me, He has already forgiven you." He seemed so kind, I almost admitted I had planned to steal the coins Rachel had stolen from me, but I decided that was a sin suitable for divine ears alone. Rachel had exchanged her life of crowded entombment for one little different from my own. Never did a day go by that she did not bustle about doing washing, digging a garden, sweeping and tending, and carrying and cleaning. Her limp body firmed up and plumped up, and her eyes even seemed not quite so crossed. Her temperament, however, was crosser than ever, as she was unused to the labour put upon her. I asked, "Could I not come and be your servant instead of the Haskins?" He smiled a kindly smile. He leaned forward and whispered, as if it were a secret between us, "You are ever loved, little Mary. Not a sparrow falls from the heavens but that it is noted. How much more are you than a sparrow? I am a humble man and can afford no servants, nor will I ever own any slaves, for I think it is a pitiful thing. Sir, would you permit me paper and a quill to write to my ma?" "I have none, child." "How shall I ever get home to my mother?" Reverend Johansen's face turned sad. "You will work off your indenture, as others have done before. I did it myself. It is not forever, and you will pray that she is well, and that you may find her when you have done your utmost in honest toil." I sat the plate down and sighed. "Was your mother alive when you finished?" "Mary, I'm glad you asked me for the Psalms. It is a book of both great comfort and great chastening, and none should shirk the hearing of it." With that he left me. It took the men 4 more weeks to finish the church house. While they did, Mistress and the girls worked at putting in a garden, and some days assigned me digging, or to keeping out birds and goats and pigs that came from one of the other houses. The air warmed, rain fell, sometimes for days at a time, coming down in torrents, much as it did in Jamaica. The trees budded and leafed out, and all the world was riotously green. Only one goat gave milk by then, so Birgitta said it would be a lean summer until the does had their babies. The bear ruined other stores and tore through one home's doorway, which was closed by a blanket pulled and fastened on both sides, ransacking and ripping through all their cloth goods. Wolves howled at nights, and owls, and the Haskins' house filled with bats. First 1 or 2 came in the morning to roost. Before long, there were 31 bats. I counted them every morning. Master was forced by his tender-voiced wife to collect scraps of any hewn wood from the church building and put a ceiling above our heads to keep the bats' spoilage from falling on the supper table. I tried as much as I dared to work near Patey. To my joy, she was growing stronger and plumper too, and seemed recovered from our passage in the ship's hold, sometimes smiling. Once she laughed at Lucas, standing on his hands before her like a child showing off. As we carried buckets of water to the men chopping trees, she told me good tidings for the anniversary of my birth. I had turned 11 without knowing the day or date. "And when," I asked, "was my birthday?" "I remember it," she said, "on a gusty, rainy day in March. Ma cried out 5 times. The sun broke through heavy clouds, as if it pushed them aside and thrust itself upon the earth to shine upon your wee, puffed and pinched face. You were ugly as a tortoise. Soon as it saw you, it hid again." "La, Patey!" I felt shock, though she smiled. "Am I still so ugly?" I shuddered. Did I seem as hideous as these Haskin daughters? It was said no duppy ever peered in a mirror for fear of death by ugliness. Their faces reflected in a pond turned it to poison. Perhaps I was numbered among them. She laughed. "Name a star in heaven without beauty, and yet the sun itself had to hide when you were born. Not a bad way to start a life, but," she mimicked Ma's voice, "'twill be a birthin' for you, lassie." Then she began to sing one of Ma's favourite old songs. "Oh, Waly, Waly." I joined her and we sang together, refilling our buckets and returning to the men. The whole place bustled with the work of living. "Mary, stop squalling that heathen jig." Master Haskin pointed toward me with the axe in his hand. I nearly dropped the bucket, my eyes large as apples. "Yes, master," I said. "Beg your pardon, sir, it was just a song." "We'll have no singing but for hymns and psalms as please the ear of God." "Yes, master," I said. I began humming the hymns of theirs I oft hummed to myself while milking, the one that fit the words, "Damn your eyes, Mistress Haskin." He listened for a minute, then said, "That's better." "Do you not know the words?" "Only the tune, master," I lied. Chapter 9, April 29, 1730. After 3 days of strong wind and heavy rain, Reverend and Rachel Johansson's roof fell apart. The Haskins were first at their door to help, and they left Birgitta watching Lonnie so that I could be of better use. I took up a broom beside Christine, who was well enough to sweep then, and helped Rachel sweep up fallen thatch. I swept much the same as I had cleaned brass on the ship, moving with every stroke closer to the far corner of the house until at last I stood beside a trunk. Upon it was Ma's gold-cornered casket. When the sisters were outside, I lifted the lid. I drew in a deep breath. My coins were no more than a finger's width from my reach. I no longer wore my pocket, for there was nothing to put within it. I picked up the coins, knowing I could slip out with them and hide them better this time, so they might never be found. This was no harder than stealing stockings, and these coins belonged to me. Would they know it was I took them? I put them back in the casket, intending to take it, too. A new thought stopped my hand. What if rather than stealing them, I could get them to give it all back? What if I could prevail upon the Reverend to do it? I heard voices. I dropped the money, shut the lid, and pushed the box back into place so that it looked as if I had not touched it. If Reverend Johansson would give me my coins, all the better. If not, I would steal them another time. I pinched my lips together and swept straw from the corner behind the trunk. The sisters returned to the house, and I moved toward the doorway, pushing a foot-high pile of thatch and straw with my broom, passing them. "Mary, mind you," Rachel said. "You're sweeping too fast and making dust." "Yes, mistress," I said. I felt her eyes on my back as I worked. The next Sunday, Reverend Johansen opened his battered book and said, "Psalm 42. As the deer panteth for the water brooks." Thus began a talk about how like a lost deer our lives can be. I knew the words well, but it was grand the way he explained it. That day, women brought food to the church house, for the roof was on and all was dry inside. When all sat eating, I went to the well and brought up a fresh bucket of cold water, carrying it straight to Reverend Johansen. "I shall cool your cup, Reverend," I said, "with a fresh pool of water." He smiled and said, "Mary, you thought of my wish before I said it." I poured water from the dipper into his cup and waited for him to speak. "Very well, Mary. Was there something more?" He eyed my face. "No, Reverend. I meant only to be of good service." 3 days later, Mistress Haskin sent me with a pail of milk for Rachel to use in her cooking. Rachel was in the garden, and Reverend Johansen sat at their table, poring over his Bible. I waited at the open door for him to notice me. When a length of time passed and he did not, I tapped on the side of the pail, being sure to stare upward as if my attention had been caught by some sound or fluttering bird. Reverend Johansen looked in my direction, and upon seeing me his face softened. "Mary, it's you. Come in, child." "I beg your pardon, sir. Mistress sends you this milk." "Well, put it, He glanced over the room and its spare furnishings, without even a pail of their own. "Set it on that chest. That will keep it off the ground at least." I put the bucket next to my casket. "Here, sir." "That will do. Come sit by me, child. Let me rest my eyes from reading." I did as he asked, sitting on the stool that I supposed was Rachel's place at the table. I bowed my head, practicing both the humility I felt from his sermons and the forced broken spirit that becomes a slave in the presence of others. "Raise your face, child. Ah, you look like someone. Your face is dirty, but your eyes are keen as a dagger's edge, and I suppose your mind yet more sharp." I had thought the same of his eyes. I faced him as I would face my own pa. "I should like to ask you a question, sir." I felt my face assume an air of contrition, yet I had come with a mission, and I was not to be deterred. I was, however, going to be careful how I proceeded. "There," he said. "Now, you look even more like my child. I had a wife and family once, and a daughter about your size. Fever took them all. Put your lip back in and be pleasant. A petulant child is no honour to her parents. How do you come to know the Psalms, little one?" "My mother taught me." "We learned of everything in our study on the top floor of the plantation." "Knowing it is wrong for slaves to be instructed to read and write." I straightened my back and blurted out, "I am not a slave, sir, and my name is not Mary. I am Resolute Catherine Eugenia Talbot, second daughter of Alan Talbot of 2 Crowns Plantation, Meager Bay, Jamaica. I was not born to be a slave, sir, not until my brother and sister and I were spirited away and brought to this cold shore to be sold like cattle, sir. My mother was an educated gentlewoman, and my father the son of an earl. Their children were meant to be gentle and knowledgeable and fine." I bowed my head, wary of what that might bring me in the way of punishment. Reverend Johansen straightened. "I see." He rubbed his chin with his hand, and I could hear the rough beard in the silence of the room. He pulled off his indoor cap, revealing a nearly bald head with a slight tangle of long, thin grey hair. "I once was red-haired, redder than you, though now I am old and grey. My child was a little angel of rosy hue, as are you, fair of face, most fair, a father's vain wish fulfilled." He stood and went to the doorway, staring at the men, raising yet another log in place at the garrison wall. His fingers tapped at the fat logs by his side and drew sap, which pulled him from his reverie, so that he sucked on the sap at his fingertip and turned toward me. I prepared to see anger on his face, but instead could not read what was writ there. I said the words I had rehearsed. When God's word speaks of deceit and thievery by falsehood, does it apply to all, young or old, masters or slaves? Yes, the word jumped from him without hesitation. I remained silent and nodded. As I did so, I marvelled that I had learned such care in the company of pirates and brigands and Haskins. Nothing was more important than well-thought words. He asked, "Have you plotted aught against another? Deceived someone?" "No, sir." He followed his path again to the doorway, avoiding the sap-dripping log. "Someone has deceived you, then?" "An object has been stolen from me." Rachel's voice came over the meadow, calling, "Do you need me, husband?" "No, wife. Continue with your work, if you please. I am in prayer." He resumed his seat at the table. He closed the Bible and thrust it toward me. "Give me your hand." Did he mean to beat my hands with the book? I felt caught and resigned to take the beating I would receive. I held out my hands and closed my eyes. "Place your hand upon God's holy word, child." I laid my hand atop the book. The ragged leather of it, the faintest smell of ink and glue, the worn texture of the edges, awakened memories of the books at home, of Ma telling me how to divide numbers. "I ask you, with your hand upon God's word, with fear of eternal fire in your heart, this question. Will you tell me the truth?" "Yes, Reverend." "When last I saw my mother, she gave to me a pocket, and in it she hid a wooden casket with gold coloured," I added, lest he count the value of it too. "Corners. Inside she placed 2 silver doubloons, stamped in the old Spanish way as pieces of 8, for me to keep against my freedom some day." I questioned blaming Rachel for this to her new husband. He might have affectionate feelings for her now they were married. So I said, "Mistress Haskin took my coins and my casket from the pocket and gave them to Mistress Johansen for a dowry, claiming that I had stolen them." He peered into my eyes as if searching out some defiance or lie. At great length he asked, "Do you swear this before Almighty God?" "I do, sir." "You have been in this house before, always in the company of others who watched you?" "No. When your roof fell in, I was here often alone, sweeping." "And you saw the box and made this story to fit your wants? Or did you not think to steal the box again, to take it for yourself?" "I did think it. Often, but 'twould not be righteous." My hand trembled upon the book. "Can you produce that pocket?" "I can." "Bring it here," he said, motioning toward the door with his head. I darted home, burrowing into my nest of blanket and bearskin. I pulled up my wrinkled pocket. As I turned to make for the door again, Birgitta stepped in front of me. "What's that you're doing, Mary?" I smiled, knowing full well that a guilty flush covered my face. "Reverend Johansen has need of my pocket, Birgitta. He sent me to fetch it to him." "What need has he of a child's pocket?" "I don't know, madam," I said, and dashed around her. The girl whipping stick swished through the air behind my head as I went. I walked in and placed the pocket in Reverend Johansen's hands with hopeful uncertainty. "There it is, sir," I said, as if it needed explaining. He turned it this way and that, then poked his fingers in and turned it inside out. "What happened to this? There was lining there. How does the inside of a pocket wear away?" "It did not wear away, sir. I ate it. Some of us starved to death in the hold of a Saracen ship. I patched it with bits of my own gown of blue silk. I I also took some of Mistress's white thread to patch it there, which is one of the sins I have been repenting. He moved his fingers upon it, as if the feel of the fabric told him a story that his eyes could not. He turned it right again, took Ma's casket and slipped it inside. It settled in the place it had always been, corners fitting worn places on the pocket as the cloth aligned for it and nothing else. Come with me. Reverend Johansen slapped the cap upon his head, took hold of my hand with his, snatched up the casket and the pocket from the table, and marched the two of us to the common ground near the well. Where the common had been so trampled, little grass yet grew. He held my hand up in the air. At that moment, I felt the sap that connected our skins tug and loosen and stick fast again, and I enjoyed it. He cried out, "Hoy ye, brothers and sisters!" Lonnie came with the first that heard his call. He turned to her and said, "Sister Livonia, fetch your mother to this place." To the rest he called, "Where is my wife? Bid that lady come." He led me to the step at the church house, and we stood before the door. Mistress hurried toward us, Birgitta rumbling and grumbling behind her. When Mistress saw me, her face darkened. Reverend Johansen raised his voice as if he were preaching. "Fellow pilgrims, just as David, king of Israel, though he had dozens of wives, smote Uriah and took Uriah's wife to himself out of greed and desire, we must never take, out of greed and desire, from those who cannot defend themselves. This child, Mary of the Haskins, came on her journey to us in possession of one thing, this." He held the pocket aloft, pulled Ma's casket from it. "Wife, come here." He put the casket in her hands, and at once I believed I would be hung. Waves of grey darkness washed before my eyes. He said, "Put that in the hands of your mother, Mistress Haskin, from whom you received it." If not for the Reverend's strong hand holding mine, I would have sat upon the steps, for my legs had not the strength to hold me. Rachel whimpered and put her hand to her lips. She started to protest, but she did not dare dispute her husband before the company. She carried the casket to her mother and held it out. Mistress stared at the box, glancing at me. Rachel said, "Take it, mother. It is not mine." When Mistress had the casket in her hands, she searched the faces of people gathered about, but got no understanding from them. "Mistress Haskin," Reverend Johansen began, "we accept and forgive the misplacing of a small article, even forgetting whence it came, but we know that our Lord commands, once the truth is found out, it must be returned to its owner. Did any in your family work, sell, or trade goods or money ever for the thing you now hold in your hand?" "No, Reverend," she said. "Yet, though it fit into the pocket owned by this person known to us as Mary, and its story matched what she has told with her hand on the word of God, you thought it not fit to return it to the person who could have been the only source of such an object and claimed such, but keep and thus further your daughter's material possessions?" "Well, yes, Reverend." I felt almost sorry for her, for she was confused by the parson's words and had admitted her guilt without so much as a struggle of conscience. People made noise. Someone announced, "We need to build some stocks." She blurted out, "I did not know it was hers. She'd stole it, and so 'twas my right as owner of her property. The husband and I paid good coin for her, and all of her as come with." By that time, Master had come and stood beside her. Reverend Johansen said, "Brother and Sister Haskin, in indenturing this maid, you paid for her strength and ability to work. You did not buy her possessions, nor her virtue, nor her soul." He was red around the collar and put his hands behind his back, where both hands clenched in fists. "This is a human being, not a goat. Your duty to her is to feed, clothe, and educate her. Mistress Haskin, return that casket to its owner." Mistress had no choice but to lay the casket in my hand. I closed my fingers upon it, feeling as if it held my ma's heart and soul, not just 2 coins. "Thank you," I said. Mistress bowed in submission, though not to me, but to some higher force found in the eyes of her fellow pilgrims. My eyes caught Birgitte's. She glowered with rage. I might well rue this action, though I had my £2 and my box. The air split apart, as if rent by 2 great hands with the sound of a piercing scream. The cry was so violent, it took my breath out of my body. The scream came again, and unusual smoke rose beyond the roof of the Haskins' house. The whole crowd ran toward it. 2 men thought to carry buckets of water as black smoke rose ever more ominously over the house. With no one to watch her, Lonnie had fallen into the coals. Her gown had caught fire, and, though she still breathed, there was not one place of whole skin upon her. Olsey, dead and pocked with pustules, was not so nightmarish as what lay smoking and moaning before us. She wailed, her air rasping and dragging in and out as she suffered upon the floor. They placed a wet blanket upon her to soothe the burns. Voices around me rose in prayer, simple, anguished supplication for an end to agony. Rachel threw herself down next to her little sister and wept, claiming it to be her fault, beating her chest with her fists, tearing at her hair until Reverend Johansen had to raise her and take her away. In the midst of all the people gathered, talking and weeping, I was felled by the breaking of a stick across my back. Birgitte picked up another and laid her art across my shoulders with such fury I soon curled up on the ground as she cried out, "You were supposed to watch her! Because of you, we had to come to the Commons. This is your doing, you wretched devil!" I hardened my face to the burning behind my eyes and did not shed a tear. Someone stopped her, but not before she had brought me to a place where I wished to die. I groaned as hands lifted me to my feet. I held the pocket in my grasp. Lucas's father said, "There will be no more beatings today. You will sleep this night at our house. We will not weary our Lord with needless cruelty, for which we will surely repent on the morrow." Patience took my hand and, following the Newhams, led me to their home. She put me into her bed and, after everyone else slept, she held me close and cradled me like a babe. I did not cry. I felt neither sad nor hurt. I did not know then that I could not cry. "Bessie," she whispered, "take heart. Try to be brave. Patty, let me sleep. I will be good tomorrow. You are good now." I awoke snuggled next to Patty, so sore I could not move. She slept amongst barrels of provisions and boxes of implements. It was not luxurious, but it had no goats. As I lay there, she slipped from the bed and tipped to the window, where a little opening separated this room from the next, lifted the latch and pulled in the shutter. I saw Lucas lean his head through the opening and kiss Patience right on the lips. Not only did he kiss her, but she kissed him in return. They kissed each other, murmuring, their faces touching or almost touching when they spoke, their lips all but nibbling at each other as a horse would search your hand for sweet carrots. I had seen Ma and Pa kissing in such a way, but any boy that I chose to love would have to settle for holding hands, and even then only if his were washed. Patty lay back beside me. "Do you love Lucas?" I asked, in the softest whisper I could manage. "What are you doing awake?" I could not help it. Why were you doing that? Do you love him? Kissing him keeps other things at bay. I promise, and yet fend him off. Does he want to marry you? Does he have enough money to get us home? His parents own me. I could no more become his wife than I could fly. Did he want to see up your skirt? Where did you learn such a thing? The women on the ship said that a fellow might give a girl something for a glimpse under a farthingale. I think you should go back to sleep. Are you going to kiss him again when I do? Not tonight. I tossed a pebble at his sister, so she will be watching. He dares not be caught. His parents would have him flogged. He burns with lust in his private chamber. Go to sleep. It was not difficult to follow her order. I closed my eyes, imagining Lucas feeling remorse for kissing Patience. I smiled. It was good that he should suffer for love. We buried Lonnie, the first of our dead, in a place beside the church house. After that, the Reverend marked off a place and called it consecrated, where others would lie beside her in days to come. It did not take long for a second grave to follow. 4 days after Lonnie fell into the fire, Goodwife Fisher was found having gone to her eternal rest one morning. Goody Fisher had been a frail, toothless woman who came with one of the families, though she was no relative of theirs. No one cried for her. The third death was a young man full of vigour and health. Foster Simon was his name. He was an apprentice carpenter and had gone with other men to deep woods outside our clearing to hunt a tree to make a table and chest. His father and brother accompanied the party and worked at felling it, but they started for home to bring others to help. Halfway there, with his brother perched upon his shoulders, Foster remembered leaving his axe at the base of the tree. He put his brother down and sauntered back down the new-cut path. When he did not return for the midday meal, the men called for him as they walked and joked that he had probably fallen asleep. They found him, flesh bitten and torn, his neck broken. The bear had savaged the tree, and huge scars on it coated with blood marked the place of Foster's death. I stood at the grave as they laid that young man to his rest. My arms and neck still bore yellow bruises from the beating Birgitta had given me. As they started filling dirt upon him, his blood seeping through the winding cloth, I thought I would rather be in that cool ground beside him than working here. Though Mistress kept me busy working, I searched out wildflowers and laid them daily upon the 3 graves. I did not know Goody Fisher, and Lonnie was so bothersome that I felt little but sorrow for the suffering she had endured and some gratitude that I did not have to sleep next to her. Foster had been little older than August, was both a young man and a boy, a stranger and yet part of this group to which I belonged. He had once helped me with a load of firewood, and he knew if I was the blackbird. When Foster had smiled, 2 cunning dimples puckered his cheeks like an overstuffed pillow. I wished I had had a chance to kiss those dimples, I thought with a sigh. Oh, how handsome he had been. One day I lay down upon Foster's grave and stared at the sky. I patted the soil beneath me and felt of him lying there, snug and warm, as if tucked in for the night. Clouds drifted overhead like a flock of animals, bunching and parting, bunching and parting. I knew then what patience meant, for I knew I loved Foster Simon. My chest ached. I would never marry, for my own true love was dead, just as in the blackbird's song. My heart's wings would ever flutter over his heart, and the beauty of our tragic love would rise above any other love ever known. I sighed with the soaring emotion of it, love so true and pure. The next day I visited him and sat at the end of the mound over his feet. I swept clear a place with my hands and took great care to set stones upon the grave in the shape of a heart to show him my love. I heard Birgitta call and I stood to leave. I will come back to see you soon, I said, brushing gravel and bits of dried weed from my skirt. I wish you weren't dead. I will come and keep you company. Good day, and I love you. Mary! Coming, Birgitta! I love you, Foster. Next meeting day, Reverend Johansen called to me, so I sat next to him. Mary, do you understand what death is, and do you understand what it means to let the dead rest in peace? Against my will, my lower lip pushed itself out. Yes, sir, I do, most certainly. I'm speaking of Master Foster Simon. You have decorated his resting place and visited many times, yet you must know his soul is not there, and naught remains but his earthly form, turned already to dust. I ask you to let his spirit rest. Does my being there bother him, sir? We don't know what the spirits know, but I think a fortnight of mourning is enough. I love him. Reverend Johansen said nothing but smiled in a small way. Child, if the dead do know, he will be warmed by that knowledge. You can carry that feeling in your heart and let him rest in the ground. I will not visit him any longer. Oh, my heart lurched with the agony of that terrible declaration. I will still love him, though, with all my heart, forever. I think that is wisest, he said. As for love, what you know now will grow and fashion itself anew each time you press your heart against the thought. I pray God that you will know the best that love has to offer when you are a woman grown. I walked from the church and went inside the Haskins' empty house, for they were all still at the common meal. I took the iron poker from the fireplace and, using the tip of it, scratched the initials F.S. into the doorpost at a height that my hand would touch as I went in and out. The Haskins were tall. They would not glance down and see Foster's initials carved there for me. Chapter 10. May 9, 1730. On the day the goats got out, only 5 feet of open space in our garrison wall remained to be filled with posts. I hated for it to be finished, for it closed up the greenwood around about us. That day I was glad for it, though, for we had dozens of goats all running hither and thither through the houses and commons, tearing up gardens and messing on floors, making a stir on the morning's placid air. No one knew how, before the break of day, every fence in the compound had opened and every barnyard animal got loose. With the help of anyone who could wave an apron and chase them, 7 of our goats returned to the fenced yard. I discovered the tracks of one goat led through the garrison opening and into the woods. I ran to get Birgitta and show her that the goat was lost. I hoped that she'd say it was no use looking for it, so I could get to other chores. One of my stockings had a hole in it, and I meant to get a new pair from Christine's basket. To my dismay, Birgitta brought Mistress and they followed me to the opening in the wall. We walked several yards beyond it, following the hoof prints. A few men kept at the chopping and fitting of the remaining log posts. Go fetch it, Mary. You don't have to go far. It's just there in that green place, Mistress said, pointing. I have so much to do. Don't tell me you are too lazy to get a goat a dozen steps from the wall. Birgitta twisted her face to one side. I should have a man go with her, and I will go too. If the bear is there, we'll scare it away, as we did before. The bear is out there, I said, without address or bowing my head. Mary, do as you're told. I want you to help me with the sewing, Birgitta. She can go by herself, Mistress said. It'll not take long. She turned to a workman. You there, bring your axe and help her get the last goat. An old man looked up at her and heaved a great breath. Which way did it go? He asked. I pointed toward the greenest shrubs. He led the way. I found droppings and they smelled fresh. See here, I said, toward the stream. Mistress said, Well, go and get it. We'll wait for you. The man knelt and looked at the ground. Stream's that way. I don't think you're going to find it. Fell in and drowned, that's my thinking. I have work aplenty before me. There's no smell of bear in the air. Let it be. He shouldered his axe and walked back to his chores, with Mistress and Birgitta following him. Wait for me, I cried and ran toward them. Make her go or you will sleep in the shed tonight, Birgitta, Mistress called. Birgitta's face showed how she hated being ordered by her sister. She turned to me, forced to comply, though her voice was gentle. Go fetch that goat, Mary. It is drowned. The man said it, I insisted. Mistress whirled and leaned over me. Do as you are told. Your carelessness has lost this goat, as it lost my daughter, as it lost my money. Oh, I rue the day I bought you, you heathen wretch. Go, and don't return without my goat. She turned to her sister. See that she gets it, she said, then turned back to me. If you don't find it, I'll have them seal up the wall with you on the outside. Watching them walk away, I cursed both under my breath with words I remembered the pirates using. It felt like power to say that the two old Haskin women should twist and dance in hell on the devil's prong, even though I was not altogether certain what it meant. I kicked at the goat droppings with my shoe. They were an hour or so old. Nob, I called. It was a foolish name for a goat. Nob! The closer I was to the edge of the stream, the more I trembled. I moved some brush, holding my breath, expecting to see Nob standing there, munching away. Or worse, what was left of Nob, and the bear standing there, munching away. I looked behind me, wondering if the man with the axe was watching, so he could run to my aid if the bear came. And I wondered if I would hear the bear coming through the woods, over the tumbling of the water. I got to where a great tree had fallen, its roots lifted from the bank, making a muddy slide. The goat's hoofprints went there, but it did not walk into the water. It kept going around the side. I heard the animal bleating softly. When I got behind the tree trunk, I could no longer hear the woodsmen chopping logs or the sounds of the community, people moving about, animals lowing and clucking. The water murmured at my feet. Downstream, it rippled at a small waterfall. The tracks led on, and I heard a goat bleat. On I went, listening and smelling the air for the bear. Still, I smelled nothing but the weedy smell that the bank of the stream always carried, and the whiff of a grown-up's sweat. I wondered, since I had now been in love with a man, albeit a young man and a dead one at that, whether I had grown up enough to smell like Patience. Nob, I called. Nob? I went down the stream until it turned again to the left. In parted grasses where the reeds had grown tall, Nob stood chewing, tied to a stick. God's balls, I cursed. Why, who would play such a cruel trick? This could bring the bear just to eat the goat and, in turn, me. As if a cold blast of air took me, I wondered if Mistress were so cruel as to put the goat here and send me to it so I would be killed. I would show her a thing or two about bravery, I thought. With shaking hands I took his rope from the stick and turned to lead him home. I then let out a soft moan against the hand that wrapped around my mouth. The hands held me so tight I could barely breathe or move, but I got the quick image of a dark man, wearing paint upon his arms and some strange pants. No shirting at all, with lines drawn across his face and chest. Beads rattled against his body as he held me tight to him. I smelled his skin as he nearly crushed the life out of me. and knew it was the grown-up sweating that I had smelled. I tried with all my might to scream and to fight away, but his strength was as two men, and my voice stopped in my teeth. My eyes searched the woods and stream and brushy green. From it, like plants thrusting up quick and brown, a horde of dark brown men in feathers and paints and the strange pants arose. They made signals to each other with their hands and began to move in the direction I had come, while my captor held me tight. My fingers snarled in the rope around Nob's neck. The goat had not been tied by mistress, but by them. The hand that gripped my face loosened enough to let me breathe. The man shook me and said a word, squeezed my face, and said it again as he turned to look me in the eye. Quiet was what he wanted. I nodded. He lessened his hold and I remained mute. He took his hand from my mouth and said the word again. I nodded again. He held my arms with both hands then, and I dropped the rope. Nob nestled in the grass to chew cud. I smelled smoke. It rose in billows across the tops of the trees, bringing with it the smell of fresh green wood and old dry planks and the reek of scorched flesh. Oh, la, Patience! Oh, my soul, my sister! I stayed still as stone. A bird called, and another. Birds do not sing when there is danger about. Even a child knows that. I realized I had not heard a bird in all the time since I left the garrison for the woods. As the sun began to lower, the noise of many people tramping through the grass frightened away the birds again. Here they came, Indians. Behind them in a line walked people from our village. Finally, more Indians. They came leading cows and one of the oxen. They came with mistress's goats. They carried 2 blunderbusses and bags of powder, bags of flour, salt and dried corn. They laid them all in a circle and went over the stock of booty just as the pirates had on the ships. The settlement people who came to the green brush had blood and smoke and dirt smeared from head to toe. My heart pained me, wanting to cry out, "Patey, Patey!" My eyes searched each face, discarding each image, until at last I saw her following Rachel, followed by another girl. An Indian man with a pole in his hand prodded her as they moved along. Mistress and master, along with the Newhams, Reverend Johansen, and others I recognized, men and women and boys, were part of the second group. Birgitta was not there. I looked for her again, sadness and anger mingling in my heart. I grieved for a moment, but then I thought that the old wretch should have come with me to find the blasted goat. At least she would have been taken alive. Cursed be the merciless, I thought, changing the words from the Bible, for they shall receive no mercy. The Indians bade us all sit by shouting orders and pushing people to the ground. Most of the people wept, even the men. Once all had sat upon the ground, the man who had kept me led me to them and pushed me down amidst the younger girls. Other Indians arrived, carrying away all that they could from the houses. Iron kettles and bales of cloth, hats and coats, and lengths of woven wool plaid I saw with surprise, for I had not seen such a cloth since leaving home. Ma had kept her lengths of plaid hidden between layers of linens, just like my petticoat. Ma had always hidden things under other things, always kept those secrets that were dangerous or precious, close at hand, and yet hidden a breath away. I squeezed my legs together, taking pleasure as the hard corners of Ma's casket bruised my thighs. There were about the same number of Indians as there were of us, yet they were all men, and we were more women and children than men, and they were the ones with hatchets and blades and arrows. I wondered that Reverend Johansen did not speak to them, for he knew their tongue, but he was far from me and I could not ask. The sun slid from its heights toward the treetops. and the Indian men, quick as any woman in a kitchen, started a fire and butchered 3 of the goats. Mistress Haskin flew at them, her fists raised, crying, "My goats, you heathen scourge!" I saw an Indian raise his hatchet as she came for him and turned my head away. I heard the thud, and I heard Master Haskin groan in anguish. Heard her fall to the ground. Others began shouting at the other captives. I knew without question that they meant for the people to be silent. I felt horror that Mistress Haskin was dead, yet it was because she had been stubborn and stupid that he had killed her. Why would anyone run against armed men who had already proved they had the will and more weapons than they needed to kill us all? Many began to wail and call out that we would all be killed. One of the Indians stood before the lot of us and said, "Hello," in a loud voice. "No more fight. No more die. Stay alive. No more fight. Understand?" I nodded, as if I had been instructed by a teacher. No lesson could have had more weight than Mistress Haskin's corpse. Jabbing parts of the goats onto sticks and stretching them across rocks placed before the fire, the Indian men roasted the meat in a way I had not seen done before. I dared to wonder whether they would give us something to eat. I knew enough of hunger aboard the ships that it had impressed me with the stern belief that to live or die was nothing compared to doing either with a full belly. They boiled dried seed corn in a pot with the goats' heads to make a porridge. When the sky began losing its last colours, 2 of the Indians took tin cups they'd stolen from the village and scooped them full of the porridge. One man chopped hunks of the open fire-cooked meat into each cup. They lined up the littlest children first and fed them. I was one of the first. Oh, what a glorious repast! Something in it was so filling and good with meat roasted instead of boiled that I could have eaten 3 cups of it. I handed my cup back to the bronze man who had given it and smiled, saying, "Thank you, sir." When I sat down, Rachel said to me, "How could you eat from them heathen curs with Mother just murdered before our eyes? You must have no soul at all." I thought about turning away without answering her or declaring I was glad Mistress was dead, for she was an empty, clanging gong of a woman. But I said, I was hungry and they fed me. It was a Christian thing to do, and far better than I have been treated by some such as claim salvation. "It's poisoned," she said. "I hope you die screaming." Then an Indian man came and said aught to her, and she quieted, though she knew not what he spoke. All the captives got the supper. Rachel put up her nose at it and would not eat. The man who offered her the cup passed it toward the next captive without even a raise of his brows, for he cared not whether she ate. The Indians did not eat of it, but some of them prepared another dish, taking the goat liver, heart and lungs, to add to the corn porridge. They added some of the blood and cooked this a good while, and all of them ate it with such relish I wished I had a taste of it too. After all had been fed and there remained some of the stew in the pot, the Indians scooped up the last of it and held it forth, offering it with gestures to any who would have it. I gulped it with relish, even though the liver taste was strong. I had not felt so full and drowsy in as many weeks as I could remember. The Indian who had spoken English before stood again. "No more fight. No run away. Warriors watch. Sleep now. Walk after sun come. No run away. Understand?" I settled into sleep without much ado. Those among the group who felt terror at this captivity wept. Some prayed aloud. As I closed my eyes, my last thought was how I had exchanged places, indeed, with the women in the hold who knew how to be captive, who knew how to take anything offered without question. I felt grown up, I even wondered if I looked as grown as I felt. When the sun had barely greened the sky, they pushed us with their feet to awaken us, and distributed the cooking pots, sacks of corn, axe heads, and bolts of cloth among the captives. The men compelled everyone, even the smallest, to carry something. I was given a lidded iron kettle oven with a handle, the kind Birgitta had called a spider, but then she called everything and everyone that when she was angry. By noon all my fingers hurt. I switched the heavy iron pot from one hand to hand, moving it from one knuckle to another, trying to favour the most sore places. I walked with a searing pain in my side, my legs trembling from exhaustion. Patience walked somewhere behind me. All stayed quiet. All walked in fear. We walked on without stop, walking until some of the weaker ones fell out, and the Indians put them upon their backs and carried them. I saw 2 girls and 1 grown man carried upon the backs of the warriors. When they did that, the Indians also carried what the captives had carried, taking the boxes of sugar and bundles of tied onions. That evening followed almost the same as the one before it, with stew made from what we carried and 2 more goats. That night, even Rachel ate the porridge. The next day, the Indians told the men captives, by demonstrating what they wanted, to carry some of the children. Master came to choose me, for I was the lightest burden, but I looked him in the eye and said, "I am not weary one whit, sir. Choose one of your own daughters." I picked up my kettle and started down the path, pushing to the front of the column behind the Indian man who had first caught me in the brushes. I put my feet in his tracks. It had never before occurred to me that there were better or worse ways to die. Perhaps Mistress Haskin's death was merciful. At least one quick fatal blow such as Mistress received would be preferable to the suffering agony Lonnie had endured. The first death I had known was Allsy's. We were ill at almost the same time with the same disease, though I recovered. I knew, I thought, what her suffering contained. I had heard men fighting and cursing and beating each other aboard ships. Hangings, whippings with the cat. A quick blow to the head was a kindness, indeed. These Indians were a puzzle too large for my learning to sort, too complicated for my mind. I wanted to ask Pa what was to be thought of them, since I could not fathom it myself. I thought of Pa, floating in the bay, face to the sun, smiling, as if in sleep, the way he did on a Sunday afternoon, resting from the week's work in a hammock on the front promenade of the house. I thought of the crystal blue waters of our bay, and the coral-lined coves, and the warm sun and balmy, fragrant breeze, coffee flowers and roses, Ma's gardenia, almost too strong to enjoy except at a distance, plumeria and cocoa blossoms. "Oh, la," I said aloud, "when shall I get home again?" An Indian came up behind me and said something that sounded to me like Kazomi Manosa, although I could not speak the word again. He knelt and motioned to his back and took the iron kettle from me. I nodded and climbed upon him. As he walked, I leaned against his back and wept for the first time in weeks. My feet burned with the relief of not having to use them. My fingers throbbed without the narrow handle of the iron kettle cutting into them. My heart ached and ached and ached with the lack of some new injury to it. As if all the others were enough, stored there, just now felt like a thorn that had worked its way through the sole of a shoe. "Oh, Ma," I thought, "when I see you again, I shall never cease being good and kind and forever look upon your dear face. My most trusted and loved life's companion. How dear it would be to climb into your lap once more, held in that blessed peace." We had travelled 4 days and slept in the forest 3 nights, when on the 4th night I awoke from a terrible dream of being in the Saracen's hold. Instead of the wee Irish girl being pulled from the cell, the men had come for me. Patience in the dream was not there to keep me from them. Instead of taking me above decks to be fed but thrown overboard, one man pulled my arms, one pulling my head, one on each foot until I came apart in pieces like a wooden toy whose threads had sprung. I lay awake shivering, for I was lying next to the man who had carried me, and rather than curling up around each other as the prisoners were wont to do, the Indians slept like logs, straight, as if they felt no cold and needed no warmth. I wiggled closer to him, putting my side against his arm. I stared upward at the sky. The moon was bright again, Macpherson's lantern, as it had been that night in Jamaica. I whispered toward it, "What have I done wrong to have ended in this place, oh God?" Yet even as I said the words, I thought about Olsey and how I had been the one meant to die. How could I go back and trade my life for hers, even if I wished it? A person could not turn backward. Time went onward to tomorrow, and so if I were still alive, as Patey said, and this was not purgatory, it was still penance for having lived when others died. I sighed and raised my head above the man to look toward the place where the evening fire had been. The embers seemed alive, coursing red to red again, giving no light. I put my head back down. The man next to me snuffled a little. What reason had I to live at all? I thought. "Oh, Lal," I said. "Ma, please come find me as soon as I can write you a letter." Tears slid from my eyes, one on each side of my face, and ran down into my hair. I rubbed at the right side, feeling the hair, now a couple of inches long. I must still look like a changeling without the bonnet. I tried to fall asleep, but fear came over me in a wave, and though I lay upon my back, my whole being felt weak. At first I believed I wanted to weep again, but when I breathed, the more potent need was to scream. I smelled a bear. I leaned upon my elbow toward the Indian next to me and tapped him on the chest with 2 fingers. He sprang to wakefulness, hatchet in hand. I did not cry out. "Bear," I said. "I smell bear." He frowned and grunted. They did much grunting, as a way of not bothering with words, I assumed, but sometimes a grunt and a frown spoke enough. "A bear," I whispered. "You understand, a bear." I sat up and made claws of my hands and opened my mouth. The man stared at me, annoyed. "Ashon," he said. "Rawr," I said in a soft voice, making my hands swipe the air as the claws of the bear had done. "Bear." As if the animal had heard my noise, a low growl come from the brush in answer. "Bear!" I shouted, and the same moment the man hollered, "Owasso!" The Indians jumped to their feet, all holding their weapons. As everyone awoke, the bear shuffled into the clearing where we slept and walked right upon Patience, going over her even though she raised her arms. The bear was so startled it stepped on other people too, and backed up in surprise, rearing up on its hind legs. With but the moon for light, the captives tried to scatter. The Indians yelled and called to each other, and 3 with their hatchets and 1 with a stone club fell upon the animal. The man with the club rendered a resounding thud upon the bear's skull. It reeled backward, but roared and charged at him, wrapping him in its claws. Other men stabbed it, while it fought the club-wielding man as if they were 2 men battling hand to hand. Back and forth they went, around the campfire, and as the bear reared up, someone behind me, so close that the air next to my head trembled with the power of it, let go with an arrow that struck it in the breast. The animal swung its paw and sent one of the Indians backward into the coals. He cried hideously and rolled out of it, smoke coming from his leathern shirt in holes that went through to the skin beneath. Another man came behind the bear and climbed aboard its back, stabbing into its neck with a dagger. At last the bear weakened and slumped to the ground. That caused the most terrifying effect of the night, for such a cry of howls and cheers rose from our captors that I thought hell had come loose here in the forest. Before long, the fire had been rekindled, and while some of the Indians began to carve up the bear and skin it, others began a hatchet-waving dance around the fire. Now and then they swung their weapons as if fighting and shouted, crying out to the sky. The fire circle grew to 6 feet wide as a man was tall. The kettles prepared, the bear's head went into one, and 4 others each received a great foot. They filled the kettles again with fat from the bear's carcass, melting it just as we rendered fat from animals butchered in the settlement. By sunrise, the special parts of bear's meat finished cooking, and the rest of the carcass was dropped into a ravine. Only 6 of the Indians ate the meat and drank the broth it served. I could have gladly had some, but it was not offered. The original 4 men got some, as did the one who had knifed its throat and the one who had been struck into the fire. All the others saluted them, and more singing followed the breakfast. During their celebration, I made my way to Patience's side. The Indians danced in circles, sometimes around the fire, sometimes just spinning in place. "Dance with me," I called over the din. "Let us dance, Patey." "No, Ressie." "It is not a slave dance." "No," I said. She held me to her then, hugging me in a way I did not expect, and I fell against her. I watched from under her arm as the savages made merry, holding the bearskin in the air and diving with it as if they were great birds in the sky, calling, whooping, and growling at each other. The stink of bear now seemed like good stink. One of the Indians saw us together and rushed at us. I fell away in terror as he grabbed Patey's hand and held it aloft, shouting. He dropped her hand and lay in the dirt. The man holding the bearskin turned and danced toward him and jumped over him. He swung it around Patience, then jumped over his friend again. All the Indians circled her, reached toward her, touching her arms and skirt and hair. She turned back and forth, frightened, holding her arms close to her bosoms, tears upon each cheek. I heard her moan when one last man reached forth and touched her bonnet, pulling it from her head. Her long red hair fell from its binding and rolled down her back in curls. They stopped what they were doing and got quiet. When the Indians laid the bearskin upon the ground and bade Patey sit upon it, I felt proud for her and relieved, for I knew they meant her no harm. I suppose I might have been frightened for her, for later on that day I realized just how terrifying it would have been had it been me they had chosen, but at the time I was most interested in the pantomime of the bear crossing Patience without harming her, and her rising up almost under it, causing the animal to rear and step away. The man who spoke English came to her and said, "Good woman, shield of Owasso. Good woman." He took a bracelet off his arm and handed it to her. Patience took the bracelet and nodded, but I suppose she was too surprised to smile. She placed it upon her arm where it hung, for his arms were meaty and strong, and hers as lithe and delicate as a deer's leg. He smiled then, pointed to her, grunted, and said, "Shield of Owasso," in English, and something else in their language. All the Indians got quiet, waiting for something to happen, or perhaps for Patience to do something. When the quiet became long, indeed, she looked about her. The Indian man who had fallen into the coals sat alone, his face braced against the pain. Patience stood, and the Indians all made small noises, watching her. She went to the fireside and, with her skirt as a potholder, lifted one of the kettles of rendering bear fat by the handle and took it to the bearskin. She went to the man with holes in his shirt and tapped on his shoulder. He looked up at her, but did not move. The other Indians stepped back as if they had no idea what she was doing. When I knew in an instant, Patty grabbed the man's shirt sleeve and tugged, saying, "Come here so I can help you, or you'll take a fever. Come on, over here. Right there, sit," as she motioned at the bearskin. Indians gathered all around, so I had to squeeze between two of them to see. With tugging and motioning with her hands, Patience bade the man remove his shirt. Once he knew it, he did as she asked him, and though he resisted her pointing to the mat several times, at last she made him sit upon the skin. She dipped part of her apron into the bear grease, testing it so that it was not too hot, and began dressing the burns on his back. When the apron would not reach high enough, for it was naught but threads anyway, and was sewn to her bodice in such a way that she could not remove it, she stopped. In a moment she pulled her beautiful red hair over her shoulder and dipped the ends of it into the bear oil, using that to dress his wounds. The sigh that went up from the Indians was as if they thought she was a saint performing some miracle. When Patience was satisfied that his back was as clean as she could get it, she rose and put the kettle back near the coals, now glowing from the earlier revelry. As she did, I moved toward her. She wrapped her arm about my shoulders. I held to her with both arms about her middle. She drew a breath and said toward the Indians, "If you will honor me, honor also my sister." She led me to the bearskin. One of them stopped me. No matter what Patience did with movements of her hands, he would not allow me to join her in sitting upon the bearskin. The Indian I had wakened with the news of the bear spoke up then, and told that part of the story. The Indians murmured. Reverend Johansen stood in the circle of captives, so I said to him, "Sir, I pray you, tell us what they say." He shook his head. "The words I know are of some other tribe, I fear," he said, but in his voice I heard a tremble, as if the words were not Indian words at all. One of the Indians spoke to the others, and they began to pack up the night's merriment. They pushed Patience and me to the front of the line, and in a short while, before I was tired at all, my companion bade me climb upon his back again. I was happy to ride there, and fell asleep there, knowing Patty walked behind me. If the Indians had a map, they consulted it not. I wondered if they travelled by the stars, as mariners are wont to do, and it seemed they did study the sky at night, when there were stars to see, but most often there were not. Yet we moved through forest and marsh and glade, as if they followed some supernatural guide, always with the sun rising on my right hand and setting on my left. Each evening we ate stews and porridges. At last it came that they had eaten all the goats, a deer brought back by some warriors, and several rabbits and squirrels. I loved the squirrel best, but the Indians did not seem to like to kill enough for all of us. That day they brought the ox up, and I knew it was for slaughter, but I did not want to watch so huge an animal killed and gutted. The Indians talked together for a while, pointing at the ox, gesturing, saying the word Owasso a few times. But in the end they did nothing, and our fare that night was corn porridge. I was disappointed that there was no meat, but I suspected that Owasso was the word for bear, and perhaps they thought killing the ox would draw more bears to us. I ate beside several of the Indians. I had not feasted so well in all these months since leaving Jamaica. We stuffed in the porridge, and when one man burped, I did likewise, and we smiled at each other. Rachel and the Reverend sat not far away. She frowned at me. "You do well to remember whose you are, Mary," she said. I looked from her to the dark man next to me and thought of my coins. "I am my own," I said. "I remember that. You belong to your husband and to these men, but I am mine." She grunted. I faced the Indian man beside me. I nodded. He frowned, pushing his lower lip out. I copied his expression, and no one told me to put my lip in. I knew for the first time that from then on, no matter what became of us, I belonged to no one. They allowed us to huddle close together, and I managed to find Patience one night. "Why, Patey, your tummy is round. You have been eating extra food," I said. "Hush, Resolute," she whispered. "Now is not the time to reveal my shame, for the Indians may do away with me, fearing I will slow this infernal marching." "Shame? What shame have you in a nice plump figure?" "'Tis a child I carry within, sister, and keep you still about it." I sat up straighter and leaned close to her. "A child? How do you know?" "I just do." "And how did it get there? Did God bring it to you? Did you pray for it?" "Keep your voice down. No, I did not pray for it. I prayed against it, but it came anyway. Now go to sleep. I have told you this so that if something should occur, you will know the source of my problems. Do not tell a soul, for they shall kill me if they know, since I have not a husband." I lay beside her, my eyes wide open, staring at the stars, curiosity flitting against my skull to keep me awake. What difference did it make if she had no husband? How did a girl come by a baby? Was there a clock that determined the time, just as winter comes before spring? I thought it would be ever so nice just to have the baby and not worry about a husband. We were too young for that. Would I have one? And would it be soon? I rubbed my stomach. A babe. But in this wilderness there would be all that crying and soiled linens to wash. What would Indians know about a baby? Why, they might handle it roughly and hurt it. I must keep the secret for Patience's sake and my own. Why, I might be carrying a baby too, since we were sisters. Patience's babe would be born first, which was only right. We should think of a name for it. No reason to tell anyone until the time came. Perhaps we would be where we were going by the time that happened. I wrapped my arms about my sister and patted her secret, her roundness, smiling. Warm and happy, I fell asleep. We pressed onward. My shoes split and stockings showed through the toes. My hands grew calloused from the handle of the kettle. Every other day the Indian man carried me, as if I weighed not a breath upon his shoulders. Whether it was by raiding or stealing from some poor farmer they found in the wilderness, or by hunting deer or squirrel, we had something to eat every day. I began to feel almost kindly toward our captors. I hummed or sang every song I could remember, particularly the ones that I had been told not to sing. Some that knew my songs joined, but most were quiet, not used as I was to this captivity. I reminded myself of the women in the hold, who knew how to call for names and signal by drumming on the floor. I knew things I would never have learned in Ma's schoolroom. One morning, as I started to sing, the Indian man I walked beside touched my cheek with his finger. "Ah, Shun, be quiet," he said. The whole lot of them, every Indian, grew quiet. They pushed us into the brush. I was not far from Rachel, and I heard her complain to the man who guarded her. He clapped his hand upon her mouth and threw her down, forcing his whole body upon her so that she could not move. Down our path came Indians, dressed differently from these, their faces painted in ferocious colours. Their hair was wildly set, and I could imagine they had just left their homes for some errand, be it hunting or war, whereas our captors looked as weary and footsore as their prisoners. We waited a long time. Finally, we began our walk again. When we stopped to rest, Rachel fell against a tree and wept. Reverend Johansen tried to comfort her. She called out more. Even Patience went to her and tried to quiet her. I watched the Indians as they circled her. I feared lest they do away with her just for being noisome. I was not so simple as to not understand that the Indians were hiding from the other group that passed. They did not want to fight them. I could only hope Reverend Johansen could prevail upon her to quiet down. She turned on him, saying, "You did nothing to save me from being so ill-used by a heathen." "I prayed mightily," he said, as if her having survived to complain were proof that it had had its intended effect. "We were all in mortal danger. Your staying quiet was to save all our lives, as it might be even at this moment. You are no fit husband who will not take up arms and defend his wife. If you had fought them, then we would not be here, forced to go mile after mile. Wife, I cannot insist with more earnest appeal than I do at this moment that you stop speaking at all, or, if you must, keep your voice down so that we are not set upon by other savages. If I had fought them, we would not be here. We would both be dead." She fumed, making a face so like her mother's I nearly laughed out loud. Rachel sneered and said, "I am so ashamed to call you husband, you worthless, feeble, wimbly old man. Coward!" Rachel spat. Reverend Johansen picked up a loose branch lying beside the path, raising it over his head. The Indians leapt forward to hack him down until he brought it down upon Rachel's back as she turned from him. He laid her 5 whacks, the same as Birgitta used to lay upon me. "You will mind your vow of obedience and duty to me and to God, and you will bear in mind at this time that you live at the will of these strangers among us. You will behave as a minister's wife, sober, humble, and quiet. Your villainy could bring the murder of every soul here, and I will not idly have you throw away these lives." The Indians looked from one to another. They lowered their hatchets and knives. One of them took the branch from the Reverend and swung it again, giving Rachel another stroke of it, as if testing to see that the beating was real. She whimpered and hid her face. The Indian man nodded and handed Reverend Johansen the stick again. He pointed to Rachel, to the Reverend, and to the stick. The one who had spoken the English words before raised his hands as he had done. "This land, not our land. If Cayuga find on land, many die. You not fight, you not die. 3 more sons. Not Cayuga land. 3 sons. Understand?" I was not sure I understood, but it seemed enough that Rachel's outburst had ended without bloodshed. What choice did we have whether it were 3 more days or 103? For 2 more days we traversed dense woods that slowed everyone, even the warriors. The food had grown scarce, and many of them carried children and women upon their backs. At the top of the hill we had seen a city by a river. My own heart jumped with hope that here was freedom, at last. I would post a message to Ma. My legs wanted to run toward the beautiful city. The 3rd day after Rachel's beating, our walking seemed more treacherous than the many days before it. At least to the Indians, there seemed to be great reason for care and quiet, for we were headed for the city, yet trying to stay hidden in the woods, moving in small clusters as if we were sheep. They carried no one, and even my friend who'd carried me, or my iron kettle, made me walk and carry it again so that my fingers ached. At long last we came to a great stone wall of a regal building, larger than any I had ever seen. I wondered if it might be a governor's palace. The Indians sent a messenger to the door, but it was not the man who spoke English. That I found puzzling. These were not Indian buildings, I was sure, yet if he spoke no English he would be useless among these people of royal appointment. He went in. He returned. He spoke to the other Indians. The door opened and the Indians herded us into the building. The door shut behind the last of us, and the Indians filed up against one wall. I looked about, but could barely see, for the brightness of the noonday sun had left me blind in the dark hallway. I rejoiced at finding something of civilization. Surely there would be hope for Patty and me at last. Beautiful coloured windows lined the top of the wall, and the sun shone through them, giving brilliant light and colours to the panes, yet not filtering down to where we stood. At the far end of the room someone opened yet another door, and sunlight flooded into the place. The light revealed a massive room, lined with statuary and a few chairs and benches. At the far end stood an altar with a golden crucifix above it. Under the figure of Christ, a table full of unlit candles waited. A gasp came from the captives about me, a sigh so deep and forlorn it pulled my heart. Many of the adults in our group dropped to their knees. Voices rose then, men and women alike, declaring, "Papists! We are sold into the hands of the devil!" Reverend Johansen stood, even as we watched a group of men in long black robes approaching from that opened door. "Children, listen to me. No matter what they do, no matter what they tell you, remember always that lies and deceit are under the tongue of the Pope of Rome. Sell not your soul for a piece of silver or a crumb of bread." One of the black-robed men said, "Sit, all of you. Welcome to l'Église de Montréal. We will find places for you to rest, to sleep, to eat." Master Newham asked, "And how shall we rest? We are captives and demand to be returned to our homes, to bury our dead, to take up our lives. We are not papists. We worship the true God." Another of the robed men said, "We paid a price for you to save your souls from hellfire. The Church in its mercy will clothe and care for you, sustain and retain you all the days of your life. We have paid your purchase price." Then they went to the door whence we had entered and opened it, letting the Indians file out as if they were soldiers, as if they were in complete agreement with these men of robes. The robed men encircled the room, standing four abreast before each doorway. A man came in with rolled sheets of vellum under one arm and a quill perched over one ear, jar of ink in hand. He sat at one of the benches and pulled a table toward him. As he did so, another man held a candelabra high above his writing table. The two doors swung shut, plunging the room into darkness save for the candles, and the sound of heavy beams sliding into place echoed across the hall. The first priest to have spoken said, "We will take down your names. You will follow Frère Christophe that way." He waved his hand. A priest in the darkness called out, "Ici!" No one moved. Then he said, Come forward." When my turn came to tell him my name, I hesitated. I was known by Mary. I detested that name, but it was connected to me among the people with whom I was familiar. He asked, "Non, non?" And finally, "What is your name?" "Mary Talbot," I said. June the 5th, 1730, by the old reckoning. I was sold for the second time under the slave name of Mary Talbot to a black-frocked priest with ink-blackened fingers and a runny nose. Chapter 11. June 6, 1730. The convent of Saint Ursule de Montréal seemed more of a great plantation than a religious order. Fields surrounded the walled interior where cosseted vegetable gardens presented an orderly and symmetrical invitation to the main buildings. The chapel, a rectory, a convent, and 8 dormitories lay as if they were a head, a neck, a heart, and 2 rows of ribs. I was put in a room full of girls my size, assigned a bed, a set of chores in the kitchen, and a companion, la compagne. My compagne was Donna Etienne Flavie, a girl from the local town who had come there after her parents had died of typhoid 3 years before. She was 13 and spoke French and English. It was her chore to teach me French as much as possible, as quickly as possible. Our dormitory, housing the smallest girls, was closest to the nuns' convent, which was washed white but stained around top, bottom, and all the windowsills. Ours was a grey stone building that had once been plastered, even painted. Its level of disrepair seemed a fitting compartment for my spirits. The paint outside had peeled away, giving it the appearance of a spotted horse I had seen once. Patience lived with the older girls in another building. I only knew because I saw her coming or going, marching in a line of other older girls to and from the dining room. It was not permitted to speak to her, and though I stared hard at her, wishing my very eyes to poke her, trying to make her lift her face and see me, she never looked up. "Do you have questions?" Donna Etienne asked as she helped me spread 2 blankets, one with a patch in the middle, across the small cot that was to be my bed. "When shall I go home?" She smiled and laid her hand on my arm. "Your maman and papa have died, little friend, or given you up because of their great poverty, or else you would not be here. This is an orphanage. You will have food to eat and a bed to lie in. You will be educated. Your soul will be saved from hell. It is not a bad place for poor girls comme nous, is it? I am not poor, and I'm not an orphan. My mother waits for me at our plantation in Jamaica, Meager Bay, Jamaica. I am only here to visit a friend. Who is she? I will not tell you. Once I have found her, I will be leaving in a gilded coach with 8 matched black horses. Donna Etienne's milky white face and chocolate-coloured brows, lashes and hair gave her an animated appearance. She appeared somewhat shocked at first, then puzzled, finally sympathetic, for all her emotions rushed to her face, so that it told an entire story without a word. "I see. Little Marie, poor one, you will come to understand, and you will weep. That is accepted. For we are all cast away here, and all love each other. If you feel sad, I will be your sister. I told you, I will leave here in a coach and go home. Besides, I have a sister. You do not want me to be your sister?" Her eyes filled with tears. I had not meant to hurt her. This girl was trying to be kind, but I had known so little of that recently that I felt puzzled at her and myself. What was it about saying I had a mother and a home and that I wished to return to them that made me seem some type of fool? I have a brother and a sister and a mother. I need only send a letter and my mother will come for me right away. She may drive the coach herself if she chooses. You knew that not, did you? That women may drive? Donna Etienne brushed her tears away with both hands. "It will not make you feel better to pretend that," she said, "as I once did. It keeps your heart full of sadness." I stilled my face as my mind worked on this. If she would not believe me, I would keep my secrets to myself. Now that we were in a village, I would find a way to write a letter to Ma. I searched every corner of my mind, seeking something to say to this girl. I said, "Then I will try not to, if you will not cry. There now, please let us talk of something else." Donna Etienne smiled, her white face blotched with red flushes. "If you grow out of your clothes, you may have mine. I will not be here long enough to need them, but thank you, thank you." say merci. Merci. I have another question. Are there any bears about? No, I have never seen a bear. Have you? Oh, I am acquainted with bears. My lip trembled. Every morning Don Etienne and I followed a line of girls to the chapel. They said prayers I did not understand. They sang songs I did not know. They spoke in a mash of consonants and vowels that in my ears had not as much meaning to them as had the words of the Indians in the woods. Owasso, Owasso, I chanted as I walked. After chapel they served breakfast, and there were 2 hours of education, during which Don Etienne went over and over words and pronunciations, holding up one thing after another, pointing and gesturing. She was quite pleasant a person, and after such as I had been used to at the Haskin household, I fell quite into her routine and instructions. In the first weeks there, I was to do little but learn French and clear tables, unless now and then they had me bring in herbs from the garden. I was glad to be in a house without goats, bats, or Haskins, and with a bed of my own that was off the floor. I was also glad to have so much less work to do, glad to have school, even though it was in French, glad to bathe and wash my clothes, glad the only night pot I had to empty was my own. I was glad to know Don Etienne, too. They allowed me to patch my gown and petticoat. I did not want to lose my casket again, and so I laid lumps of tow around it, sewing over it until it looked as if the pocket were yet another patch on the old and outgrown garment. Don Etienne showed me she also wore a quilted heavy petticoat similar to mine. I stared long at hers, not in great wonder over it, but in thinking about Ma. What had she known? What land had she come from? I knew the name of it, but not the place of it, not the being there. Scotland must have been cold, like Montreal, I decided. I asked Don Etienne for paper to write upon, but we were allowed only to scratch chalk onto slates. I could not send a letter on a slate. I looked for paper everywhere, distracted one day by our lessons, perhaps because I tried to ask in French. Don Etienne admitted to me the only place where she knew of paper was the rectory where the monks kept our records. I vowed I would find a way to get into that building. At noon we had soup or stew, sometimes with meat, and bread rolls, which were often dry and had to be soaked in the soup to be eaten. Yet, having made many a meal of uncooked rice or hardtack soaked in my own spittle, dry bread and soup were still wonderful. Every evening ended with another piece of bread, often a fruited loaf of the type with which Patey had been rewarded on the Saracen ship, butter, a cup of tea, and another visit to the chapel for prayers. For many days I did not see Patience or anyone I knew. They were in the older girls' houses, I supposed. Afternoons were filled with lessons and prayers. After a while, I could recite the prayers and sing the songs. I had no idea what the words meant, but I copied the sounds and joined in. I said my French prayers quite convincingly. I learned the names of some saints and surprised Don Etienne with the few on which Ma had instructed us. Her favourite was Saint Agnes, who watched over children. I did not tell Don Etienne that I thought Agnes had fallen asleep on her watch, where Patey and I were concerned. I excelled in my lessons, determined that the nuns might question my spiritual devotion, but not my knowledge. When we settled in our beds at night, I made up stories and told Don Etienne about my life. I wanted her to know that I did not belong in this place, and that Patience and I deserved to be released. Patience was a gentlewoman, you know, I said. She was engaged to marry a prince, the heir to the throne of Carbundium. His father owns 5 castles, and she shall have her pick of any or all of them, with 7 ladies in waiting at each castle. The prince angered an ogre who charged across the ocean on a ship with sails made of spider webs and witch's hair, and he stole her from the handsome prince. I saved her from him, and I came along too, to be with her, for I would rather be with Patience and keep her safe in this place than back in the castle in Barriander. You said the place was called Carbundium. Barriander is a town in Carbundium. The story was getting unwieldy, and I gulped at my mistake. I should not have made up such long, difficult words. And that is in Jamaica? No, that is the place where the prince lives. Patience and I live in Jamaica. What is his name? The prince. Theodore, Prince Theodore of Carbundium. Is he tall? Is he gallant? What colour are his eyes? Say it in French. Not too tall. Rose. I took a deep breath of relief. This, at least, was easier to remember. Red eyes? Bleu. I meant blue. Now and then, when the men worked in the fields, I imagined Reverend Johansen out there, sweating under the sun with the others, his scrawny grey hair blowing in the breeze. Perhaps that one was he, or that one over there. I missed Reverend Johansen. I suppose, though he was not my pa, nor anything like pa, he seemed more like a nice uncle, a real uncle, not like Rafe McAllister. When I wrote to Ma, I would tell her to come get him too, and Don Etienne, if she wants to come along with Patty and me. We would be a little family. I would write to August also, and he could come home. Perhaps Ma and Reverend Johansen would marry, and August marry Don Etienne. Patience and I would be sisters all our lives, and shun all men, now that she had her lost love in England, and I left mine in the graveyard at Collins Pond. Some days all I could think about was that the building where the men lived was where I might find paper, quill, and ink. I took afternoon strolls up and down the length of the buildings, each day a few steps closer to the priest's dormitory. Sometimes one of them came out and I waved to him in a friendly manner, thinking that I must learn enough French to ask one of them to speak to me of the Psalms. That had made Reverend Johansen my friend, and it might work again. But their door was kept locked, as if they were dangerous convicts. No one opened when I knocked. In the kitchen, during the execution of my chores, I sneaked half-eaten rolls and titbits of mutton gristle, or a leaf of parsley from the plates as I cleared them from the tables, folding the morsels into my sleeves. When I gathered herbs by the kitchen door, I put mint in my cheeks to suck on. When they made me work in the garden, I ate the raw vegetables and sometimes even the leaves of them. One evening, Violette, a novice who was 15 and devout, caught me finishing a carrot off a plate meant for a sick nun. They made me crawl on my knees up the centre of the chapel for eating 1 carrot. In truth, I had eaten 9 carrots before anyone found out. But scolding and kneeling were nothing compared to what I had endured before. It meant only inconvenience. The sisters bade me confess my theft and gluttony to a priest in a little closet, but I believed Reverend Johansen's words that I had no need to tell any human being every sin I knew. In confession, I said, Père Jean, I have stolen a carrot. I broke it into 12 pieces, 1 for each of the apostles, and I tithed 2 of them, planting them again, to grow 2 carrots out of the 1. And I gave 1 bite to each of the 10 most thin and starving girls in this place. They were hungry, Father Jean, so wretchedly hungry they had begun to eat their clothing. He said he had been told I ate it myself, but I cried then, real tears, and said, On my honour, I did it only for the little ones. Marie, Father Jean said, it was a cooked carrot. You cannot plant a cooked carrot. Do you add lying to your sins? I gasped. I had forgotten. I did not know it would not grow, Father. I swear it. Sister Marta, who supervised the kitchen work, decided I would be of more use in the weaver's barn. The weaving barn, the Grange de Tissage, was a mass of confusion. Baskets overflowing with wads of yet-to-be-spun wool hung from walls at one end. Similar ones running off with flax in tow clung to the other end as if they were bats in a ceiling. Cloth bolts filled bins and shelves in complete abandon. Colouring and dyes filled another room, and outside great vats filled with horrific-smelling concoctions, far worse than anything I had known sleeping with goats, awaited processes I had yet to witness. The sister in charge of the beginners there, which included 2 other children, a boy and a girl, and me, put all of us to carding wool. Her name was Sister Joseph, which I found quite confusing. I did not ask her why she had a man's name. I decided to ask Don Etienne when I got a chance. Sister Joseph asked me how old I was. 11, I knew. I wondered what would be the better answer for sympathy. 9, I said. I still went to chapel first thing in the morning, took French lessons and had meals. All afternoon I worked in the barn. I left every day covered in lint and fell asleep in my cot next to Don Etienne. I needed her to translate what Sister Joseph said to me, but every time my compagne entered the wool room she began such sneezing and coughing it was as if she were breathing in poison. Her eyes swelled shut and her nose ran, and she grew faint of heart until they insisted she leave. The 2 children were French, but a 3rd girl spoke English and therefore had a compagne, an older nun named Sister Evangelique. Sister Evangelique was not patient, and she had no teeth at all, so all her words in either language were slurred and full of sounds that did not belong in them. I stayed close to Sister Joseph rather than asking for a translation. Both Sister Joseph and Sister Evangelique bowed their heads, their eyes wide, lips sealed, when Sister Agathe approached. I did not lower my head before her, but stared straight at her when she crossed the room. One time, right after morning chapel, Sister Agathe tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Your eyes are so hard. Your soul is far away, is it not? You must accept your life. So much sadness you have seen." She carried a large basket covered with a towel. I smiled and said, "Not at all. I will carry that to the rectory for you." "This is a bushel of laundry. Why do you want to go to the rectory?" "Every day you ask me to go there for something or other. I hoped." I stopped in mid-sentence, trying to think up a believable ploy. "To find Reverend Johansen. I was sure he was with the brothers." I smiled my most convincing smile. "He is my uncle." "I will ask if you may visit him, since he is your uncle." "Will you?" "Thank you, sister," I said, and went skipping off to class. I stopped in mid-step so abruptly that my shoe left a mark on the cobble. It was not what she said that stopped me, but the sudden realization that I could not distinguish in which language I had heard it. Was I becoming French? "Oh la, non," I said. After lessons, Sister Agathe took me to the rectory door, knocked, asked through the spy window for Reverend Johansen. She spoke in whispers to the voice on the other side, so that I could not understand. Afterward, Sister Agathe said he worked in the vineyard with other men. I was not allowed near those men, and they were not to come near the girls. "You are allowed to pray for him," she said, "not to see him. We protect our girls from all contact with men." I did not have to pretend my disappointment at her words. One friend, no matter that he was old Reverend Johansen, made such a difference in my hopes for escape. As I walked away, I felt as if someone had hung a boulder about my neck. The girls from the Grange got potato soup with leeks at noon. If weather permitted, we sat outside under a tree as if it were a picnic, always under the watchful eyes of les bonnes sœurs. Sister Evangelique knew English and could tell Sister Joseph what we said. Christine came to my side one day, asking, "Have you turned Catholic?" "I am only learning to comb wool, waiting until I can go home," I replied. "I have written to the King of England to notify my mother where I am. She will be here soon." Christine's face registered her scorn. "Pah, King of England! I say you were always Catholic and destined for hell." I shrugged and asked, "Have you seen Patience? Princess Patience?" "She's in the sick ward with Rachel." "What is wrong with them?" "Only that my sister is married and therefore has legitimately gotten with child, and your sister is a slattern and will give birth to a bastard. She should be stoned." When I spoke then, it was more loudly. It was in French, and I turned my head toward the two nuns. My sister Patience is kind and brave. Her baby is not a bastard. He is the future king of Carbundium. I left the small table and sat on the grass in the shade near Sister Joseph. I was not sure what the word bastard meant, other than what I had heard aboard the English privateer ship. No child of Patey's would be called such. Sister Joseph, I began, my hand upon her knee, I am convinced with all my soul the faith I have found here is the one and true faith. May I please be baptized? I watched Christine's face curdle, as if she had a goat's cud in her mouth. At the same time, both sisters patted my arms and head and smiled, crossed themselves and kissed my hands. Little fanfare accompanied my baptism. Patience was allowed to come as my next of kin to witness it. I hardly knew her, for she was pale and swollen. Patience was getting near her confinement, she said, and so, while I was in the best graces with the nuns and the priest with whom I had contact, I asked permission to attend her birthing. They told me I could not. After that, I relegated lesser sins, such as daydreaming or sleeping during prayers, to the priest's ears. I held no qualms at all about belabouring the ears of God himself with supplications about returning home to Ma. I promised him anything, even a life of poverty, if we could only get home. In early July, it was time to pull flax. Sister Agathe led the children to the edge of a field so large it seemed to go on into eternity. She showed us how to pull the plants, how to lay them thus and so. They did not come easily from the ground, and they were covered with tiny stickers. By the end of the first day I was sweaty and dirty, and my hands swollen and blistered, so that I had trouble getting ready for supper and prayers and bed. Over the next days I pulled flax until my fingers bled. I looked at the land laden with flax running waist to chest high as far as I could see. It went on, and as I bent to spread some that had fallen in a clump, blood marked the stalks I laid. I squeezed a fist and let it go. Fresh blood ran from cracks across the backs of my knuckles as I forced my fingers closed, and when I opened them, it ran from open blisters into the palms. The hands did not seem to belong to me. Their swelling made them foreign and unnatural. The sun was high overhead. Other captives, bent so their backs moved as bears, spread throughout the vast field, rose and bowed like birds picking for bugs. None of the compagnes worked in the field. No nuns stayed amongst the reeds and flax, yet a few watched us from a platform afar off. I heard someone singing. It made me remember Patience, saying she was no slave to be singing or dancing her grief away. With a great sigh, I realized I was once again a slave, and I began humming a tune, then singing the English words. After our noon meal, others sang too, some together as a chorus, some just by themselves as I did. We worked until the sun crawled toward the horizon, and one of the nuns came to the edge of the field and swung a bell. Everyone filed onto a path, so as not to step upon the flax. We washed our hands every evening at a large barrel of cold water. One day, Sister Joseph tapped me on the shoulder so suddenly I thought she carried Birgitte's goat stick. I bowed my head and pulled my hands from the water, cringing away from the whipping I expected. "See here, Marie, stand up straight and look at me," Sister said. "Yes, madame. Hola, yes, oui, ma sœur." I switched from English to French. "You are baptized. You will not sing the pagan songs here. You will sing only hymns to the Virgin. Is this clear to you?" "Oui, but others sang first. I merely joined." I knew it was a lie. Greensleeves and Oh Waly Waly were about longing and love, not worship. I had forgotten that some might know the English words. "Will there be any more singing of unrighteous songs in the fields?" "Non, ma sœur, I will not sing in the field." I hung my head, expecting a beating to follow the words. It did not. She had only her bony dog finger to tap my shoulder rather than a stick. I felt so exhausted. I pinched my lips and thought, "Curses on you, Sister Joseph." I thought of the song I had used for Mistress Haskin. I puffed out a large breath. It fit, except that I had loved Sister Joseph. Until then. I stuck out my lip, thinking, no singing in the field, no singing the wrong song. I wished I were a pirate. I would sing the Faraway Isles song and Blow the Man Down, even one they did not know I knew, that had all a woman's parts named right in the singing, the captain's tart. I wanted to sing all the songs that insulted every ear on this land. Every place I was bound to, I knew all the wrong songs. My face reddened, and I felt a flush of heat across my cheeks. Tears were welling, and my lower lip quivered against my will. With great effort, I tucked it under my upper teeth. I hated Montreal, and I hated this convent, and I hated Sister Joseph for making me work so hard. Sister Joseph put one hand under my chin and lifted my face to hers. She said, "Now, let me put some salve on your poor little hands." She clucked her tongue. One moment I was full of hate, the next, longing. I told myself I hated Sister Joseph even as she rubbed salve on my hands. I hated her as she wrapped them in cotton lint and put a pair of black stockings on my hands as if they were gloves. I hated her as she led me to the dining room and sat beside me. After the blessing, I opened my eyes and saw that I had 2 pieces of bread on my plate, and she had none. Oh, la! I wanted to climb into her lap and be comforted. I wept. If she had only stayed cruel, I could have held only my anger and hatred, but instead, I turned to Sister Joseph and asked, "Will you fix my hands again?" Not because the bandages had fallen, but because I wanted her to caress and hold them again. She murmured to me as she straightened the stockings that I had worked so very hard, much more than the other girls, and that she was proud of me for such a great labour unto the Lord. When she had finished pulling the stockings in place, she hugged me, and I loved her for it. In chapel, I fell asleep during prayers. One of the girls awoke me when it was over, and I stumbled as I followed the others to my dormitory, where Don Etienne waited to help me into my nightgown. She held in her hands the rough grey thing as I approached the bedside. Exhaustion left me bitter, and anger flooded my thoughts. "Leave me alone," I said. I swatted at the thing, sending it to the floor. "What is the matter, Marie?" Don Etienne picked it up, searching the sleeves. "My name is not Marie. I am tired. I have worked like a slave all the day long, and you ask me what is the matter. Leave it on the floor. I do not want your help." "Very well, I will not help you." She laid the gown on my bed. I hated that horrible bed. The small comfort that it was not a flea-ridden bearskin next to a chimney, nor a mat on the fetid floor of a Saracen bilge-hold, did not make it my bed. My bed had coverlets of goose down and pink satin. My bed had carved and rubbed mahogany posts and a down tick and a cunning wee stair to get into it. My bed was on the top floor of a stone house on Meager Bay. "Do not look at me either," I said, and burst into tears. Why could I not hide them now? Why was I no longer brave? Why did Sister Joseph not come and hold my hands in hers again? Such hard work as this day I hoped never to see again. Don Etienne mumbled, "Très bien." I answered in French. "And stop saying 'very well.' It is not very well at all." "Your French has improved. You have found your tongue." My tears flowed in earnest then, and I blubbered, "Je vous déteste. I hate you." I turned away from her and pulled down my skirt, dropping the loose shirt atop it, both in a heap on the floor beside the bed. I pulled the gown on over my petticoat and shift. I kicked off my shoes, but did not bother with the stockings, for I could not use my fingers, wrapped as they were in other stockings. Don Etienne sobbed as she put on her own nightclothes and climbed into her bed only inches from mine. I am sorry if I have offended you." Her words threw fresh oil onto the fire of my anger. Pulling flax all day for 2 days, that has offended me. Uncontrollable tears annoyed me for a short time before I slept the sleep of exhaustion. Some of the flax was left to rot or cure in the field. Some was bound in bundles, wrapped in tow sacking, and sunk at the edge of the river in vast trays made of logs. Rocks weighted the bundles so that they stayed in the water. Mould and rot made a stench in the bundles worse than the garbage bins before they set them afire. That was the most valuable flax of all, for Sister Agathe said when it was woven it shone like gold. Sister Agathe came to me one evening. "I have asked the Mother Superior if you may be allowed to visit your uncle." She made inquiries and found he is not your uncle. I sighed. "I hoped if I said he was my uncle, you might allow it. He was a minister of our community. He was kind to me." "And so you have lied again? This time about something more serious than eating a carrot, no? You will spend tomorrow on your knees in prayer at the foot of the cross." "Yes, sister." I tried to contain my glee at facing a day without flax, but found on the morrow this punishment was not so easily ignored as before. The stones at the foot of the crucifix had been strewn with seeds, and I was not allowed to move them or to sit. I did not cry for myself. I laid curses to Sister Agathe on the deaf ears of the plaster man hanging above me. Another Sunday came, a day warm and misty, the air reeking with mouldering flax blown away by a light breeze, so that the whole place seemed lush and fragrant, verdant, full. The sun was high in the sky when prayers and Sunday's only meal of the day at mid-morning were finished. I walked to the vegetable garden, hoping to find it unattended, but 3 nuns in grey bent there, praying over peas suffering wilt. The day warmed as I ambled the grounds. I came to a glade made by blueberry bushes grown overhead. An elderly nun sitting in an invalid chair slept there. Her blanket had slipped to her feet. I tucked it up over her shoulders. She awoke and smiled at me. "Merci," she whispered. "Petit ange." She fell asleep again as soon as the words left her mouth. More like petite sauvage, I thought. I wished I were an Indian with a tomahawk. I picked a handful of berries and ate them. On the other side, a gate in the garden wall stood ajar. Beyond it stretched an open field of grain, silver heads waving under the gentle breeze, like water in a bay. Bees hovered about a honeysuckle grown upon a discarded stile, beckoning over a fence that no longer existed. I wheeled around to face the convent buildings, aware that I was alone. I could see the upper floors with their open shutters, the spire of the cathedral. In the distance, near the stables, a man brushed a horse. Chickens pecked around both their feet. On this side of the blueberries, though, as far as I could see, I was alone at a path between fields. Once I stepped through the gate and stood on the far side of the wall, nothing lay before me but grain fields in all directions. Doves sighed and fluttered overhead. A pheasant cried out, rising from his hiding place under the stile. I began to run. As I ran from the convent proper, my face spread with joy. I opened my mouth to gulp in great breaths of free air. No one called me. On and on I dashed. My shadow before me, as if a dark image of myself ran along as company. My arms swinging, my back warmed by the sun and the thought of freedom. "Oui!" I called out with joy. I returned to English, crying, "Yes, oh yes, Ma, I am coming home." I ran until my side ached. The ground rolled lower at the end of the field, which stopped at a stand of maple trees. I might have dashed my brains against the colourless wall of stone on the far side of the maple trees, for I ran into it at full tilt, my hands breaking my fall. The wall was higher than the sides of the Saracen ship. I raced along it one way, then turned and went the other. I beat against it with my fists, growling like a wild animal. I jumped at it, trying to find a fingerhold. Here and there, a rock protruded, but putting my toes on it crumbled it from its place. I heard a dog bark on the other side of the fence. I called out, "Ho, there, help me, gentlefolk." "Who calls?" a man's voice answered. "Your servant, sir, help me, please. They torture children and starve us and beat us without mercy. I was brought here by Indians. Save me from this, dear sir, and my mother will pay you handsomely. She is the Duchess of all Scotland. Only throw me a line, and I will climb over. Take me away from this place, and you will be rich." The voice laughed. "You will not find one in this city who will go against the church." His laughter and the dog's barking faded away. I found a downed tree, but it was too heavy to move. Another limb placed against the wall proved too thin to balance upon, and it cracked when I got half its length under me. Surely there would be a gate in this wall. I began to run along it. The pain in my side grew until I slowed to a walk. I would return for patience. I must make my escape while there was a chance. I went until I came out of the thicket of maple and entered low brush. The sun baked upon my head, and I pulled off my cap and used it to wipe my brow. I found myself but 10 paces to a vineyard. I stopped at the first row of vines and ate an entire bunch of grapes, though they were tart, and afterward I felt a terrific thirst. Across the vineyard I spotted a square place in the grey wall. It must be a gate. I started through the rows. My side gnawed at me. I tripped and fell, then rolled and sat in the shade of a vine. I would catch my breath. I meant to rest a while, but when I awoke, the sun was low, the sky painted with pinks the colour of the inside of a conch shell. I ate more grapes. I looked toward the gate, but the shadows were so deep I could not see it. It took me until night fell to make my way across the vineyard in the direction I believed the gate to be. Crows fussed at me, as if they meant to give away my escape. Darkness fell without a glimmer of moon. I stopped at the last row. Something moved nearby, and I sniffed for the scent of a bear. An owl swooped from a tree and called, his wings catching the last of the light that lingered in the air and taking it with him, leaving me in darkness. I jumped at his call and felt a sharp stab. A nail protruded from the framework built to hold the grapevine over the ground in an awkward shape. It caught my left arm, just above the wrist. Blood gushed from the ragged wound, and I pressed my hand against it. I sank by the vine. The thing's branches were forced with cords into unnatural bends over the wood frame. Crucified, I thought. The wretched things had all been crucified. I would wait until moonrise and continue, I decided, so I curled my arms about my knees to wait, pressing the bloody wrist against my skirt. The touch of a leaf upon my cheek brought me awake as if it had been a slap. I heard voices and peeked from my place toward the sound. The moon was so bright. "There, I see her!" I heard a voice from behind my head. It was not the moon, but the sun. My heart sank. I lay upon the earth as if I were dead, wishing the ground would cover me there. Sister Joseph and Don Etienne followed a priest, their skirts held high, revealing their little feet at my eye level, running so they seemed as puppets. I started toward the gate, trying to escape with them on my heels. Don Etienne reached my side, her face red and wet. "Oh, Marie, you are safe!" I sank to the earth in a heap. The priest raised me to stand. Behind them was Reverend Johansen. My face lit up with joy, but he did not seem happy to see me. He turned on his heel, picked up a hoe, and left the 3 of them to walk me back to the convent. I felt overcome with emotion for myself and sorry for Don Etienne then. "I went for a walk. I got lost," I said. Sister Joseph sat on the ground and pulled me toward her, hugging me, hugging Don Etienne with me, squeezing us together the way Ma sometimes did with Patty and me. She murmured. She took me by the shoulders and gave me a shake. You will not lie again, would you, Marie? No, I will never lie again. I was not running away. I was lost. I am sorry, I said. I know you are sick for want of your home. I was lost. Must I be punished? I asked Sister Joseph. Yes, severely, she said with a frown. Then she smiled. I think you must say 100 prayers. Let us go and eat some breakfast. 2 days later, Sister Agathe called me from my work and said I was to go to the sick ward. Patience had been delivered of a baby boy. She added that it was important that I see my sister and kiss her goodbye, for the priest was with her. I went to Patty's bedside. La, Patience, you are so ill, I said. She opened her eyes for a moment. Ressie, sit by me. I pushed myself onto the narrow bed and she moaned. The others about us gasped as if I had hurt her. I am sorry, I said. Do not leave me, Ressie. Please stay with me. Hold me. I am so cold. I leaned toward her and laid my face against her neck. Patience, do not die. I need you so. The baby is well, I added to cheer her, and handsome. It is not my baby. It is Rafe McAllister's baby. Tell the nuns to find him and charge him with the child's keep. How can he have aught to do with your baby? Sister Agathe put her hand on my shoulder. Father is going to give her extreme unction. It will forgive her sins. Patience has no sins. I am the one who sins. You would not want her to go to hell. Step back before she dies. I looked upon my sister with wariness and fear. Her face was indeed more pale than ever I had known, her eyes sunken and filmed worse than when she had had scurvy on the ship. No, no, I whispered. May I not stay with her? Sister Agathe and the priest frowned at me. I stepped away. He put oil on Patty's forehead and tried to get her to eat a bit of Eucharist. When he finished, I returned to her side and sat on the floor by the bed, where I could hold her hand and wait. Patty will not die, I chanted over and over again. Suddenly I stood. I ran, first out the door, then to the chapel. I rang the bell to call a priest to the confessional. Father, Father, hear my confession. A candle came into the little cell with a man's form. Tell God to let Patty live. I confess I have told lies. I lied about the carrot. I ate it myself. I lied to my compagne about my family. I lied about my ma driving a coach and my age. And I told Violette how the dogs we owned would eat her alive once I got home. There are hundreds more too. Forgive me, Father, please. Do not let my sister die, please. The priest was one of the old ones. He could not understand my frantic mixture of English and French, and mumbled something I could barely make out. You old spider! I shouted, and ran from the chapel back to the sick room. Don Etienne appeared, carrying a bundle of blankets and 2 pillows. I came to wait with you, she said. I am not afraid to wait alone, I said. Don Etienne's face showed I had hurt her feelings once again. What I meant to say, Don Etienne, is that I did not want to trouble you. I very much wish you to stay. She smiled and said, I will make us a bed here. She put the pillows side by side, laid the blankets next to each other. She lay upon them and reached for my hand. I reached for Patty's hand, and with the other I took Don Etienne's while she talked about her father, who was a tailor, and her mother, who bore 7 children before Don Etienne was 11 years old. All of them, father, mother, 3 sisters, and 4 brothers, perished in la fièvre épidémique. Their lives were gentle, she said. Not aristocratic, but pastoral, earthy, sleeping with the sun and moving with the seasons. When she finished, I told her about playing on the beach and gathering shells. I told her about the taste of sugar cane, the food Lucy used to make us. I told her about Olsey. When I said that she died, Don Etienne wept. That stunned me so that I wept too. A nun came in, carrying a candle, and held a mirror to Patty's mouth and nose to see if her air moved. When they saw she yet breathed, they changed her dressings, and I watched in shock at seeing so much blood. One time, Patience groaned when they lifted her. I helped change the dressing, steeling myself against the horror I saw, trying to think that what my hands did would save my sister from death, and that my hands must not carry their terror to my heart, lest I die of it or faint and be useless to her. The ceiling had been painted a vivid shade of blue, such as no sky could ever be. It was hazed of candle smoke. My room at home had had a blue ceiling too, but peaceful, cerulean, the colour of the bay if a storm should approach at sundown and cast unusual lights into the water. The effect was supposed to be that one lying in bed had a sense of being under the sky, and therefore under the caring eye of their maker. I saw spiderwebs an ell across, clotted with dust, smoked, and greasy black. I patted Patience's arm and ran my hand down it to hers. Everything about her was sticky and moist. I held her hand to my face and kissed it. In the dim candlelight, I saw my hand blackened with her blood, and I rubbed it against my apron. I spat upon it too, and rubbed more, imagining my face smeared with blood. "I will not accept your death too, sister," I cried. "I shall not." Once I asked a nun how the babe fared. She shook her head. I did not ask if it had died, for I feared Patience's words might have cursed the poor thing. I hummed to keep from letting in the thought that Patty had wished it evil and thereby caused its death, just as she had brought a storm to the ship at sea. I rose and sat upon Patty's bed, leaning to press my cheek against hers and put my lips to her ear. "We have to go home, Patience. Get well. We shall escape, you and I. Do not give up, sister. I have seen the wall. I have found the vineyard and the gate. There is a way out of here, a way home." Patience's chest rose and fell in terrifying cadence, and my soul felt cold as the darkest day of winter. I drifted off and woke with a start. She yet lived. A greening sky showed in high windows where only black had been before. After she had lived 2 weeks, they allowed her to go in an invalid's chair to the garden, and I was sent back to the Grange. To my surprise, other girls carded wool in my place. I knew not what I should do. I felt perturbed at them for having my chair. Sister Joseph met me with a smile and crooked her finger, motioning me into another area. "This, Marie," she said, "is a spinning wheel." Chapter 12. August 18, 1730. He was named James and christened Talbot. Patience regained her health, but she could not nurse her baby. The wet nurse brought from town spent most of every day and night with James's care. He rarely cried. He was rather charming, I thought, but I was soon bored with looking at him, though the nurse told me he would learn to smile and play some months away, and might be more dear then. I sat with Patience in the sick ward each evening before prayers. Rachel seemed always present, listening to us, watching us. Sometimes we included her in our conversations. She was not stubborn and hardened as her mother, and, I thought, not quite as daft. My loathing of her softened. She was not even so ugly as I had claimed. Perhaps only plain and doomed to grow thick and stodgy when she aged. Rachel said to Patience once, when she thought I was out of hearing, "How dear you are together." I heard Patty say, "We are all we have left of family. She is my very life." It warmed my heart. Rachel said, "My sisters never loved me." I interrupted their talk with the robe I had been sent for. I said, "Here, Patty." When she drew her arms into it, I kissed her cheek and sat at her side. Rachel turned her face from us and stared into the room. Tears slid down her cheeks. It was mid-August, the flax still lying in the fields, when Master Haskin and Reverend Johansen ran through the gate one night with the help of Macpherson's lantern. None of us had heard any rumours of their plan, not even Rachel. The escape was on everyone's lips when we found moments to whisper to each other. For the next week, when I saw Rachel, she was on her knees, pleading for her husband's safety and in English for her own escape. The constables from town searched 10 days to no avail before they gave up. I learned that because I spent time every day in the sick room with Patey and eavesdropped on the sisters whispering. They believed the men to be dead, for if not, surely Reverend Johansen would have returned by then for his expectant wife. Once she had healed enough to work, Patience was sent to the weaver's barn too. She sat in the very chair I had used, learning to card wool as I had done. I sat in the circle of spinning wheels, turning out yard after yard of woolen thread, alongside girls all doing the same thing, our feet making a rippling sound, treadling the wheels. I felt the nearness of my sister, but so isolated from her at the same time. Now and then Sister Joseph came by to check on my work and told me different things, such as, "Hold the thread closer to your lap, and your arms will be less tired." Across the room, Patience carded wool in a circle of chairs, her back to me. She spoke not a word to anyone. As the month of August drew to a close, Sister Joseph came to the dormitory and announced with anticipation in her manner, "The flax is to be gathered in." She clapped her hands, adding, "Tomorrow everyone will work outside. It will be so festive." My heart sank. I had barely healed from the last outdoor work in the flax. A noise started outdoors, so that when we had our meal at noon, I went to see what it was. Men worked to set up tables of planks and rows of baskets in preparation for the morrow. That evening I found Patience sitting in the garden beside the wet nurse who held James. The sun stayed up late now, and the air was pleasant. I kissed the babe, and the nurse too, before kissing Patey. She touched my face. I saw something hollow in her eyes that made me close mine and look away, fixing them upon the flowers about us. "How is my nephew today?" I asked her. "Fine and bonny," she said. Her voice belied the emptiness in her eyes. "Come and take a turn about the garden with me, sister." Patience grasped my arm so that it was as if she led me about rather than having a stroll together. I said nothing, awaiting her words. "Resi, have you the strength to suppress a secret?" "More than you would suppose. I care not whether I add 1,000 more. Look into the vegetable, there, as if we are discussing it." I did, and even managed to pantomime and point at certain things for a moment. I asked, "What is your secret?" She smiled. "I would almost think you acted full-grown, so stern you are, little sister. Except that a woman of cunning would not be so forthright in asking." I replied, "In devices I am not lacking, sister. There is no bridge between us that must be carpeted for either a footman or a caravan." Patience turned to me, and yet turned her head away as she spoke. "Not only are you taller, my sister has grown inside." Here is my mind, then. Since I lay in childbed, the thought has come often to me that there is a way of escape from this place. We must speak quickly. There must be signs between us, a password, one word that will mean we must speak, and one that means it is time to act. What words? Something the two of us know that will work into speech without halt so that none know it for a sign. The signal to meet and talk shall be candlestick. Collect anything you wish to take and keep your shoes ready. The other word is more secret and therefore more sinister. We will leave when you hear the word Gumbo. Meet that night by the graveyard's west gate. The graveyard? Why must we meet there? It is not a place they would expect us to choose. You saw that there were new girls in the barn with us? While I was allowed to rest and tend to James, I watched the self-same Indians who brought us here deliver these new conscripts. The man whose wounds I tended with bear grease recognized me. If people may come in, people may go out. Rachel Johansson will deliver in a couple of months. The Indians return then, too. Do you not think Reverend Johansson will return for her? I know not, but she could not travel so soon. I plan only for you and me. We should take some food. I do not want to go in a ship in a cage. I want to go as ladies, fed ladies. I would sell my gold rings for our passage home. I have asked to attend Rachel. I will be free to come and go in carrying out my duties for her. You do not need to do anything but wait for my word. I shall watch the moon after her babe is come. We will travel by bright moonlight. Do nothing unless you hear gumbo, and we could slip away. A voice behind us said, "Shall you slip away? Where to?" I turned to see Christine Haskin there and said, "To the privy, for we both have soured stomachs from the food we had to eat." I squeezed Patience's arm. Christine said, "Leaving? Why, I thought you were a good little Pope's child, Mary." She clucked her tongue. "What would Sister Joseph do if she knew? She delivered Thea Newham to one of the priests to be used as a doxy. Perhaps that would suit you?" Patty shuddered against my side. "I don't believe that. None of us have been treated so." I remembered Lucas's sister. "Thea Newman was a tart when she came here." I knew not if it were true. I meant to scold her. She bristled, but she did not try to slap me. Christine said, "I care not whether you believe it. You are both stupid slaves." I added, "Your sister Rachel's husband has run away and left her heavy with child. Fine minister of God he is. You suppose he will come back for her?" "He left with my father," she said. "The two of them will come back. They will take us away." Sister Agathe approached. "I am sure," said Patience, "that you mean yourself and your sister? You do not mean we three standing here?" Christine closed her mouth and glared at Sister Agathe. I smiled at the nun and said, "Good evening, sister." "Return to your rooms now, children," Sister said, and continued on her way. Christine hissed, "There is nothing more savage than a Roman Catholic." She whirled around so that her skirt brushed ours and left. "How, Ressie, do you come to know what a tart or a doxy is?" Patience whispered. "What is it?" "Better you forget those words. The less you know of that, the better." She pinched my cheek, but did not smile. From my cot I whispered to Don Etienne. "I heard the Indians came back with more children recently. Did they have feathers and make whooping sounds?" "No." "Then they were not Indians." I did not want to argue with her. "I heard 2 men escaped from here." She lay on her back. I could see the profile of her face in reflected light coming in a window. "Men sometimes find a way to leave." "Would you leave, if you got the chance?" "Where would I go? This place is my home." "But if you had a home somewhere, would you not go?" "We are not prisoners, Marie. This is an orphanage. We have no place to go, and no one else who will feed an orphaned girl. Why, if they held the doors wide open, I would not go through." I wanted to say, "I was sold like an animal in a room by the outer wall. I still remember the old man, Brother Christophe, who wrote down my name and paid the Indians money." But all I said was, "Oh." Don Etienne was silent. I heard her sigh. She said, "Girls who leave here, the ones without castles and coaches, come to a bad end, you know?" "What end? Do they starve?" "I would not want to starve. You know what I mean." Someone across the room snored. 2 girls coughed. "No, I do not." "Lean close to me," she whispered. "They go to a bawdy house and take money to let men press desires upon them." "What does that mean?" "I am not sure." "Oh, what is a doxy?" She clasped her hand over her mouth with an audible gasp. "An English word. That is what they call those girls. sometimes tarte or whore or prostituée. Christine Haskin told me that her friend Thea was given to the priests for a doxy. I lay on the cot when I said it. I was still uncertain of the meaning, but I knew it was terrible. Something in the image reminded me of being on the ship, and that brought Patience's and Cora's nightly disappearances up the ladder to mind. Cake was their payment. I put my hand to my mouth and bit my thumb. Patey had said James was Rafe McAllister's baby. Does it make you have a baby? Having men's desires, I mean. Yes. From across the room, a girl's voice said, "Be quiet over there, you two." I lowered my voice. Christina's lying. Thea is not with child. Tears formed at the corners of my eyes, thinking Patience was a doxy. Must they go to hell? Would God forgive a doxy? If confession is made. That is good, yes, I said, picturing Patience. That is very good. Raking and seeding, combing and scutching, beating flax with wooden bars, this was our festive outdoor work. The whole compound joined in. Baskets of tow and boon joined in long lines that formed a work route. The most experienced men did the hackling, bringing the flax across the board of nails to comb it into a long horse's tail they called strick. The flax that had been spread in the field left a fibre that was a light silvery colour. The other that had retted in the marsh by the river's edge was golden, and I saw what Sister Agathe meant about its value. I counted every day, looking forward to the day when Patience and I would leave this place. As I imagined our journey home, my hands fumbled more. I dropped things. I mashed my finger in the scutching mangle when Patience walked past me carrying a large basket to the barn and whispered, "Father William has a new candlestick." I snapped up the next basket of tow from a man loading people's arms with baskets and followed her. I had been there enough to see that there was order in the heaps and mounds of wool and flax, whether spun or woven or still in the hanks called rovings. I could not suppress a smile when handing our baskets to the men stacking the work. "He has a candlestick." She brushed her sleeves and shook off her apron, her eyes downcast. "It will not be lit tonight. Tomorrow night seems likely." Her eyes moved to someone behind me, and she said, "Nary you mind. Now, let us have those empty baskets to return to the field." My feet moved as if they did not touch the ground. We were going at last. That night at supper, I asked Sister Joseph if I might have an extra piece of bread, but to my surprise, everyone had 2 pieces instead of 1. I pretended to eat mine, turning the second into my sleeve for our journey. I hoped it would not be long before we would be dining someplace on lovely food. When I folded my clothes for sleep that night, I left my shoes close by. Donna Etienne watched me. At length she said, "There is a rumour that 2 girls are planning to leave the convent. The nuns asked us who are your companions to question and to beg of them not to go to a life of great peril." A chill swept over me, as if winter had come into the room. "I know nothing of such a plan," I said. "I am so tired. Please let us sleep." "Please don't go, Marie." "The only place I am going is to bed," I said. I was glad the candles had been put out so she could not see my face. Sister Agathe said she will be watching for someone to try to leave. "Did you tell her it was me?" "No." "Well, she had better watch someone else. Good night." Though exhausted to my core, I lay awake for hours. At last, when sleep found me, I dreamed of home, of running on the beach, but not with Halsey. I was running from nuns and priests and leering men like Rafe McAllister, who reached for me with claw-like hands. Their low voices called, "Doxy, Doxy," as if it were my name. In the morning, Donna Etienne said, "You cried out last night. You said, 'Leave me alone, in English. I had dreams. How do you say nightmares? Cauchemar? Sometimes it happens." I was aware that today was the day of our leaving. I must not show anything on my face. "Did they catch those girls?" We will find out when everyone is seated for breakfast and they call the roll. I pictured the roll call tomorrow. Patience and I would be gone. I smiled. Are you happy someone left? Don't you know how terrible their lives will be? No, I am smiling because I think it is not true. I think that someone made up the rumour to make trouble for the nuns, so one of them will have to watch all night long. For the next 3 nights, I heard nothing from Patience, even when she had a chance to tell me it was time to leave. When I found her stacking roving and sorting it for colour dyeing, I asked her, "Any candlesticks need polishing in here?" "Yes," she said. "Take that one over there by the wall." I was dismayed to find there was indeed a candlestick by the wall, much abused with soot from poorly made candles. One thing I had learned from living at the Haskins' house was that a candle could be made less of a mess by careful wicking. "Very well, then," I said. "You will tell me if there are any others?" "Of course," she said. "Sometimes one moon is not as good as the next." She nodded at me and turned to her work. I knitted my brows. It was meant to be a message. We would wait another month. Now that the flax was in, I was put to spinning all the day. I spun not wool but flax, which filled a different distaff and a different wheel, and had to be done with a cup of water at my side. I learned to guide the toe onto the spindle, often so frustrated I groaned, wanting to pull the stuff and throw the water cup. When the nuns let me get up from the spinning wheel, I went outside and ran through the fields until the anger and frustration subsided. At times I ran with my eyes closed, wishing I would fall into a duppy's house and disappear from this place. Another week passed and Rachel took to her childbed. She suffered a few hours and brought forth a son. It was only upon seeing the new baby, named Ezekiel, that I could tell the difference between Patience's baby and Rachel's. For all I had expected that Patience would produce a superior child, I saw that James was no bigger than Ezekiel, though he was some months older. Ezekiel ate and slept, fat and contented. James did not nurse without coaxing, and what went down him rarely stayed down. He was plagued with raw skin under his clooties, so that he was kept naked in a hamper placed in the sun. Patience was often not in the baby room when I went to visit her. She left James with the nurse. The next full moon came and went, and the next. Between long days learning to spin, having my work torn apart and recarded to try again until I got the rhythm going with my feet and my hands, the farm harvest began. School receded to 1 hour, 3 hours of working in the fields, pulling turnips and carrots, bundling onions, a meal, 3 hours of picking apples, 3 hours of spinning before supper. Lugging pears and pumpkins, peeling apples, packing potatoes and parsnips in layers in the cellars. None of the work was easy. Yet, when I saw the girls and nuns in the kitchen, boiling applesauce, pear sauce, piling ever more wood in the stoves to keep the fires hot, though the day was stifling, I did not complain about my work. On an afternoon during the last week of September, the sky changed. I could not say what it was, but I could feel it. There came a freshening of the air early in the day, and the wind came from the northeast. Why that should put me in bad humour I knew not. I felt as if this new wind brought with it some unfortunate change. I had in my grip a mounded basket of overripe pears, and the basket was losing its bottom, so I was forced to wrap it up with my arms as you would carry a child. The pears gave off a perfume as rich as honeysuckle to the air about me. I made my way past the rectory, turned a corner, and stood face to face with Lucas Newham. "Oh," I said. "Lucas Newham, fancy seeing you after all this time." I did not smile. "Yes, miss. Ah, the little serving girl. You have grown a foot taller, I'd wager." I raised myself up on my toes, doing my best to look down at him. I felt conscious of my breasts brushing against the camisole. "You have also been cast into servitude, but I from a higher degree than ever your father's father had been. He sneered. You were always above your station. Then his demeanour changed. How fares your sister? Miss Talbot fares quite well, I am sure. At that moment, a small pear, rosy and firm, slipped between the basket's cracked spleens and rolled to his feet. Ah, an offering, he said, and picked up the pear, taking a great bite. A peace offering, I wonder? The work becomes you, you know. Your cheeks have become full roses, and your whole face carries a dust of freckling, just like a ripe fruit. He took another bite, juice running down his chin, his lips moist with it. I liked the sound of that, yet I was not sure what my reply should be. Don Etienne knew much about men and romantic overtures, and told me always to be cool toward them. Your words are too impertinent. Now that you have taken a pear from my bundle, though, you may repay me a deed. What shall it be, little Rosie? I felt my face flush. I beg you not to call me other than my name, Master Newham, as I shall yours. I saw you coming from the priest's door just now, and that means you have access to their quarters. I am told that in their quarters is the only place here to find paper and ink. Is that true? It is. And you will not speak of where you have seen me? It is not a secret meeting, is it? It was Lucas's turn to blush, and he did with great colouring. You keep your tongue, if you know what's good for you. I do know all that is good for me, Master Lucas. I cocked my head and tried a guess. You have met with a priest? Have you been baptized against your father's will? Have you consorted with papists? You know nothing of which you speak. I know it is easier to live here when you take on their mantle as your own. I too have been baptized. Let us speak in English. He did. I have naught against my father. I believe there is more than what he sees in the Bible. There is much that is worthy here and very old. I thought for a moment, not knowing how to reply to him, yet not wanting to leave his presence. I asked the one thing that might be of mutual interest. Have they surrendered your sister to the priests for a doxy? No! He threw the pear against the building, smashed pieces flying. None of these fellows would. If they hold aught in their hearts, it is well reined, and yet you do not want it known that you have become a Catholic? Others of your community would condemn you, as would your sister. I shifted the weight of the basket. Why do you care? My own heart leaped at the potency of that thought. It might be that he would wish for me to be near him, to long for my kiss upon his cheek. If I held my breath, he might see me in some true beauty I might become. Perhaps if he did not, I could convince him of it. Reverend Johansen and Master Haskin escaped with their souls intact, I suppose. I must go, he said, adjusting his hat. If you come here taking instruction, others might hear of it. Not if you don't tell them, he said, but this time without a sneer. It was more a look of pleading. I carry 1,000 secrets already. What is one more? As I saw his face relax and his shoulders drop into their normal place, I added, I have need of paper and ink. If you are engaged in study with priests, you might find paper and ink, and a post. They send out a post every month, some to Rome, some to Paris, some to the colonies in New France. One more post is a small thing. I might keep your secret. I will get you the things to write a letter. When you have it, place it in that black painted wooden box there. Put the ink vial under this bayberry next to the wall. When? You will have to trust me. I will get it to you. I half closed my eyes, saying, You will have to trust me, too. He did not look happy as he strolled away. Myself, I had quite a grin. All I had to do was wait for the paper to appear. It was a change of the prevailing wind. Lucas was true to his word. A small cloth-wrapped bundle appeared between the layers of my folded clothing. For now, I had 2 sets, kept in a neat stack under my cot that I could interchange or wear together when it turned cold. And I could tell by the sound without opening it that it held paper. I was pleased to find 3 small sheets, each about 8 inches square, and a vial of ink, for which I would have to find a stand before I could uncork it and use it. I would also have to find a large feather to make into a quill, but I had seen Pa do it often. Don Etienne watched me wrapping the papers back into the cloth. I said, "It is a gift." "We are not allowed such gifts." Don Etienne turned to the window. "Marie, I feel you are lying to me." "If I had stolen it, why would I let you see it now? It was a gift, I tell you." "Then who gave it to you?" "A man I know." She clasped her hands on her mouth. "A man?" She walked around in a small circle, almost as in a dance step. "What man? What did he ask in return? If anyone has done anything to you, Marie, you must tell me at once." "All he asked in return is that I tell no one of his plans." "Plans for what? Escape?" I could not defend myself without breaking the promise. "I cannot say." "Did you know, Marie, that I am 16? Next year they will find someone for me to marry. If I am not in good favour, they may not look for a husband for me. They may think working my life away in a factory is good enough." I promised I would not tell. If you guessed, I could say what it was not, and not break my word. "Was it a plan to escape?" "No," I said firmly. "Did he want to kiss you?" "No, he wants to change to Catholic." "He made you promise not to tell that?" "He was afraid I would tell his family. He wants to become a priest. He may go to divinity school in Paris. He told me." "Are you making this up again?" When I shook my head, Don Etienne smiled and smoothed her dress. "I should not have told you. I am ashamed I did not keep my promise to him. Do you think if a man wants to be a priest, he cannot love a girl?" "Oh, they cannot marry, but I think some of them may have loved a girl. Maybe they could not win her heart and so committed themselves to God instead. It's not unlike some women do, becoming une bonne sœur. Will you let me watch you write in English? To Lady Talbot, 2 Crowns Plantation, Island of Jamaica, in Her Majesty's West Indies." I pressed the sheets under my waistband, and in the dark of night, when I was sure everyone was asleep, I climbed out the window by Don Etienne's bed and headed straight for the rectory under a half moon. I held my missal to the moon and whispered, "Get these to my mother, please, sir. I know God is not the man in the moon, but I hope you watch your servant here with that great eye and take pity upon her." I recited Salve Regina and Memorare under my breath. I stopped at the moonlit wall of the rectory. The black box awaited my letters. I kissed the paper before raising the lid and laying it inside. Other sheets of paper were in it, all folded and sealed. I stirred mine against them, making sure it was not on top. I tucked the vial of ink into the Bayberry. The moon was as high as it would get here, which was not overhead. The evening had a chill and I shivered. The path I had taken was shadowed by buildings and trees. I could go in the window opposite the one I left and have more moonlight. I was not so much afraid of being seen as I was afraid, now that my errand was done, of coming upon a bear. Granted, there were 2 high walls about the place. No bear had ever been inside them, but I felt overcome with guilt, certain of punishment well deserved, and a bear was a memory as stout as a Saracen pirate. I passed the older girl's dortoir. White chrysanthemums ringed the well, glowing like a fairy folk's lantern. 2 yew trees stood between me and my room. The shadows beneath them were blacker than the ink staining my fingers. I felt a prickling in my skin, and the hair on my arms rose. Something moved in the blackness there. It might be duppies, I told myself. I took one more step, and I was sure something was there. I sniffed. Just as I thought to cry out, "Bear!" and run away, a human voice groaned. Another human voice laughed, a light, feminine laugh. I traipsed around the first yew so the people there would be lighted with my back to the moon. A man sighed. People murmured. Scarcely had I reached my new vantage place than I saw 2 people, lying one upon the other, their skins bare from shoulder to ankle. They both wore shoes, they both had clothing wrapped at their necks, pushed up. In a tangle of legs and arms they moved as snakes, churning like rippling water. If I moved or made a sound, my presence would be known. Was that why I did not move? Rapt with curiosity, tortured with both my lack of knowledge and the sure awareness that this was something I ought not to see, I froze in place. I fought a terrible need to make water. They made soft noises. I hiccuped. Lucas jerked his face toward me. "Christ!" he said. The other person rose beneath him, a person with long, very red hair, so red that the moon's wan light painted it the colour of blood. Patience. "Resolute," she scolded, her tone both stern and quiet. "What do you mean by standing there watching? At least be decent enough to leave us our dignity." "Dignité," I said. Lucas's voice said, "Convince her." And for a moment I heard scuffling and the drawing on of clothing. Patience appeared, and Lucas's footfalls went away from us. She was panting as if she had run to my side. She smelled musky, as if he had sweated skin to skin, and she wore his scent like a garment. I said, "What was that you were doing?" "Love, only love." "Ah, you stunk like that on the ships." "This time is different. This time I chose it." My insides felt heavy and hot, my hands and feet bitterly cold. "Chose it? And before you did not?" Memories came to me. The thought of what I had seen just now mingled with my confusion of thinking she had been dancing on deck. The words Don Etienne had spoken, that desire was the missing ingredient in creating babies. Payment with cake. Cake and Cora's words about what the cake had cost. Patty said, "Lucas is young. We are both young. Lucas wants to become a priest. He is going to Paris to become a pope." She laughed, so that even in the soft moonlight I heard the derision in her voice. "He told me nothing of that. It will not suit him for long. He made me promise to tell no one for the favour of giving me paper and ink with which to write a letter." "A letter? To whom did you send a letter?" "To Ma, so she could come get us." Patience reached up her hand to slap my face, but as she did, I whirled out of her way. "Stop saying that, Resolute. When will you wake up and realise you cannot do that? Ma will not come. Ma is not alive." "Do not say that. I hate you." "It is the truth." "It is not. She is alive." "Do you not remember that night? Do you not remember the men who came through the wall? You are so wicked. I wish you were never my sister. You do not want Ma to find us because you have turned into a doxy." "It is near midnight, Resi. Your bed is that way, mine is this. We should both go to them before I beat you for saying that." "When I leave, you will go and do that again with him." Words I barely knew flitted through my imagination. Whore, slut, doxy, tart. She laid her arm around my shoulders and gave me a squeeze. I twisted away from her and brushed her touch from my shoulder. She said, "Not tonight. You've rather interrupted the moment, and he'll be yours to command now, seeing you know a secret. Are you a doxy?" She whirled me to face her, hands clenching my shoulders, and before I could move away again, she had slapped my face. "You best keep your judgment until you have had to tread the road upon which I have walked." I felt tears going down my throat, but I did not cry before her. I said, "As you say, is he the reason we did not leave? You wanted to be here with him to do that wiggling. Will we be leaving at the full moon this month? I might leave with Lucas. I might not take you." I shoved her with all my strength, wishing I could pummel her into the dirt. I turned and ran toward the wall of my dormitory. As I reached the closest window, I found the shutter latched from the inside. I went to the next, and Patience caught me and turned me around. She said, "Please, Resi, please forgive me. I spoke out of passion and not my love for you. Please, Resi." The tears flowing from her eyes rained upon my face as she crushed me to her bosom. I cringed at the smell of her. But how could I not hold Patience? How could I reject her? "Ho, you, there!" said a voice. It was Sister Agathe in nightgown, holding a lantern high. "You girls there! What are you about?" Her sight of us, I imagined later, we two clinging together and weeping, was all the explanation Patience or I had to provide for Sister Agathe. We were sisters and met sometimes just to kiss each other and reassure each other of our fidelity, I promised her. Sister Agathe wept sympathetic tears, patted both our shoulders, sent Patty home, and hugged me before leading me with the lantern to my bed. Patience's handprint, in the morning a crimson stain on my face, was enough to convince Sister Joseph that I had a fever. She left me to bed the whole day. Alone in the dormitory, I wept. "Ma is not dead," I chanted. I tried to make sense of all the shocking things I had seen, mixed with the wrenching fear that Patience would leave me here. Don Etienne brought me broth and bread at noon. "Are you worse?" she asked. "I do not know," I said, for I did not. "I am sick unto my soul, friend." "I will go to the chapel and pray you a rosary, a whole rosary." "That is too much. Will you say a Salve Regina right here, so that I may fall asleep hearing it?" I said that, not because the prayers meant much to me. The meaning was in hearing a loving voice say them. I closed my eyes and pretended the voice I heard was Ma. Ma reading me to sleep, Ma singing her old Gaelic poems or her olden charms and prayers. I held Don Etienne's hand and imagined Ma getting my letter, perhaps as soon as next month. Ma was not dead, and I might be home by Christtide. Chapter 13. November 30, 1730. November came in with All Saints' Day, and went out with gales that lasted a fortnight. We could not have run away had there been a moon, for the winds brought sleet and hail, icing over parts of the Fleuve Saint-Laurent, as well as the animal troughs on the convent grounds. The wind brought a new plague amongst us, too, that needed no vermin to spread itself among all the children of the convent. La rougeole, the red sickness. We called it measles. I had had it before, but others had not. As I helped tend the many sick children, I realized that I had been away from my home for more than a year, and I felt so much more than a single year older. Baby Ezekiel died. Sickly little James did not. In fact, if he changed at all once the fever left him, it was that he seemed a little more peaceful than before. Rachel grieved, though she was not ill, for she had had the red sickness as a child. In the weeks before Christmas, she held James and rocked him, even nursed him. Patience spent no time with him at all then. I decided Rachel was not a bad person. I felt pity for her. I began to take her little things as gifts, including my first bit of thread that was fit to weave. I considered it recompense for having stolen her mother's thread. Only now did I see the value of it and appreciate what labour it took to produce it. After Christmas, rather than Hogmanay, we celebrated Mary, Mother of God Day. It was curious to me how that day happened upon the same day as the ancient holy day, but so it fell, and I cared not to question it. We had no gifts at all, no games, just more prayers than normal, more ritual. All our gifts were for the Virgin, who, of course, had no need of them, whether she were indeed Queen of Heaven or simply a woman dead. I felt peevish about being again denied my father's pleasantries and my mother's feast. The days and nights of winter blended into one long grey funnel of time. I spun linen thread, ever finer, until mine compared with any around. I was the youngest, the sisters declared, to make such thread. At Michaelmas in 1731, when I turned 12, I was taken to a new room and introduced to the great loom, a machine of clunking, banging, slamming parts, woven with miles of thread and moving things that seemed enchanted. I was also introduced to Sister Beatrice, the master weaver, and Brother Marcus, who had come to the convent as a captive but stayed when he found the life to his liking. By Good Friday, I had learned how to wind the warping board and had watched them warp a loom 3 times. Each time I put my hands to it, the thread grew tighter with every rap, broke, or made sags. I lost count. I dropped pegs. I cursed aloud. Sister Beatrice threw her hands in the air and left the room. Brother Marcus shook his head and said, "Take it off and start over. Warping the loom is the hardest part of weaving, yet it is the first thing you must learn." She had little patience left. "See if you can learn so that when you are old, you will not have to leave the room in exasperation over a little girl. Peace is in the fabric, and fabric must have peace. The loom will not work for you without it. Once you can do this, the rest is more simple. People say one day you will surpass Sister Beatrice, and she knows it. Now, try again." Patience was sent back to the kitchen. I stayed at the loom. I seemed to be always growing out of my clothes, and I tied my hair with a kerchief like the older girls and women did, rather than plaiting 2 braids as the children did. There were days I forgot to look for a moon by which to make our escape. One day we found 2 girls had run from the convent under cover of night, in a bleak rain, helped out by 2 men cloaked in black. The nuns shut all dormitories for a whole night and day for prayer, they said, but imprisonment was truer. When the morning came and we went to chapel, then to breakfast, we heard the names of the runaways. I sat with Rachel at times, when my work hours were finished. She confessed to me that she had joined the runaways in meeting her husband and her father at the gate at 2 in the morning. She had brought with her 1 bundle, baby James. Her husband was incensed that she thought he would replace their son, she said. He told her to leave him at the gate and someone would find him in the morning. She would not, she said. For the sake of her own dead child, she would not abandon this one. Her husband fretted with great words at her, she said, yet given following them or staying behind with this child who so needed her, she believed she had no choice but to return to the convent. I patted her wrist, and to my surprise, she hugged me, just for a moment. "You were a kind and loving person, Mistress Johansen," I said. April passed, blown out by gales and rain. Then came summer and the flax. Life at St. Ursula's was an unceasing parade of work, prayer, and poverty. My hands chapped and bled in the summers as well as winters. Sister Joseph was kind, as was Don Etienne. I longed to go home, although for days at a time I forgot about Jamaica and thought only of warping and weaving and learning my Latin. In 1732, I turned 13 years old. That spring mould crawled up the walls inside the convent rooms. Don Etienne coughed, a little at first, then a great deal, struggling for breath. I brought her broths and rum toddies from the kitchen. Every 2 or 3 weeks, a piece of paper and a small vial of ink appeared in the branches of the yew tree, like a Christmas trinket. I wrote another letter to Ma. I warped the loom. I had nightmares about shuttles flying at me and piercing me like arrows. I dreamed about being caught in the treadles and tangled in thread at the bottom where the weaver worked the hooks with feet tapping a rhythm like a jig. I dreamed the countermarch was a terrible dance that required me to keep my feet in perfect time with bobbins that bounced like rubber balls, falling out of their shuttles. The dance proceeded with words rather than music, beams, bars, beaters, heddles, and threadles and racks. Tangled in thread, choking, I awoke, thrashing in my blankets, uncovered and cold. In the morning, I found blood in my bed. I cried out, believing I would die. After that, Don Etienne and I were moved to the women's dormitory. In the middle of May, Patience waited on the table where I sat and said to me she had spent the morning polishing a candlestick and that it should be shiny by vespers. I waited until our prayers were finished and met her between the yews. Strange how that place had become a link between us, and I tried always to erase the image of her and Lucas there, though I never saw those trees, whether day or evening, that the image was not first in my thoughts. I had a message. Her face glowed. From someone who will help us escape. From Ma. Did she get my letters? You will remember him when you see him. He will return in 3 months. 3 months? I want to leave now. But in truth, Don Etienne had just received word that a wedding was being arranged for her, and I did not wish to leave before Don Etienne's wedding. Is this man sent by Ma? No. Stop being foolish, Resolute. Then how do you trust him? I can trust him. No man can be trusted, I said, feeling myself far wiser than my sister with my new matron's knowledge. I wondered whether it was wise to leave the leaving in her hands. Perhaps she could not choose our best future. Perhaps I must choose my own. Don Etienne had met the man she was to marry once before the wedding date. It had been arranged to take place in June before the flax harvest. His name was Julien Noel. His name was Christmas. Her gown was a simple borrowed frock once used by his sister. Her veil, a bit of lightweight wool. I stood at her side, all the time thinking that she would return to the convent, yet at the same time knowing she would not. During her wedding, she coughed and coughed. At least, I thought, watching as Julien prayed the prayers and took the communion, he did not seem either leering like Rafe McAllister or mean like Lucas knew him. Julien Noel was but 22 and she 17. During Mass, I thought only of my loneliness. I had turned a woman, but my heart felt like that of a foot-stamping 5-year-old. When they arose from their knees, now man and wife, both appeared happy. I gave her a gift of my first yard of linen, smooth enough it was allowed to remain and not be torn out for scrap. I had stretched it upon a framework of light wood. The yard of linen itself was made from a tiny bit of silver tow mixed with gold, for they would not let me have more of the finer thread from the fields until my work deserved the best stuff. Upon it I had embroidered a man and a woman on either side of a house. An embroidered tree grew up one side and shaded the house, and in its branches tiny birds nested. That was a sign of good luck. Down the other side was a ribbon of honeysuckle with 3 yellow flowers, a sign of sweet happiness. Don Etienne seemed pleased as she waved farewell. That night, as I lay next to Don Etienne's empty cot, I wondered if Julien had already pressed his desires upon her. Brushing the thought from my mind, I recited the pattern for the tweed-style woolen the nuns produced to sell. Blanc, gris, gris, marron, marron, I chanted until my eyes closed. When next I found paper and ink provided, I would tell Ma to find me before they marry me to some townsman too. I was thankful at least that Lucas had continued his ploy and brought me papers, still terrified I would let others of his community in on his religious change of heart. The first flax harvest that summer was a large one. 4 weeks we spent pulling and stacking, strewing and bundling for the marsh retting. It was barely finished before the second harvest began. During this time all helped, even the cooks, so Patience was in the field at my side often. I asked her if the man who would rescue us had given her any new signs. No, she said. We must wait. He would come. Why wait? I asked. Were we not expecting to sell what we carry for passage home? We need no man to do those things. You know so little of the world. You will need a man to do much in your life. They hold the keys to all our doors. I belong to no one but myself. Patience shrugged. You do as well to complain about the colour of the sky. Perhaps the heavy work made everyone too tired to be watchful. No matter the reason, 4 of the company of slaves disappeared that week, 3 men and 1 woman. The next week, 5 more men went. One of the men was Lucas. When I saw Patty, we talked of their leaving, and I said, "It is time. We should press our luck and go, full moon or no. There is another week of flaxing I want to miss. They are posting watches at night now. They are watching the men. Word will be sent to our captors, the Indians. They will either find the missing people or bring more. I want to be here when they come. I have a plan. What plan? I feared she had no plan, other than to live in a state of expectation for the rest of our lives. Had she gone mad? I shall go by myself, I declared. You will not live a week, she returned. I will go home. Patience bent to pull the stalks in her hand from the ground and said, Where is home, Ressie? What have we but this place? I had hoped Lucas would take us with him. He promised to do it. Ah, I said. Lucas promised. I felt disdain for Patience then, worse than any anger or puzzlement I had felt before. She had allowed him to use her for the price of escape. I knew what that made her in the eyes of God and the world. Perhaps you sold yourself too cheaply, sister. She turned to me with venom in her eyes. It was the first time I knew my own heart as I knew my own hands. Her eyes met mine on the same level, for I had grown to her height. I said, If you slap me ever again, I shall return you blow for blow. I will not be beaten by you or anyone for speaking the truth. You have no right to use me so ill. Patience straightened her back, dumped the armload of flax at my feet, and struck out through the tall plants, parting the flax, running from me. She took up a place between some other workers. I laid out the flax she dropped without shedding a tear, righteous indignation fueling my work as it did for the next several days. Days turned into weeks, and winter came again. My mind felt numbed to time, and the rhythms of it I measured by seasons rather than days. I turned 14 and felt fully a woman, at last allowed to don the grey gown of our order. Before the summer flax harvest that year, we received word that Don Etienne had died of consumption. I was not allowed to attend her funeral or burial. On my 15th birthday, in the year 1734, Sister Joseph called me to her. I presumed that it might be something to do with my life there, my possibilities of a future placement in marriage. What she gave to me was a bundle of papers tied in woolen yarn. This day is usually reserved to assign you as a compagne, or to speak to you of coming prospects, taking vows, marriage, or placement as a lady's maid. You have gone to great lengths to deceive your purposes here, Marie, she said. These letters from you have been placed in our post-box for the past 3 years. While I do not read English well, it does not take a scholar to discover the content of them. I only wrote to my mother. You procured costly paper available only to the brothers. How did you come by these sheets? I asked for them, from Lucas Newham. What did you give to him in return? My word. That is all? He is gone now. Will you tell me his secret? Since he will not fulfill it, I will. He intended to become a priest. He said he knew of secrets that the Pope alone should hear. He swore me to secrecy for the paper. We believe he dealt shamefully with young women in our care. Did he lay hands upon you? Did he beg you for favours or take them? I could not stop the colour on my face. No, sister, I am not to be had so easily. Why the wine upon your cheek, then? May I not assume that you are sullied or saddened by the efforts of that young man? Not I, sister. The image of Patty with him made my face burn. I hated him. Sister Joseph cocked her head and watched my heart play upon my face. She said, Do you know of others whom he did sully? Tell me the truth. I bowed. Yes. Why did you not tell me? 'Twould have broken my word to 2 people to do that. I was trapped for the want of a sheet of vellum. Several sheets, I see. Yes, sister, though I did not steal them, he stole them. But you are wrong, Marie. There are other forms of theft, especially of the light you hold in your heart. It is dimmed by deception, no matter how small. You have hidden one lie within another. Sister, what of my letters? To let my mother know I am alive. No contact with the outside world is allowed for anyone. The paper will be soaked and the ink washed, so it will leave stains, as lies leave stains upon your soul, daughter. Leave here and go to confession now." As I passed the threshold, she said, "I thought you were above this sort of thing, Marie." My work was doubled for 30 days, every moment of it spent fuming in anger, scheming to escape. I found every possible opportunity to pass patients in the kitchen or at meals and inquire whether there had been a candlestick on a certain table or if one needed polish. I did it before listening ears. Sister Joseph thought I was feeling repentant, seeking out even more work to penalize my wicked heart. When in 1735